Bright Heart Island. Ji Ning and the others landed onto the ground. Upon seeing him appear, the servants and maids of Bright Heart Island all called out in respectful unison, "Young master, Ji Ning, you've returned." A frantic-looking, black-robed Ji Truekeep came walking over. "Uncle Truekeep," Ning smiled. "What has you looking so worried?" "How can I not be worried? If it weren't for the fact that I knew you were undergoing your tribulation, I would have gone looking for you long ago. Thank goodness. Thank goodness you are back." As Truekeep spoke, an armored soldier began to walk towards them from not too far away. Ning immediately recognized this man as a captain of the Imperial Guard of the Imperial Capital, a loose immortal soldier. Truekeep immediately said, "This general came all the way here from the Imperial Capital on the Xia Emperor's orders. He's been waiting here for you for 2 months. 2 months. Ning was startled. "If you didn't come back in 3 days, I would have gone looking for you, even thought I know you were undergoing your tribulation," Truekeep said. The fact that Ning's primal twin was undergoing the celestial tribulation wasn't a secret. Both the Xia Emperor and the Seamless Gate knew, and so Ning couldn't be bothered to hide it from anyone else. "Does the Xia Emperor need something?" Ning looked towards the Imperial Guard captain. The captain said respectfully, "Immortal Darknorth, I have come on the orders of the Xia Emperor to deliver this to you in person." He held up a leather scroll, offering it to Ning. Ning reached out to accept it. "I'll be leaving now." The captain immediately turned to leave. "Let me send you off." Clan leader Ji Truekeep moved to escort the captain. Ji Ning opened the leather scroll. The nearby immortal Xianxia and Yue were both puzzled. What urgent matter was this? Upon seeing the contents of the leather scroll, Ning's face changed slightly. "Ji Ning, what is it?" Immortal Xianxia asked. "Of course, if it's something that cannot be told to others, you don't have to tell me." "There's no point to keeping this a secret," Ning said. By now, Truekeep had returned as well. Truekeep said nervously, "All I know is that the messenger captain said that this is critically urgent news that had to be delivered to you, Ji Ning, before the 6th day of the 8th month. Thankfully, you finally came back with 7 days to spare. Right, what is this about?" Ning swept everyone present with his gaze. Mu North Sun, Little Qing, Autumn Leaf, Immortal Xianxia, and Yue all looked back at him. "The Seamless Gate is about to truly launch their war against the Grand Xia," Ning said. "War? So it's finally starting. But..." They all felt their hearts sink. All of them, however, had mentally prepared themselves for this long ago. Some major worlds of the 3 realms had already descended into war, and some of the weaker ones had already been subjugated. But of course, things happened more slowly with the more powerful major worlds. The Grand Xia was one example. Things were just beginning here. The Seamless Gate's attempted conquest of it wasn't something that could be resolved in a day or 2. "By now, everyone will have to choose a side," Ning said. "I trust that soon, the entire Grand Xia will be divided into 2 sides. One will be the Xia Emperor's side, which is to say Daofather Crimsonbright's side. The other will of course be the Seamless Gate side. Naturally, I will of course stand with the Xia Emperor. Right?" Everyone present nodded. They all knew of the feud between Ning and the Seamless Gate. Ning was their leader. They naturally would follow him wherever he led. In turn, Ning was definitely going to follow Patriarch Subhuti. Subhuti, Taoist 3 lives. Both of them were on the side of the Nuwa Alliance. Be it for personal reasons or organizational reasons, Ning was definitely going to stand with the Nuwa Alliance as well. The evening of the 6th, I am to head to the Skylight Palace of the Imperial Capital. I imagine many celestial immortals will be present, and even true immortals and Empyrean gods will appear, Ning said. Of the G-clan, I am the only person required to take part in battle. No one else needs to participate. Then what of the Black-White College? Immortal Xianxia asked. I imagine this same information has been sent to the Black-White College already, Ning said. I don't know the details with regards to the college. Master, if you return to the college, you should be able to find out right away. Right? I'll go back right away to take a look. Immortal Xianxia nodded. then immediately flew away on a cloud, quickly disappearing into the horizons. Ning continued, "On the 6th day of the 8th month, I am to go to the Skylight Palace. Before the 6th, the G clan needs to evacuate." Evacuate! Autumn Leaf, G Truekeep, Uncle White, and the others were all stunned. "Ji Ning, where are we evacuating to?" Truekeep asked. "Here is a pure young treasure, a violet dawn pearl." Ning waved his hand, and a mottled, violet-colored pearl appeared out of nowhere. This pearl was one of the pure yang treasures which Ning had acquired when he attacked those 18 celestial immortals of the Seamless Gate. Alas, although those 18 had a few pure yang treasures, none of them had any top-grade treasures. The Violet Dawn Pearl was used to capture and bewilder foes. It contained a minor world within it that was comparable to the Earth of his previous life in size. It would be very simple to have the G clansmen move there and live there. A pure yang treasure? Truekeep was rather stunned. To many immortal cultivators, pure yang treasures were mere myths. Only celestial immortals could even use pure yang treasures. Yu Wei and the others, however, were quite calm. They had far more experience. "While the war is going on in the Xianxia, I won't be able to guarantee the safety of Swallow Mountain. Evacuation is the only option," Ning said. "Uncle Truekeep, don't worry. I will definitely protect the G clan." "All right, I'll go give the order right now to have the clansmen make their preparations," Truekeep said. "Good. 3 days from now we will begin the evacuation," Ning said. Night. Ning, Immortal Diansai, Yu Wei, and Celestial Immortal Unity were meeting at the Black-White College. Per the Xia Emperor's orders, the 2 Celestial Immortals of the Black-White College, along with all of the loose immortals, must arrive at the Imperial Palace of the Grand Xia by the evening of the 6th, Immortal Diansai said. The Northmont clan of Stillwater received the same order. All the loose immortals and celestial immortals must go. Unity sighed. The Xia Emperor is being fairly benevolent. He isn't forcing us to send our primal Taoists or Earth immortals into battle. Unity then chuckled. Right. The Seamless Gate has sent yet another messenger to me. They are inviting me to go to White Pole City on the 6th. They said that if I went, I would no longer be an enemy. I would be a friend. They actually dare to send yet another invitation? Immortal Diansai was shocked. Perhaps the Seamless Gate thinks that Senior Unity might lose his mind and join them. Ning laughed. From the looks of it, neither the Xia Emperor nor the Seamless Gate is going to hide their conflict any longer. Both of them chose the 6th of the 8th month. Unity sighed. However, one meeting is at the Imperial Palace of the Grand Xia, while the other is at White Pole City. It seems as though White Pole City has already joined the Seamless Gate. Ji Ning, Immortal Diansai, and the others all had solemn looks on their faces. White Pole City. This was a very low-key city, an incredibly low-key city. It was incredibly rare for people in the imperial capital of the Grand Xia to hear of any news from White Pole City. However, the White Pole clan was one of the top 10 ancient clans of the entire Grand Xia dynasty. They were content to just hold onto a small piece of land, and they had no interest in going to the imperial capital to take up official positions. Instead, they had built up their fief of White Pole commandery to the point where it was almost completely invulnerable to attack. The power of this clan was actually greater than that of the brash young flame clans. Who would have thought that they would have silently, wordlessly joined the Seamless Gate? Their city had even ended up as the headquarters for the Seamless Gates conference. From this, one could see how much the Seamless Gate trusted the White Pole clan. The reason why the Xia Emperor was able to force the other clans to join him was because he had the primordial imperial clan behind him. This was why he was able to finally unify the world, Unity said. In truth, however, there had been many clans that were struggling quite fiercely against the Shimong clan. The White Pole clan was one of the clans that struggled with the Shimong clan for supremacy. However, they didn't have enough of a foundation, and so in the end they submitted. If the many clans of the world all joined forces, the Shimong clan would be completely unable to resist them, Unity continued. In fact, there have been Marquis-led rebellions in the past. Only after that did the Xia Emperor set up the massive commandery cities to further solidify his rule. I wonder, how many marquises have joined the Seamless Gate? Unity sighed. Ning nodded as well. There were differences amongst the various marquises. The likes of the Shimong clan and the Kindwater clan were all branches of major clans of the primordial era. The White Pole clan, however, originally belonged to celestial immortal White Pole, a lone cultivator. After Pangu's world was destroyed, celestial immortal White Pole had established his clan within the newly created world that was later known as the Grand Xia. Afterwards, he had broken through to become a pure Yang true immortal. This naturally resulted in the White Pole clan flourishing and becoming powerful. Alas, White Pole didn't have any powerful backers, as he had created his clan by himself, unlike the Shimong clan or the Kindwater clan, which had the major clans of the primordial era behind them. True immortal White Pole has always been very low-key. After the Grand Xia was unified, he has never acted against the Grand Xia dynasty, Unity said. In addition, I know of 2 others at the true immortal or Empyrean god level. One belongs to the Kindwater clan, the other belongs to the Skyfarmer clan. Neither of them acted against the Grand Xia either. Clearly, they aren't willing to make enemies out of the Xia Emperor. Ning was surprised. The Skyfarmer clan? He knew that the Kindwater clan had an Empyrean god behind it, but this was the first time he had heard that the Skyfarmer clan had such a power behind it as well. Celestial immortal Unity, who had lived through the Fiendgod era, truly was a man who knew many mysteries. Ning's group, without question, stood by the side of the Xia Emperor. However, they couldn't help but feel worried by how powerful the Seamless Gate side was. 2 sides were struggling for supremacy. Would the Xia Emperor suffer a disastrous defeat, or would the Seamless Gate be sent fleeing in disgrace? All of this was unknown for now. However, one thing was certain. This was going to be a savage, cruel war. After all, many major worlds had already been conquered, while many others were already burning in the fires of war. The power of the Seamless Gate. It caused everyone in the 3 realms to shudder. Ning's primal twin was able to easily bind the pure Yang treasure, Violet Dawn Pearl. The evacuation of the G-clan started. Since there weren't many G-clansmen to begin with, the evacuation was fairly simple. In just the time needed to boil a kettle of tea, the evacuation was completedly. Ji Ning, Yu Wei, Uncle White, Little Qing, Autumn Leaf, Mu North Sun, and Ji Truekeep stood atop the clouds, staring down at the vast world below them. Time to leave Swallow Mountain. Truekeep let out a sigh. This was the land which countless generations of the G-clan had worked to till and make prosperous. We'll be back, the black-robed Ning said. Whoosh. Ning suddenly waved his hand, releasing his celestial immortal energy. Using a world-shaping technique, he manifested an utterly enormous palm out of natural energy. A palm that was many hundreds of kilometers in size. The enormous palm looked misty and blurry, as it was formed by energy and air. Suddenly, the giant palm made a downwards grab. The entire Serpent Wing Lake, along with the centermost Bright Heart Island, was caught up by the giant palm. Not even a single drop of water was missed. Come in. Ning used a technique, instantly drawing the entire Serpent Wing Lake into the Violet Dawn Pearl. Serpent Wing Lake held extraordinary meaning for him. He didn't want to leave Serpent Wing Lake here. If it ended up being destroyed, he would be filled with endless regrets. If Ning had the energy of a pure Yang true immortal, he would have been able to move away the entire Swallow Mountain region of 100,000 kilometers. The underwater estate. Ning's true body emerged from the War God Hall. He had just successfully challenged the highest level of the War God Hall, the 10th level. The war is about to begin. It is time for me to find a suitable pure Yang treasure for myself. Ning headed straight for the treasure hall. Although the 10th level was seemingly difficult, in truth Ji Ning had already acquired the power to overcome it by the time he had returned from the Nilam zone. However, since his primal twin had yet to overcome the tribulation, he wouldn't have been able to put the pure Yang treasure to any use, and so he hadn't been in a rush to attempt it. The treasure he had acquired last time, the sulky 9-element pearls, he had traded to the Xia Emperor for many other treasures, so as to repair the Rahu bow and train in both the 8-9 arcane art and the star-seizing hand. This time, there was no way Ning would trade the treasure away. The war was beginning. He needed powerful treasures for it. Although he had acquired quite a few treasures from the Seamless Gate, especially the 3 top-grade pure yang treasures and the protocosmic spirit treasure which Old Man Yuan had given him. Alas, the only treasure which was of significant use to him was the 9-leaf snow lotus. The others weren't very useful to him. In fact, they weren't even of great use to Yu Wei. Thus, Ning had given one of the pure yang treasures to Immortal Diansai, then put the others into storage. I hope there are flying swords. As Ning stepped into the treasure hall, he saw the giant yellow bear waiting for him. Ji Ning, you can now choose one of the 22 pure yang treasures we have available. The giant yellow bear waved his hand, and a book instantly flew towards Ning. There are only 5 more choices than last time? Ning was surprised. These are pure yang treasures. How many do you think we have? The giant yellow bear was irritated. Last time, Ning had chosen the sulky 9-element pearls out of 18 available choices, leaving behind 17. Now, 5 more choices appeared for a total of 22. In truth, however, Ning didn't fancy any of the previous 17, and so he would really be choosing from these 5. Once you become an Empyrean god and become the master of the star-seizing manner, you'll be able to acquire better treasures. For now, you'll have to continue to act in accordance with Master's rules, the big bear said. Ning smiled, then lowered his head to flip through the books. There simply had to be top-grade pure yang flying swords here. His primal twins, Greater Thousand Swords formation, truly needed flying swords. How extraordinary! Ning could barely breathe. The pure yang treasures which Taoist 3 Lives had collected truly were not treasures which most Empyrean gods or true immortals could hope to touch. In terms of preciousness, of the 5 pure yang treasures, the most precious treasure was a set known as the 9 invisible mother-son hooks. This was a treasure set formed by 9 top-grade and 81 middle-grade pure yang-level poison hooks. They formed into 9 mother-son formation sets that could lock down space itself, preventing foes from using greater teleportation. In addition, they were extremely fast and possessed astonishing power. Alas, Ning needed swords, not poison hooks. These 2 sets of flying swords. Ning revealed a look of delight. Of the 5 sets, 2 were actually sword sets. It seemed as though the giant yellow bear had really been very thoughtful in bringing these out for him. The first set of flying swords was known as the 3 pure ones. These were 3 top-grade pure yang swords that were personally forged by the leader of the Taoist path, Taoist 3 purities. These 3 flying swords were extraordinary, even amongst top-grade pure yang swords. In his past life on Earth, Ning had heard of the legends of the 3 pure ones. However, only after he had embarked upon the path of immortal cultivation and had become apprenticed to Subhuti, had he truly understood that Earth's myths regarding the exalted celestial of primordial origins, the exalted celestial of the virtuous Tao, and the exalted celestial of the luminous treasure were all about the same person. These 3, the 3 pure ones, were merely the 3 mighty incarnations of Taoist 3 purities. As the leader of the Taoist path, Taoist 3 purities was acknowledged without dispute as one of the most powerful figures of the 3 realms. The only person one might dare to proclaim as being more powerful as him would probably be Mother Nuwa, who had left the 3 realms to enter the endless primordial chaos. The second set of flying swords were known as the Ananda World Swords. Ananda was the attendant and protector of the leader of the Buddhist Sangha. Although he was merely an attendant, he was also someone who was at the Buddha Tao Father level of power. His status within the Buddhist Sangha was extremely high, definitely high enough to rank in the top 10. The Ananda World Swords were 9 top-grade pure yang flying swords that had been personally fashioned by Buddha Ananda. They were incomparably sharp, capable of cutting through the miseries of the mortal world. I didn't expect that one of these 2 sets would have been forged by the leader of the Taoist path, while the other was created by Buddha Ananda of the Buddhist Sangha. Ning laughed. He was a disciple of Subhuti. Although Subhuti knew both Taoist and Buddhist divine abilities and spells, he belonged to neither camp. Both the Taoist way and the Buddhist Sangha belonged to Mother Nuwa's side. They could be considered allies and friends of Ning. Have you made your choice? The giant yellow bear asked. The Ananda World Swords, I suppose. Ning smiled. They are 9 top-grade pure yang flying swords. They can serve as a formation base, allowing the power of my Greater Thousand Swords formation to increase dramatically. All right. The giant yellow bear waved his paw. Whoosh! Deep from the thronging mass of treasures that hovered in the air above the treasure hall, a massively powerful ripple suddenly spread out. 9 flying swords that were completely lacquered came descending downwards, appearing in front of Ji Ning. At the same time, 9 little monks that glowed with golden light flew out from the 9 swords. The little monks were bald and all dressed yellow robes, and they looked as if they were 7 or 8 years old. All 9 of these little monks, however, possessed sharp auras that were filled with killing intent. So you are our new master? One of the little monks said. Right? Ning nodded. Shall you work to sever misery and its bringers from the world, bringing blessings to the countless living beings of the world? The little monk asked. Ning smiled. A storm has arisen, and I shall naturally be forced to kill. I am, however, on the same side as the one who created you, Buddha Ananda. The 9 little monks immediately folded their hands together into a prayer. Amitba. With the 9 top-grade pure yang swords serving as a formation base, and the hundreds of top-grade immortal rank swords supporting them, the power of the Greater Thousand Swords formation instantly increased to become far more greater than that of the 9-leaf snow lotus, which was a high-grade protocosmic spirit treasure. Top-grade pure yang treasures were normally only comparable to middle-grade protocosmic spirit treasures, but 9 of them combined into a large formation naturally resulted in more power. In addition, the 9-leaf snow lotus was mainly meant for trapping and binding foes, while immortal swords were meant for launching attacks. The 6th day of the 8th month. Night was descending. Let's go. Celestial Immortal Unity, the black-robed Ji Ning, Yue, Immortal Diansai, and more than 200 loose immortals all soared into the skies in awe-inspiring fashion, then left through teleportation. 200 loose immortals. This represented all of the loose immortals of Stillwater Commandery. The various major schools and sects of Stillwater Commandery, such as the Skysplitter Sword Sect, the 100 Flowers Fairyland, the Dragon Hunter Clan, and the East River Clan actually had even more loose immortals than the Black-White College did. And now all of them were being mobilized. There was no way any of them would dare to violate the Xia Emperor's orders. The war really is starting. All the loose immortals and celestial immortals are being dragged into it. Upon seeing more than 200 loose immortals gather here, Ning couldn't help but secretly sigh to himself. The air above the imperial capital of the Grand Xia. One spatial ripple after another appeared, followed by the emergence of squads of celestial immortals and loose immortals. Every squad had at least a few dozen people, while some had several thousand. If the Young Flame clan hadn't joined the Seamless Gate, their 3 commanderies would have sent the thousands of loose immortals they possessed as well. This day was simply too stunning. Countless citizens of the imperial capital raised their heads, staring at the skies. Upon seeing a countless number of loose immortals pour in at a steady rate, and even many exalted celestial immortals appear, everyone was shocked. This many? They have to all be at least loose immortals. Good heavens! The local citizens were completely dazed. As for the immortals, they shot out like an endless stream of meteors, shooting through the skies towards the imperial palace. Whoosh! Ning's group of 200 or so from Stillwater Commandery arrived as well. So many! As Ning stared at the many celestial immortals and loose immortals who had been gathered here, he couldn't help but feel stunned as well. At the same time, he felt a hint of dread in his heart. So many immortals. Even Empyrean gods or true immortals would be in grave danger if they tried to fight by themselves. Ning glanced sideways at Yue. Yue's belly still wasn't protruding yet. Ning was a Fiendgod, after all, while Yue was a celestial immortal. Their child would spend a fairly long period of time gestating in her womb. Ning mused silently to himself, She's pregnant. It wouldn't be appropriate for her to go out into battle. I need to have a chat with the Xia Emperor about this. The delegation from Stillwater Commandery flew towards the Imperial Palace as well. The plaza below the Imperial Palace. Countless figures had appeared here. It truly was a veritable ocean of people. The Xia Emperor had given the order long ago that only celestial immortals were qualified to go into the Skylight Palace and congregate there. The main reason for this was that there were simply far too many loose immortals. There was no way the Skylight Palace could possibly fit that many people aside. Were all the immortals supposed to be packed in together shoulder to shoulder? Even back during the conclave of immortal destiny, only a few thousand people had been permitted to sit within the main hall of the Skylight Palace. You wait here. Celestial Immortal Unity gave the order, and the 200+ loose immortals all landed, leaving Jining, Yue, Immortal Diansai, and Unity to continue flying forwards by themselves towards the Skylight Palace. Within the Skylight Palace, many celestial immortals were gathered here, having rushed here from throughout the 3,600 commanderies and the 4 seas. Although the Seamless Gate had worked hard to pull others into their orbit, over the course of countless years, these celestial immortals had all become tightly drawn into Taofather Crimsonbright's alliance. Thus, many of them had still chosen to come here. So many. Ning, Yue, Immortal Diansai, and Celestial Immortal Unity all entered the palace, and as they did they felt breathless for a moment. There has to be at least 7,000 people here. Ning swept his gaze forward. Fellow Taoist Ji Ning. Fellow Taoist Dark North. Ji Ning's arrival caused quite a few celestial immortals to head towards them to chat with him. Of course, they said a few things to Celestial Immortal Unity, Yue, and Immortal Diansai as well, but most of them clearly came over to chat with Ning. Celestial Immortal Unity had been in seclusion for far, far too long. Immortal Diansai was the least known of the group, with Yue being slightly better off thanks to her being Patriarch Lu's disciple. As for Ji Ning, he was a monstrous genius who was capable of resisting 9 celestial immortals of the Young Flame clan while being merely at the void level. He was also the disciple of a Tao Father with unfathomable power. Naturally, the various celestial immortals wanted to become better acquainted with Ning. That way, if they encountered any problems in the future and they wanted to ask Ning to help out, Ning would at least have met them before. So many celestial immortals. Yue couldn't help but feel stunned as well. In the past, many major clans were hiding some of their oldest experts, who lived in seclusion. The exact number of celestial immortals each clan had was always a mystery. However, the storm has now swept the 3 realms. The Xia Emperor has personally ordered them to show up, which is equivalent to Taofather Crimsonbright ordering to them to attend. None of them dare to disobey. After all, Taofather Crimsonbright knows exactly how many celestial immortals are under his control, Unity said. Thus, now that so many of the hidden ones have appeared, the total number is naturally quite high. As time flowed on, more and more celestial immortals arrived. Soon, the number reached over 9,000, continuing to climb. Why haven't any Empyrean gods or true immortals arrived? Immortal Diansai was puzzled. I imagine the Xia Emperor has invited all the Empyrean gods and true immortals to meet with him privately, Celestial Immortal Unity said. They have higher statuses than we do, after all. Another 2 hours passed. The celestial immortals within the Skylight Palace were all provided arranged seating by the attendants here. They each had tables placed in front of them, allowing the entire hall to just barely fit in all of the 10,000+ celestial immortals who had arrived. His Imperial Majesty has arrived. All of the celestial immortals turned their heads in unison to look. The black-robed Xia Emperor was walking in through a side door, and behind him, there were 5 true immortals or Empyrean gods who had auras as powerful as his. The Xia Emperor sat up high in his throne, gazing down at his subjects. We bow in respect to you, Imperial Majesty. Instantly, the 5 true immortals and Empyrean gods all bowed and called out. We bow in respect to you, Imperial Majesty. The more than 10,000 celestial immortals present all rose to their feet, bowing and calling out in unison. The Xia Emperor sat atop his throne, staring down at his bowing subjects while feeling high-spirited. To have more than 10,000 celestial immortals bowing towards him. This was a first for even the Xia Emperor himself. When the Grand Xia had been unified, all of the immortals and gods had come to pay their respects. But that was after countless years of wars against the Fiendgods, resulting in catastrophic casualties. Very few celestial immortals were alive after those wars. Now that the Grand Xia had been at peace for so many eons, the total number of celestial immortals within the Grand Xia had reached astonishing heights. This is a tribulation like none we have ever faced before. I wonder, how many of them will be alive at its conclusion? The Xia Emperor stared downwards, sighing privately to himself. I'm not even sure if I myself will survive. Arise! The Xia Emperor said aloud. Take your seats. Jining and the others all took their seats. Immortal fruit and nectars were placed in front of them. But none of the immortals were in the mood for food. They were all waiting to hear the Xia Emperor's words. Junior apprentice brother, look. It seems as though the Dongyan forefather is amongst those 5 true immortals up there. Yue suddenly sent. The Dongyan forefather? Ning was shocked, immediately looking over. Indeed. Amongst the group of 5, there was a man dressed in plain blue robes. He looked quite ordinary, but his aura was that of a true immortal. The Dongyan forefather was the pillar that held up the skies for the Dongyan clan. Nine Lotus was now the current clan leader for the Dongyan clan, and during the conclave of immortal destiny, Ning had personally seen the Dongyan forefather. However, back then he had merely been a celestial immortal. Who would have thought that when upon his next appearance, he was a pure young true immortal? Ning suddenly thought of what his master, Subhuti, had told him. He couldn't help but sigh to himself. The world of the Grand Xia truly is a world of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. My many fellow immortal, the Xia Emperor finally spoke out. Instantly, everyone looked at him. Ning no longer pondered on the Dongyan clan, also focusing on the Xia Emperor's words. I trust all of you, fellow immortals, know what our current situation is like. The black-robed Xia Emperor's voice was very somber. The Seamless Gate has summoned a storm that is sweeping through the entire Grand Xia. By now, hundreds of the weaker major worlds of the 3 realms have already been fully subjugated by them. In addition to those, more than 1,000 major worlds have been embroiled by the flames of war, and our Grand Xia has also become embroiled into a war against the Seamless Gate. Everyone felt heaviness in their hearts. Hundreds of major worlds had already been subjugated. They hadn't known this previously, before the Xia Emperor announced it. It must be understood that the 3 realms only had 3,000 major worlds to begin with. As for the trillion minor worlds, they were far, far weaker. Any clan or school could easily take over a minor world, which was why in the short run it didn't really matter who the minor worlds belonged to. The major worlds were the places where both sides were fighting. The Seamless Gate is indeed powerful. The Xia Emperor nodded. If we were weak and divided like a pile of loose sound, we would have been broken apart and defeated individually by them long ago. However, we are unified. The Xia Emperor's eyes flashed with divine light. The Seamless Gate's power is unfathomable, but we have the many Tao Fathers and Buddhas of the Taoist path and Buddhist Sangha behind us, as well as the many true gods who were born from the primordial chaos and many other major powers with unbelievable might. Our power is great as well. If the Seamless Gate was capable of completely suppressing us with force, they would have swept through and taken over the 3 realms long ago. They wouldn't have settled upon their current plan of launching sneak attacks everywhere in such a cautious manner. Everyone present nodded. The reason why so many celestial immortals had come was because they were all quite confident in their side. Their own alliance, after all, was an incredibly powerful one as well. They were also under the command of Tao Father Crimsonbright, who was under the command of Mother Nuwa. So many major powers. They made up a force of utterly inconceivably terrifying might. In war, there is triage. Some places have to be abandoned, while some places must be protected, the Xia Emperor said. Our power, although great, doesn't allow us to protect every single world of the 3,000 major worlds. Thus, we have to abandon a few of those places, allowing us to concentrate our strength to protect the important worlds. And the Grand Xia is one of the places we have to protect. The Xia Emperor's voice carried a terrifying, combative will within it. Everyone listening, however, felt uneasy. Most likely, the Empyrean God and true immortal rulers of the other conquered major worlds had said the same things to their subordinates, that their world had to be protected. Otherwise, how could they have convinced their celestial immortals to fight for them? The Xia Emperor swept his subjects with his gaze, understanding their concerns. He immediately said, "The karmic luck of our Grand Xia is one of the highest of all the 3,000 major worlds of the three realms. In the face of a tribulation like this, the war over karmic luck is a critically important component. Even the loss of 10 of those weaker major worlds wouldn't compare to our Grand Xia." Everyone below him nodded. This was definitely true. Thus, the Grand Xia absolutely not must be lost, the Xia Emperor said solemnly. In addition, our side already has 11,000 celestial immortals, and more than 1,000,000 loose immortals. The Xia Emperor continued. I have spoken with multiple true gods and Tao Fathers regarding how the Grand Xia shall defend against our foes. The many immortals all felt their hearts clench. Multiple true gods and Tao Fathers? They all listened attentively. 11,000 celestial immortals, more than 1,000,000 loose immortals. Although this figure was stunning, everyone had already guessed at it after seeing the veritable sea of loose immortals present. We have decided upon our plan, the Xia Emperor said. Of the 11,000 celestial immortals, 2,000 will be under my direct command. The other 9,000 will be divided up into 9 major armies, each of which will consist of 1,000 celestial immortals and 100,000 loose immortals. Every single army will train in the Heaven Punisher formation. During the conference, True God Xingtian personally agreed to transmit this grand formation to me. Xingtian, the Heaven Punisher? Everyone revealed a look of shock and joy. True God Xingtian was extremely famous in the three realms. He was a figure out of the oldest legends. Long ago, during the era of Pangu's world, Xingtian had been merely an Empyrean god, one of the mighty generals under the command of humanity's primordial imperial clan. Early on during the primordial era, although humans were a very powerful race and the human sovereign was acknowledged as a true emperor, the thousands of other races were all quite powerful as well. The monsters, for example, were only slightly weaker than the humans. Thus, the major powers had all worked together to establish the Celestial Court. As for the Celestial Emperor, his job was to assure peace between the various parties, so as to ensure the safety and stability of the primordial world. Back then, the human sovereign had been a truly dominating force. The Celestial Emperor, by contrast, was merely a mediator. During that era, Xingtian had a quarrel with the Celestial Emperor, resulting in him launching a direct assault against the Celestial Court. Xingtian was a general of the Imperial clan who was extremely skilled in battle. Although the Celestial Emperor had some Empyrean gods and true immortals by his side, they were unable to withstand Xingtian. In the end, the Celestial Emperor had been forced to go all out and also invite other Empyrean gods and true immortals to assist him before he had been able to suppress Xingtian. In the end, they actually managed to chop off Xingtian's head. Now, as a Fiendgod, Xingtian naturally wouldn't die after having his head severed. However, Xingtian was an excessively proud person. Much like how Taoist Three Lives had been unwilling to regrow his severed arm, Xingtian had been unwilling to regrow his head after it was cut off. Instead, he transformed his nipples into eyes and his belly button into his mouth. Who would have thought that as a result of that wild battle, Xingtian would actually break through from being an Empyrean god to the true god level? He had instantly executed the Celestial Emperor. The primordial imperial clan of humans had gained yet another true god. They were naturally delighted by this and were completely determined to protect Xingtian. The other major powers didn't quibble too much. After all, Xingtian had already become a true god, and that was that. They ended up just choosing a new Celestial Emperor. True God Xingtian, a member of the primordial imperial clan, had bestowed upon the Xia Emperor the Heaven Punisher formation. Clearly, he was standing alongside the Xia Emperor as well. The fact that the Xia Emperor had the primordial imperial clan behind him was yet another reason why all of these celestial immortals were willing to risk their lives for him. The primordial imperial clan was simply too strong. It had multiple major powers within its ranks, and the most ancient members, the human sovereigns, definitely were some of the most supreme figures of the three realms. The human sovereigns included many ancient figures, such as Suiren of the Flame and Shinong the Divine Farmer. Even the leaders of the Taoist path and the Buddhist way worked to befriend the human race. From this, one could tell how powerful the primordial imperial clan of humans was. The Heaven Punisher formation requires a commander, 1,000 celestial immortals, and 100,000 loose immortals working in unison, the Xia Emperor said. This enormous formation has the power to link into the energy of the natural world. The 100,000 loose immortals serve as a powerful foundation that will pull in natural energy from an area of 1,000,000 kilometers. The celestial immortals will guide them to use that energy to form a Xianxia divinity, which is so powerful that even Empyrean gods and true immortals will find hard to damage. Ning and the others sighed in amazement upon hearing this. What an incredible effort the Xia Emperor had made. If the loose immortals all struck out without coordination, without guidance, they would be completely and effortlessly slaughtered. However, once 100,000 loose immortals activated the power of the natural world, they would be able to make a much larger difference. It wasn't hard for a single loose immortal to fully activate the natural energy for an area of 10,000 kilometers. 100,000 loose immortals could definitely activate all of the energy for an area of 1,000,000 kilometers. So much natural energy. How terrifying that had to be. Not even Empyrean gods or true immortals were at such a ridiculous level of power. But of course, although the loose immortals could activate the energy, they wouldn't be able to control it. Thus, 1,000 celestial immortals were needed to provide guidance and to mobilize that energy, serving as the skeleton and spine. And of course, a commander was needed to serve as the head in charge of everything. Only then could the power of this mighty Heaven Punisher formation be unleashed. I will transmit to all the loose immortals the basic fundaments of the Heaven Punisher formation, the Xia Emperor said. But of course, I'll leave out the most important parts of it. I'll choose the commanders of the 9 armies from the 11,000 of you. The Xia Emperor looked downwards, and instantly everyone below him began to murmur. To command 1,000 celestial immortals and 100,000 loose immortals. Who wouldn't be willing to accept such an honor? All of them wanted to be commanders, not soldiers. They had thought that the Empyrean gods and true immortals would take up those positions. Who would have thought that the Xia Emperor would choose from the celestial immortals? The most important part of the Heaven Punisher formation is the activation of natural energy by the loose immortals. An Empyrean god or true god leading it wouldn't actually add that much power to it, the Xia Emperor said. Thus, I'm choosing from the celestial immortals. As for the true gods and Empyrean gods, at critical moments, they'll help you out and deal heavy blows to the seamless gate. I'll give you all half a month, the Xia Emperor said. During this period of time, you are to fully learn and understand the Heaven Punisher formation, and you'll have a chance to fight for the opportunity to become a commander. When the time comes, I'll send out 1,000 celestial immortals and 100,000 loose immortals, and give every contestant a chance to try to command them in a formation, the Xia Emperor said. The 9 celestial immortals who control the formation with the greatest amount of skill and allow it to unleash the most power will become the 9 commanders. Upon hearing his words, Ning and the others all felt persuaded. To let those who were able to unleash the most power from the formation become the commanders was quite fair. The 9 final commanders shall be taught the most important aspects of the Heaven Punisher formation, the Xia Emperor said. Without those parts, the formation can still be used, but the power will only be comparable to some other ancient formations. With those important parts, the power will be increased tens of times over. This formation was a secret of the primordial imperial clan. The important parts to it naturally could not be taught to just anyone and everyone. One bamboo slip after another was delivered to the tables of the celestial immortals. The many celestial immortals all poured their core sense into the bamboo slips, easily acquiring the Heaven Punisher formation. But of course, actually learning it would require some time. Everyone, you will only have half a month. When the time ends, Only those who have already fully learned the Heaven Punisher formation will have a chance to fight over the commander positions, the Xia Emperor said. All right, everyone. Hurry up and learn the Heaven Punisher formation. That night, 1,000,000 loose immortals were at the plaza below the Skylight Palace, all seated in the lotus position as they focused on learning the basics of the Heaven Punisher formation. As for the many celestial immortals, they remained at the main hall of the Skylight Palace. They, too, sat in the lotus position as they meditated on the Heaven Punisher formation. Ji Ning, Yue, Celestial Immortal Unity, Immortal Xianxia. All of them quietly sat there, meditating. In the blink of an eye, 9 days passed. The more than 10,000 celestial immortals remained seated in the lotus position within the main hall of the Skylight Palace. Around each of them hovered bloody runic seals. The same was true for Ji Ning. There were many bloody runes swirling around him, each of which contained a shocking battle intent. However, it seemed as though those runes were lacking in something. They continuously circled around Ning, and finally, after Ning manifested yet another rune, all of the bloody runes connected to each other, forming a complete whole as their warlike aura skyrocketed in power. Success. Ning opened his eyes, looking at the hovering runes. This Heaven Punisher formation is truly mysterious and profound. It actually took me 9 full days. However, it truly is a grand formation that is perfectly suited for combination attacks. It truly lives up to its reputation as a formation created by true god Xianxia, known as the primordial war god. Xianxia was often referred to as the primordial war god. He delighted in battle. When he made his breakthrough to become a true god, it was when his head had been chopped off and he had transformed his nipples into eyes and his belly button into his mouth, then continued to fight. From this, one could tell how savage and how warlike Xianxia was. Eh? Ning looked at his surroundings. Immortal Xianxia and Yue were both meditating, but Celestial Immortal Unity's seat was empty. Unity has already mastered it? Ning rose to his feet as well. The Skylight Palace was currently quite silent. Everyone was busy meditating. As for the Xia Emperor and the other 5 true immortals and Empyrean gods, they had left for now. The Xia Emperor and the others couldn't just sit there and do nothing for half a month, after all. Ning moved towards the outside of the main palace, soon seeing the celestial immortals floating on the clouds outside, chatting and laughing amongst themselves. Ning saw a total of 60 individuals. Apparently, these were the ones who had succeeded in learning the technique. If one had a very high level of comprehension abilities, one would be capable of learning the Heaven Punisher formation. But of course, if one had a very high level of insight into the Tao or an extremely deep level of insight into formations, one could also learn it in an incredibly short period of time. Fellow Taoist Dark North. Fellow Taoist Dark North mastered it as well? The reason why we were able to learn it so quickly was because we've lived for trillions of years. Fellow Taoist Dark North's comprehension abilities are truly staggering. The other celestial immortals laughed and praised. Ning smiled in acknowledgement. These 60 celestial immortals were elites. In fact, quite a few were comparable to Celestial Immortal Unity. Ji Ning. Unity walked over as well. I just finished learning it a short while ago. You were just a hair slower than me. It seems you'll be one of my major foes when it comes to competing for the commander positions. Don't praise me, fellow Taoist Unity. Ning shook his head. The world of the Grand Xia is filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. It won't be easy to rank in the top 9 out of more than 10,000 celestial immortals. Oh, right. There's something I need to speak to the Xia Emperor about. Go. Unity nodded. Ning immediately walked towards a nearby attendant, asking him to carry a message for him. I'll go notify the Xia Emperor right away. Immortal Dark North, please wait a moment. The attendant immediately departed to go report to the Xia Emperor. A side palace. The Xia Emperor was seated by himself before a table that was covered with a map of the entire Grand Xia. The Xia Emperor was staring intently at the map as the black-robed Ning walked in. There you are. The Xia Emperor raised his head. Respectful greetings to you, Imperial Majesty. Ning bowed. No need to stand on such ceremony in private, the Xia Emperor said with a laugh. You asked to see me in private. Is there something you need? Ning immediately said, Ji Ning has a boon to request, Imperial Majesty. Speak, the Xia Emperor said. Ning said, Ji Ning knows that the three realms are currently in a state of chaos, and so all loose immortals and celestial immortals must take part in the battle. However, I would like to ask you, Your Imperial Majesty, to help me and allow my Dao companion, Yu Wei, to refrain from taking part in battle. Refrain from taking part in battle? But, the Xia Emperor frowned. Why? My Dao companion is pregnant, Ning explained. If she takes too heavy a blow during a battle, she might be able to recover, as a celestial immortal, but the baby in her body might. The Xia Emperor instantly laughed. So the Rainbow Flame Fairy is pregnant? Why didn't you tell me? Very few people know about it. After all, it's just a pregnancy, Ning said. Ning hadn't made a big fuss about this, primarily because he was worried that others would take aim at Yu Wei. Thus, only the closest people to them knew about this matter. However, after Ning's primal twin's tribulation, his master Subhoodie had told him that so long as he told a second person about his secrets, there was a chance the Seamless Gate would find out. Thus, Ning understood that most likely the Seamless Gate already knew about Yu Wei's pregnancy. This naturally made him feel even more cautious. Don't worry. Since she's pregnant, we naturally won't ask the Rainbow Flame Fairy to take part in battle, the Xia Emperor said. However, after she finishes giving birth, she still has to take part in the war. No one can easily escape the flames of war. I understand. Ning nodded. Right at this moment, someone came in from outside. As though sensing the person, Ning glanced backwards. He immediately said, Respectful greetings to you, Senior Dongyan. The newcomer was True Immortal Dongyan. True Immortal Dongyan laughed. I heard, Ji Ning, that you had woken up from your meditations, and so I wanted to chat with you. I didn't expect you to be here with His Imperial Majesty. Might I ask what you wish of me, Senior? Ning asked. I simply wish to ask you to help me with something, True Immortal Dongyan said. Help you? Ning was surprised. Senior, you are far more powerful than me. True Immortal Dongyan shook his head. What use is that? In the face of this great storm, even major powers might fall. I was thinking, in the event of my death, I would like to ask you, Ji Ning, to help me out a little in taking care of and protecting Nine Lotus. You don't have to personally watch over her and protect her. Just help arrange for her protection. All I ask is that she be able to stay alive and safe. Ning was startled. Nine Lotus? Ning had severed his relationship with Nine Lotus long ago. However, within the Demon Heart world, the two of them had been together for 30,000 years. This had a significant impact on Ning. If I have the power to protect her, I naturally will. Nine Lotus is my senior apprentice sister. After all, Ning said. All I need are these words from you, Ji Ning. True Immortal Dongyan sighed. Dongyan, you are far too cautious, the Xia Emperor said. You became a pure young true immortal long ago, but always misguided others about it through your primal twin. Now that the storm has come and you are unable to avoid it, you've already sent all of your clansmen to your master's place. And yet, you still want to ask Ji Ning to help out as well. Ning was instantly surprised by these words. So the real Dongyan forefather had become a pure young true immortal long ago. The celestial immortal everyone had met had merely been a primal twin? If one's power is revealed, then one will die all the quicker when the storm comes. True Immortal Dongyan shook his head. Right, Shimong. Of the 11,000 celestial immortals, I imagine some are traitors for the Seamless Gate. If a traitor becomes one of the 9 commanders, Ning nodded, looking towards the Xia Emperor as well. Of course there are traitors. That's obvious. But what can you do about it? The Xia Emperor shook his head. The traitors are far too hard to discern. They can even swear oaths to the Tao of the heavens without being punished for breaking them. Many have made it all the way to the sides of our Tao fathers. I imagine that the traitors we've uncovered only make up a small portion of all the traitors. They've made it to the sides of our Tao fathers? They won't be punished for violating oaths to the Tao of the heavens. Ning was shocked. The Xia Emperor looked towards Ning, then nodded. Right? You are still quite weak. Your main goal right now is to train to prepare for the Empyrean tribulation and become an Empyrean god. Thus, there are many things which your master has probably not informed you about. Once you do become an Empyrean god, you'll know all these things. The Seamless Gate. Their abilities are beyond what you can imagine. The Seamless Gate. The Seamless Gate. In terms of their intelligence abilities and their infiltrating abilities, they truly do leave no seam untouched. Ning shivered. Puzzled, he asked, but why is it that they can violate oaths to the Tao of the heavens? That makes no sense. Why doesn't it make sense? Tao Fathers have all mastered heavenly Taos and are in control of them. Oaths to the Tao of the heavens are useless when made by them, the Xia Emperor said. Since oaths to the Tao of the heavens are useless when made by Tao Fathers, naturally, there are others for whom they are useless as well. However, not just anyone is capable of this, but clearly the Seamless Gate is. They are able to know of every single celestial tribulation. They are able to ignore oaths to the Tao of the heavens. They even number amongst their ranks disciples of the leaders of the Taoist path and the Buddhist Sangha, the Xia Emperor side. The two leaders of the Taoist path and the Buddhist Sangha possess unfathomable abilities. They were able to detect some flaws and identify some traitors. However, those ones they found most likely only make up a tiny fraction of the total number of traitors. The Xia Emperor sighed again. Thus, this is a true tribulation for the three realms. Ning nodded. Right. Even people like his master, Subhuti, were behaving with the utmost caution. The Seamless Gate. It was far too mysterious, and its abilities were far too unfathomable. In fact, Ning had the feeling that it was as though the Seamless Gate was in control of the laws of heaven and earth. They were able to locate any celestial tribulation, and oaths to the Tao of the heavens was useless to them. I will naturally be very, very cautious in choosing the 9 commanders, the Xia Emperor said. No matter what, I cannot let one of those positions enter the hands of a traitor. However, although there might be a few traitors amongst the 11,000, the chances of one of them becoming the top 9 are quite low. I'll be extremely careful in my investigations, and if I detect anything out of place at all, I'll immediately apprehend them. Soon, the 15 days given to the celestial immortals to meditate on the Heaven Punisher formation came to an end. The Skylight Palace, the main hall. The Xia Emperor was seated high up on his throne, staring down at his subjects. Smiling, he said, "Fellow immortals, the 15 days have passed. I trust that you have all mastered at least the advanced scroll of the Heaven Punisher formation." All the celestial immortals present laughed. The Heaven Punisher formation was divided into the basic level, the advanced level, and the complete level. The basic level was for loose immortals to learn. It was very simple, and even loose immortals would only need a single day to learn it. Learning the advanced level was a bit tougher, but for celestial immortals, even the slowest of them would only need 2 days to master it. Mastering the complete Heaven Punisher formation, however, was thousands of times more difficult. Those of you who have mastered the complete Heaven Punisher formation, come to the center of the palace, the Xia Emperor said. One person after another began to rise to their feet. Ji Ning and Celestial Immortal Unity rose to their feet as well, walking to the center. An entire group of Celestial Immortals now stood at the heart of the palace. A total of 359. The Xia Emperor laughed. If there was one more, we would have a perfect 360-degree circle. Still, perfection is rare in this world. My 359 fellow immortals, I'd like to ask you to make your preparations now. In 2 hours, I will have each of you attempt to command 1,000 celestial immortals and 100,000 loose immortals in assuming the Heaven Punisher formation. I'll test the power of the Heaven Punisher formations you command, and the most powerful 9 will become the 9 commanders. A short while later, the Imperial Plaza below the palace. More than 1 million loose immortals were gathered here. One truly could see no end to them. By now, the loose immortals had all parted, allowing for an empty area with a circumference of 1,000 kilometers appear amongst them. At the edges around this empty area, there stood more than 11,000 celestial immortals as well as the Xia Emperor. 1,000 celestial immortals, 100,000 loose immortals, enter the field, the Xia Emperor ordered. The pre-selected celestial immortals and loose immortals flew into the empty field in an awe-inspiring manner. Fellow immortal Northstar shall be the first one, the Xia Emperor said. Celestial immortal Northstar immediately said respectfully, yes. He stepped into the empty region, and as he did, a blurry aura of light instantly covered the field, forming into an enormous grand sealing formation. The Xia Emperor and the million loose immortals watched from outside the grand sealing formation. Within the formation, this quite famous immortal Northstar, dressed in stellar Taoist robes, gave an order to the 1,000 celestial immortals and 100,000 loose immortals next to him. I'll have to trouble you all, fellow Taoists. Assemble the formation. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 1,000 celestial immortals and 100,000 loose immortals all flew into the air in unison. When the Xia Emperor had selected them, he had also assigned them each a location within the grand formation. In truth, it was quite simple. Each celestial immortal controlled 100 loose immortals, who would do whatever the celestial immortal ordered. The 1,000 celestial immortals, in turn, followed the lead of immortal Northstar. Thus, the Heaven Punisher formation was quite stable. The immortals all hovered there in midair, and then bloody runes began to emerge from their bodies, causing a shockingly powerful warlike aura to emerge. Boom! A blood-red aura suddenly burst out of the grand sealing formation, but it didn't damage it in the slightest. Countless lines of bloody red light began to converge, merging together to form a dark red giant. And then, the colors of the world seemed to change. An enormous whirlpool appeared in the air above the entire imperial capital. It spread more than 1,000,000 kilometers, ravenously drawing in all of the surrounding natural energy. In almost the blink of an eye, a completely void of 1,000,000 kilometers was created. All of the energy in that region had been drawn into the sealing formation, into the blurry giant's body. Instantly, the blurry form of the giant began to stabilize. The giant was 30,000 meters tall, and he looked like he had an absolutely enormous head, as well as a pair of muscular arms and powerful legs. However, if one took a careful look, one would see that the massive head was actually the giant's entire upper torso. The nipples were the eyes, while the belly button was the mouth. The entire upper body was like a giant, savage, snarling face that had a vague resemblance to celestial immortal Northstars. So this is Xingtian, the Heaven Punisher? Ning and the others all sighed in amazement. 1,001 celestial immortals, along with 100,000 loose immortals, were all located within the body of this Heaven Punisher. The enormous Heaven Punisher, formed from the energy of the surrounding area, had an aura of such power that it surpassed the aura of most Empyrean gods and true immortals. It looks strong, but its power is rather hollow. Celestial immortal unity evaluated. Clearly, the enormous amount of natural energy hasn't been applied perfectly. A bit is leaking out. To be able to perfectly control such an enormous amount of natural energy is too difficult. Even the most powerful of celestial immortals can only do their best. Ning could see and sense how massive this concentration of power was. If someone was capable of controlling all of this power with absolute perfection, even Empyrean gods and true immortals would have no choice but to flee in the face of it. Alas, even a pure young true immortal controlling the formation wouldn't be able to perfectly control it. Fellow immortal Northstar, the Xia Emperor located outside the formation, spoke out. Swish. A white-robed Xia Emperor appeared out of nowhere. The white-robed Xia Emperor walked towards the grand sealing formation, which didn't impede him in the slightest, allowing him to enter. Imperial Majesty. The massive Northstar Heaven Punisher called out respectfully to him. The Heaven Punisher's entire body was dark red. He was only clad in furs which covered his waist and his groin. A blood-red aura radiated from his entire massive body, It was the manifestation of his warlike intent, made corporeal. First, familiarize yourself a bit first, the white-robed Xia Emperor said. Yes, the North Star Heaven Punisher said respectfully. Natural energy continued to ripple over the body of the massive Heaven Punisher, slowly stabilizing as the Heaven Punisher's form grew more solid. The aura emanating from it, however, actually shrank considerably. But then, everything came to a halt. Clearly, this Heaven Punisher was unable to strengthen any further. The white-robed Xia Emperor nodded. Prepare. He waved his hand, and an enormous pile of black rocks suddenly appeared, stacked up on each other in neat layers like a small mountain. However, hints of golden light could be seen from within the black rocks, causing them to have a mysterious aura. This is Chaos Goldstone, the white-robed Xia Emperor said. There are a total of 10 pieces piled up here. Use your full power to chop down upon the stones here with your palm. The more power your Heaven Punisher is able to split open, the more stones you will be able to split open. The other fellow immortals who command the Heaven Punisher formation will also be assigned the task of splitting these stones open. Chaos Goldstones? But we haven't been taught the critical components to the Heaven Punisher formation yet. Will we be able to break them open? Celestial Immortal Unity, located outside the formation, was a bit worried now. Hard to say. Ning wasn't certain either. He naturally knew a bit about Chaos Goldstones. The fifth cycle of the Star-Seizing Hand required many 5 elements treasures, and Chaos Goldstones could be used to satisfy the metal element requirements. True gods and Tao fathers harvested them from the infinite primordial chaos. They were incredibly tough, and generally speaking only Empyrean gods or true immortals were capable of damaging them. For Empyrean gods and true immortals, the value of Chaos Goldstones lay in the fact that if one refined them, one would be able to extract Chaos Gold essence from them. The stones were completely black, but their surface glimmered with faint dots of golden light. These dots of golden light were Chaos Gold essence. These 10 enormous pieces of Chaos Goldstone, nearly 3,000 meters long, if one refined and smelted them, the amount of Chaos Gold essence that would be produced would most likely be the size of a human fingernail. Chaos Gold essence was something which even true gods and Tao fathers would find hard to damage. It could only be used in smelting and forging if one had very special forging equipment and special techniques to melt them. They were truly top-grade ingredients, generally used in the most top-grade of pure yang artifacts. If one mixed in just a little Chaos Gold essence into those artifacts, they would become nigh indestructible. Begin, the white-robed Xia Emperor ordered. 1,000,000 immortals outside the formation watched as the North Star Heaven Punisher raised his enormous palm. That massive palm was like a giant axe, the edge becoming the axe blade as it chopped straight downwards. Ripples in space appeared in the area around his palm, pushing out in 2 opposite directions. However, his power was clearly still being held back. Otherwise, space would have been torn apart long ago. Boom! The enormous palm hacked straight down against the 10 massive pieces of Chaos Goldstone. Instantly, the entire Imperial Plaza trembled. However, since this was the most stable and secure location in the entire Grand Xia dynasty, it wasn't damaged in the slightest. How'd he do? He broke it. He broke it. He seems to have broken 4 pieces. The 1,000,000 immortals stared, all sighing in disbelief. To be able to shatter 4 pieces of Chaos Goldstone, despite how tough they were. It could be said that even without knowing the critical parts to the formation, the North Star Heaven Punisher was definitely at the power level of an Empyrean god or true immortal. Ning had to admit, this Heaven Punisher was considerably stronger than his own true body, which had just barely reached the minimum level of power for Empyrean gods or true immortals. And this was without knowing the most important parts to the formation. 4 pieces shattered, some damage to the 5th piece. The white-robed Xia Emperor nodded. All right, next shall be fellow immortal all-truth. The Grand Sealing formation was temporarily dispelled. The Heaven Punisher formation disassembled. The 100,000 loose immortals and 1,001 celestial immortals all appeared. Celestial Immortal North Star first bowed towards the white-robed Xia Emperor, then walked out of the Grand Sealing formation. As he did, a tall, skinny, ashen-faced elder walked into the formation. Each of the 359 celestial immortals had a chance to test themselves. The first testee, Celestial Immortal Northstar, was actually quite formidable. Most of those who came after him were only able to break 3 pieces. Fellow Immortal Unity. The white-robed Xia Emperor glanced outside. I'm going to give it a try. Unity gave Ning a smile, then walked towards the grand ceiling formation. Ning watched closely. Unity was the 192nd testee. The most powerful celestial immortal to date had, amazingly enough, been able to shatter 6 pieces of Chaos Goldstone. She was a female immortal, celestial immortal Rainsor of the Skyfarmer clan. She was a tremendously famous pill-refining expert, but she wasn't particularly well known for her combat abilities. And yet, till now she was the most powerful person to be tested. I wonder how Celestial Immortal Unity will do, Yue wondered. Senior Unity's power is formidable, Ning said. I trust his results shall be extraordinary. Rumble. A Heaven Punisher once more took form within the formation. After familiarizing himself with the technique, the Unity Heaven Punisher was given the nod by the white-robed Xia Emperor. He, too, lifted up his massive right palm, then hacked downwards towards the pile of Chaos Goldstone. Boom! Yet another, now familiar, exploding sound. By now, most likely all of the dwellers within the imperial capital of the Grand Xia had gotten used to this sort of explosion, because there had been nearly 200 of them by now. Ning took a careful look, only to see that only 4 pieces of the 10 Chaos Goldstones remained undamaged. 6 pieces. Ning called out in delight. He truly is formidable. He's comparable to Celestial Immortal Rainsor. Yue was surprised and delighted as well. Truly formidable. Impressive. Immortal Diansai was excited as well. There were so many celestial immortals here, quite a few of whom were almost as powerful as pure Yang True Immortals. However, it truly was hard to say which of them would be able to unleash the most power from the Heaven Punisher formation. The million immortals all sighed in praise as well. Within the formation, the white-robed Xia Emperor nodded. 6 shattered pieces, with the 7th piece slightly damaged. You are very close to fellow Immortal Rainsor. You are just a tiny bit weaker. You rank 2nd amongst the 192 fellow immortals who have tested so far. The formation dispersed, allowing Celestial Immortal Unity to fly out. A look of delight was in his eyes. To rank 2nd amongst 192 celestial immortals meant that he had a very good chance of ranking in the top 9 of the 359 total celestial immortals. But of course, it was also possible that he was just unlucky, and that the later figures would all be incredibly powerful. If that was the case, there was nothing he could do. One celestial immortal after another went forward as the tests continued. Why isn't it your turn yet, junior apprentice brother? Yue was getting a bit impatient. No rush. There will always be some who come first and some who come later, Ning said. The Xia Emperor most likely had a very high opinion of Ning, which was why he had put Ning towards the rear, as part of a grand finale. By now, more than 300 celestial immortals had made their tests. A total of 5 celestial immortals had shattered 6 pieces of Chaos Goldstone. Fellow Immortal Ji Ning, please step forward, the white-robed Xia Emperor said. Ji Ning. Ji Ning is up. Immortal Dark North, Ji Ning? Supposedly, his true body was, at the void level, capable of resisting 9 mighty celestial immortals by himself. He's the disciple of a Tao Father, and by the looks of it, his primal twin has overcome the tribulation and become a celestial immortal. I was actually watching Ji Ning during the conclave of Immortal Destiny. He truly is a monstrously talented genius. However, fellow Daoist Ji Ning has trained for a fairly short period of time. I don't know if he's capable of controlling this Heaven Punisher formation well or not. The plaza was immediately filled with discussions regarding Ning. After all, Ning was quite well known amongst the 10,000-plus celestial immortals. As they saw it, perhaps Ji Ning wasn't particularly strong right now, but in the future he would probably surpass them. Within the formation, fellow Taoists, Thank you for your help, Ning said towards the 1,000 celestial immortals and 100,000 loose immortals. Assemble the formation. Ning immediately soared upwards, flying into the air as 1,000 celestial immortals followed him, scattering all around him. As for the 100,000 loose immortals, they in turn followed their respective celestial immortal leaders. An enormous number of bloody runes appeared, all of which began to gather together and form into a blurry, dark red giant. The surrounding natural energy began to furiously flow towards them. An enormous, 30,000-meter-tall Heaven Punisher quickly took shape, one whose face was rather similar to Ning's. This feeling such tremendous power, Ning sighed in amazement. The flood of power flowing through him was beyond what he could truly control. All he could do was to try and control it as best he could. Fellow immortal Ji Ning, familiarize yourself with it first. The white-robed Xia Emperor smiled. Every loose immortal was very weak, but the amount of natural energy 100,000 loose immortals could summon. Finally, Ji Ning had a taste of it for himself. Even though 1,000 celestial immortals were guiding and taming the energy, making it so that it wasn't too unruly or chaotic, Ning still could sense how tough it would be to control it. Controlling the power of the Heaven Punisher formation is like controlling the Greater Thousand Swords formation. Ning sighed. The Greater Thousand Swords formation. The more immortal swords one used, the more difficult it was to control the formation. This was especially true now that Ning used 9 top-grade pure yang flying swords, the Ananda World Swords, as the heart of his Greater Thousand Swords formation. Although his heart force was incredibly powerful, which was of use to him in controlling these magic treasures, Ning was still only able to just barely activate the first level of the Greater Thousand Swords formation. The main reason for this was that those 9 Ananda World Swords were simply far, far too powerful. It must be understood that not even most pure Yang true immortals would be lucky enough to acquire such a complete set of top-grade pure Yang swords. Thus, one could imagine how hard it was to control them. The only reason why Ning was able to do so despite being merely at the celestial immortal level was because his heart force had reached the 3rd stage, ruler. Although Ning hadn't yet learned the way to apply heart force to his soul, the more powerful one's heart force was, the more flying swords one could control. This was similar to an unskilled strongman wielding a sword. The stronger he was, the heavier his sword could be. The application of heart force to the soul was like a matter of technique. With the proper technique, the strongman would be able to wield even heavier swords, while also allowing the power of his sword arts to explosively increase. This was the difference a good technique could make. Right now, Ning was completely relying on his heart force to brute force things for him. Push! A flood of energy circulated throughout the Heaven Punisher as Ning took control over it. He slowly grew familiar with its power and gained experience with it. In truth, it really wasn't that different from controlling one of his sword formations. The white-robed Xia Emperor put away the earlier, shattered Chaos Goldstones, then placed 10 more undamaged pieces on the ground. The Chaos Goldstones all glimmered with golden light, filled with beauty and magnetism. You can begin. After watching Ning familiarize himself for a few moments, the white-robed Xia Emperor gave the order. Rumble. The Dark North Heaven Punisher took a single step forward, lifting up his thick, powerful right arm. The attention of the million-plus immortals located outside the formation was all focused on this massive arm, many thousands of meters long. Rumble. The enormous palm hacked down like a massive great axe, chopping downwards with irresistible might. It was like Pangu splitting open the cosmic egg of primordial chaos and establishing the universe. Spatial ripples appeared around the palm, pushing out in 2 directions like waves. The enormous, dark red axe hand carried awe-inspiring might as it chopped downwards like a hatchet towards the mountain of chaos goldstone. Boom! An enormous collision, followed by a shockwave that blasted out in every direction. When the shockwave struck against the grand ceiling formation, a series of booming sounds could be heard. When the million-plus immortals outside the formation heard those sounds, they were all tremendously shocked. Such power! This level of power, it's definitely the strongest thus far. This Ji Ning truly is extraordinary. Monster. What a monster! I wonder how many pieces of Chaos Goldstone he broke apart? The immortals all sighed in amazement. In their hearts, Ji Ning truly was a peerless monster. They had thought that he wouldn't necessarily be that impressive in commanding the Heaven Punisher formation, but who would have thought that he had most likely surpassed all of the celestial immortals who had come before him. They all took a careful look. The shockwaves dispersed. Only now could they see that the mountain of Chaos Goldstone was an absolute mess. There were so many shattered pieces of stone that they couldn't even tell how many were broken. Is that 8 pieces? Maybe 9. The million-plus immortals tried their best to discern how many pieces there were, but found it hard because so many shattered bits of rocks were obstructing their view. The white-robed Xia Emperor waved his hand, and instantly all of the shattered bits flew to one side, revealing a completely undamaged piece of Chaos Goldstone, as well as a second piece that was covered with cracks. 8 pieces shattered, the 9th piece nearly completely shattered. The white-robed Xia Emperor revealed a smile. Fellow Immortal Ji Ning truly is formidable. You've already become number 1 amongst the 330 immortals who have tested thus far. In his heart, the white-robed Xia Emperor sighed to himself. Ji Ning truly is incredible. For celestial immortals, using the Heaven Punisher formation to break 6 pieces of Chaos Goldstone should be their limit. Only an inconceivable monster like Ji Ning could release such extraordinary power. From 6 pieces to 8 pieces. There was only an increase of 2 pieces, true, but the power of the palm blow was being ablated with each layer. This meant that Ning's Heaven Punisher's power was 2 entire levels above that of the other Heaven Punishers. This was because of heart force. His powerful heart force allowed him to control more of the natural energy of heaven and earth. If he had fully mastered heart force and applied it to his soul, he would have been able to control an even more astonishing amount of power. Rumble. The Dark North Heaven Punisher completely vanished, revealing 1,001 celestial immortals and 100,000 loose immortals. Ning immediately flew out, then said with a smile, "Thank you, fellow Taoists." Ji Ning. The white-robed Xia Emperor laughed. "Unless something unexpected happens, you'll be one of the 9 generals. But of course, if 9 of the remaining 29 are more powerful than you, then there's nothing for it. If that really is the case, it would be a blessing for our Grand Xia," Ning said. The Xia Emperor laughed loudly, then said, "All right, next is fellow Immortal Dustfloat." The person who came after Ning, Immortal Dustfloat, actually startled everyone quite badly, because he was able to just barely succeed in smashing the 7th piece of Chaos Goldstone. This caused many immortals to feel shocked. Could it be that there really was a group of incredibly powerful celestial immortals located at the end, some of whom would surpass Ji Ning? However, as time passed and the tests proceeded, they quickly saw that although the Xia Emperor had indeed arranged for some of the particularly famous and powerful celestial immortals to be placed towards the end, none of them were more powerful than Ji Ning. In fact, none of them were even as powerful as Celestial Immortal Dustfloat. The trials for the 359 celestial immortals took a total of 2 days, ending by nightfall of the 2nd day. The ranking was 1. Celestial Immortal Dark North, Ji Ning. 2. Celestial Immortal Dustfloat. 3. Celestial Immortal Loachwater. 4. Celestial Immortal Rainsoar. 5. Celestial Immortal Allbeasts. 6. Celestial Immortal Unity. 7. Celestial Immortal Rainbow. 8. Celestial Immortal Thousand Needles. 9. Celestial Immortal Wacko. It was actually quite strange. Ning had shattered 8 plates of Chaos Goldstone, while Celestial Immortal Dustfloat had shattered 7. The rest of the 9 had shattered 6 pieces, while the 10th had shattered 5 pieces. These 1,000 celestial immortals and 100,000 loose immortals shall be commanded by fellow Immortal Wacko. They shall be the Wacko Armied. The Xia Emperor began to assign responsibilities. Upon hearing the name, quite a few of immortals were unable to control their laughter. This army's name didn't have any hint of an immortal's aura at all. These next 1,000 celestial immortals and 100,000 loose immortals shall be commanded by fellow Immortal Thousand Needles. They shall be the 1,000 Needles Army. These next 1,000 celestial immortals and 100,000 loose immortals shall be commanded by fellow immortal Dark North. They shall be the Dark North army. Alright, the 9 armies have been set. The remaining celestial immortals and loose immortals shall be under my command, the Xia Emperor said. 9 generals, come with me. All other immortals, you can go rest with your fellows in the same army. The Xia Emperor immediately flew away on a cloud towards the Skylight Palace. The 5 true immortals followed him, as did Ning and the rest of the 9. Within a graceful hall inside the Skylight Palace. Sit, all of you. The Xia Emperor sat down with a smile. Everyone else sat down as well. The 5 true immortals were naturally seated closest to the Xia Emperor. Next was Ji Ning and the rest of the 9, who seated themselves in accordance with their ranking. These are the critical parts to the Heaven Punisher formation. Hurry up and learn them. Meditate well. The Xia Emperor waved his hand, and instantly 9 dark red medallions flew towards Ning and the other 8. True God Xingtian personally forged these, imprinting his technique within them. These medallions were the size of a palm. They were dark red, and covered with a savage-looking diagram. The 9 medallions hovered in the air in front of Ning and the rest of the 9. They naturally reached out to grab them, then filled them with their core sense. Soon, they completely memorized all of the information contained within it. You can keep the medallions. The Xia Emperor sighed. All of you have fearlessly volunteered to command my many immortals to do battle against the Seamless Gate. If you manage to survive, you can use the medallion to go visit True God Xingtian, and pick a single technique of your choice from his Tao repository. Alternately, you can choose any pure Yang treasure or protocosmic spirit treasure from his treasury. Ning remained quite calm, but the other celestial immortals began to feel the fires of desire blaze in their hearts. After all, none of them were a Deofather's disciple. There were many divine abilities and secret arts which they did not have access to. Meditate well, the Xia Emperor repeated, his gaze dark and gloomy. I fear that not too long from now, the Seamless Gate will launch the war. The world of the Grand Xia. White Pole Commandery was a very remote commandery. Generally speaking, the more remote a fief was, the larger in size it was. It was nightfall. An enormous, towering black citadel was hovering in the air above White Pole City. The levitating black citadel was a full size larger than even White Pole City itself. It was completely black, and around it hovered a large number of chains. These countless chains filled the space around it, seeming to lock the citadel here as an anchor kept a ship locked in place in the sea. The walls of the black citadel were filled with many roving black armored soldiers. Within the citadel itself, there was a tightly patrolled military headquarters, as well as some towering palaces. The largest open area within the black citadel was covered with a veritable sea of immortals, all seated in the lotus position. These were loose immortals, and one could see no end to them. At the very front of the plaza, there were 3 enormous, fog-shrouded caverns that were 300 meters tall. The dark cavern entrances led to a mysterious, terrifying location. It's said that those caves lead to the legendary 5th world. The Patriarch said that the celestial immortals within the 5th world are numerous beyond measure. There's even many true immortals and Empyrean gods there. If the 5th world released its full power, it would effortlessly wipe out the entire Grand Xia. So why don't they? Supposedly, the 5th world is battling against many major worlds right now. The countless loose immortals were all secretly chatting with each other. Within the tallest tower of the levitating black citadel, thousands of celestial immortals were seated in the lotus position within this palace. Black, watery runes were emanating from their bodies as they quietly, calmly meditated and trained. At the very front of this palace sat the gatemaster of the Seamless Gate, Azure Fox, as well as the other Empyrean gods and true immortals. There were a total of 8 of them. The Seamless Gate alone had 4, whereas the Myriad Demons Cavern and Bloodcloud Hall had thus far only produced their respective leaders, their other experts having yet to arrive. True immortal White Pole, a white-browed, icy-looking man, was also present, along with a black-robed, black-haired, red-eyed elder. After many years of subterfuge and decades of instigations, nearly 3,000 celestial immortals of the Grand Xia have joined us, Gatemaster Azurefox said with a smile. We now have 3,000 more, while Shimong has 3,000 left. That means the balance has been shifted by 6,000. Our seamless gate is also gathering in some scattered pockets of power located throughout our other major worlds as well. Once these 3,000 celestial immortals have mastered the true art of Chaos Water, it will be time to launch the assault. Senior Apprentice Brother Whitepole, we'll rely on your leadership. I've been waiting countless eons for this day, the white-browed true immortal Whitepole said in a cold voice. In this campaign against the Grand Xia, true immortal Whitepole said coldly, everyone has tasks to accomplish. If someone makes a mistake, don't blame me when I report it to Master. Fellow Taoist Whitepole, don't worry. The conquest of the Grand Xia is the most important mission we have been assigned. The Cave Master of the Myriad Demons Cave said. None of us will slack off. Fellow Taoist, don't worry. The Hall Master of Bloodcloud Hall said with a merry smile as well. Senior Apprentice Brother, just watch and see what we can do. We absolutely must conquer the Grand Xia. Gatemaster Azurefox chimed in as well. True immortal Whitepole nodded lightly. Good. Since Master has assigned me to lead the conquest of the Grand Xia, I truly do not wish to lose. I'm going to win this battle, even if it costs me my life. The other 7 true immortals all exchanged glances, murmuring to themselves in secret. True immortal Whitepole was indeed very powerful, but he was excessively stubborn. The feud he had with the Xia Emperor wasn't a small one, but it wasn't a major one either. Generally speaking, pure young true immortals were broad-minded and would long ago forget about such a feud. True immortal Whitepole, however, insisted on remembering it, and had even bided his time for so long. As soon as the God King had whispered to him, he had been so narrow-minded and laser-focused on revenge that he had immediately joined the God King. He had trained bitterly for countless years, and was now incredibly powerful. Although those in the outside world didn't know exactly how powerful he was, Gatemaster Azurefox and the others did. In addition, this man had fortified Whitepole City to a nigh impregnable level, and was also extremely skilled in biding his time. He was indeed an excellent choice as commander. The conquest of the Grand Xia was incredibly important, and so the God King had assigned this mission to true immortal Whitepole, ordering Gatemaster Azurefox, the Cave Master, and the Hall Master to act as his assistants. A world of fiery red flames. Massive, towering figures were striding about on the surface of this world. Some of them were 3,000 meters tall, while others were 30,000 meters tall. Their appearances were all varied and different. Some had 8 arms, some had 3 heads, while some looked like beasts. They were all filled with massive, billowing amounts of divine power, using it to block the terrible heat of this world. Life really is wonderful these days, a green-haired cyclopean giant said with a sigh as he sat there on the scorching ground. Although the scorching heat of the ground was causing his skin to crackle, he still had a look of contentment on his face. The Xia Emperor has imprisoned us for countless years, and has been torturing us all this time. Why has he stopped recently? A nearby red-haired giant asked, puzzled. Although the environment remained a terrible one, things were far better than they had been in the past. The blazing heat, the lava-like ground, these were all minor matters. It must be understood that a few decades before this, each and every one of them regularly underwent torture that caused their bodies to break apart. Fortunately, however, their Fiendgod bodies were able to heal from it, but even so, it was a life worse than death. Compared to that, life was currently quite comfortable indeed. Rumble. In the air above this world, a massive spatial hole suddenly appeared. From within the spatial hole emerged a muscular, black-robed human figure. It was the Xia Emperor. Instantly, the countless fiend gods within this vast area all raised their heads. All their gazes were focused upon the Xia Emperor. It's the Xia Emperor. Damn. Why the hell have you come? Shimong. Have you come to humiliate us some more? Countless furious roars rang out from throughout the land. The black-robed Xia Emperor stood there in the air, staring down at the countless fiend-gods. Long ago, during the Fiendgod era, the humans had won a great victory. Many ordinary cultivators believed the defeated fiend-gods to have been slain, but in reality, only a small number of them actually had. Most had instead been imprisoned. For example, the young Flame clan had imprisoned some as well. Once properly tamed, these fiend-gods would become loyal servants that would live for countless years. They had unlimited lifespans. Who would be willing to so casually kill such potentially useful servants? The Xia Emperor and the others had relocated here from Pangu's world. After all, they held enormous advantages over these local fiend-gods. At first, they had slowly and patiently collected and tamed the local fiend-gods, until one day the local fiend-gods had given birth to an Empyrean god. The humans hadn't dared to be negligent, and so had joined forces to completely suppress the fiend-gods. A few top-tier clans had been given a few fiend-gods, but 99% of the captured fiend-gods had all been imprisoned by the Xia Emperor. Countless years of torment had indeed caused a portion of the fiend-gods to submit. The 4 void-level fiend-gods that guarded the imperial gates for the Xia Emperor were good examples. The unbowed fiend-gods, however, made up the vast majority, and the Empyrean god was one of them. And so, they had remained imprisoned here by the Xia Emperor for this entire period of time. Logically speaking, an Empyrean god would be considered a powerful expert of the 3 realms, and so Empyrean gods would generally only be imprisoned for a short period of time. It was quite rare to see one be imprisoned for so long. Fortunately for the Xia Emperor, his status was quite special, and the Empyrean god in question hadn't had any backers, which was why the Xia Emperor had been able to keep him here for so long. Xia Mong! A furious roar rang out. A towering, mountain-like figure soared into the skies. The figure had long, unbound hair and radiated an aura of infinite cold. His eyes flashed with jade-green light, and his upper body was completely unclad. The only thing he wore was a fur loincloth. He stood there coldly in midair, staring angrily at the Xia Emperor. "Why have you come?" On one. Not even he was a match for the Xia Emperor. However, there was a veritable ocean of fiend-gods here, and yet, although logically speaking their power should have been able to completely swamp the Xia Emperor, they were in a prison world that was actually a protocosmic spirit treasure. As the master of this treasure, the Xia Emperor didn't even have to fight against them. All he had to do was activate the might of the treasure, and all of the fiend-gods would suffer pain that would make them wish for death. Empyrean god Cold Savage, have you been enjoying life lately? The black-robed Xia Emperor laughed calmly. Humph! Empyrean god Cold Savage sneered. These little fellows have enjoyed a few decades of comfort, and so they are all quite delighted. However, they've forgotten that we fiend-gods once flew through the vast world above. That vast world is our true world, our true land. You outsiders, you invaders, you took away our land, you killed our kinsmen, and you captured us and tortured us for the sake of making us become your servants and slaves. Empyrean god Cold Savage's voice rang out throughout this fiery world. Grarer! Detestable Xia Emperor! Die! Instantly, countless fiend-gods bellowed out in unison. The Xia Emperor remained placid. Smiling, he shook his head. You are wrong, ridiculously wrong. This isn't your land. Countless years ago, the only thing which existed was the primordial chaos. Pangu split it apart, establishing heaven and earth, resulting in the creation of the primordial Pangu's world. Afterwards, Maiden Nuwa created a race using Pangu as the template. That race was us, the humans. We are the heirs to Pangu and Nuwa. Naturally, we are meant to flourish. We humans rose to prominence in the primordial era, then became the true powers of Pangu's world. Afterwards, a storm came that caused the primordial world to shatter. Only then arose the 3,000 major worlds and the trillion minor worlds. And so, to be precise, even the world of the Grand Xia is nothing more than a tiny piece of the shattered Pangu's world. So you tell me, are humans the owners and masters of the Grand Xia? Or are you fiend-gods? The black-robed Xia Emperor asked calmly. We were born here and we grew up here. Naturally, we are the owners of this place. Empyrean god Cold Savage roared angrily. Ours? Ours. Damnable humans. Countless fiend-gods echoed in furious unison. The black-robed Xia Emperor said calmly, I can't be bothered to quibble with you about this. The victor becomes hailed as king, while the defeated are cursed as bandits. You have all been imprisoned here for countless years, never to see the light of day. But now, I'll give you a chance. If you are willing to serve me and labor on my behalf for 100,000 years, then after that period of time, I'll give you back your freedom. His voice rang out, echoing throughout this world. Freedom. The countless fiend gods were all stunned. They deeply desired freedom, but the Xia Emperor had never promised it to them a single time, despite having imprisoned them here for countless ages. Instead, he had always demanded that they become his eternal servants and slaves, which was why they had never assented. And in truth, during an ordinary era of peace, 100,000 years was an extremely short period of time. To have so many fiend gods be servants for a mere 100,000 years was pointless. Xia Emperor, are you deceiving us? Empyrean god Cold Savage frowned. No, the Xia Emperor shook his head. I can swear an oath to the Tao of the heavens. I imagine that after 100,000 years, you'll give us our freedom, then immediately slaughter us. Empyrean god Cold Savage said angrily. Even if you don't, other humans will act against us. The Xia Emperor laughed. I told you, I'll give you your freedom. In fact, I can even promise that I will give you your own territory from within the land I control, allowing you to live peaceful lives there. So long as you do not revolt and do not act against humans, you'll be able to live there in peace. Instantly, all the fiend gods grew excited. They knew exactly how powerful the humans were. After all, they had seen humanity's fist and had tasted its formidableness. Just 100,000 years? Empyrean god Cold Savage said. I can swear it on an oath to the Tao of the heavens, the Xia Emperor said. Fine. Then I'll labor for you for 100,000 years. Cold Savage's eyes gleamed with light. A mere 100 millennia. They had already been imprisoned in this place for countless 100 millennia. For fiend gods, such a period of time was indeed very brief. They merely had to temporarily endure being his servants, and then they would gain their eternal freedom. They wouldn't be so foolish as to refuse. And so, just like that, the Xia Emperor took a massive army of fiend gods into his command. These were the fiend gods that countless human clans had joined together to suppress. But of course, this vast army would only serve for 100,000 years. 100,000 years. I wonder how many of them will be alive after the storm, if they manage to survive. I might as well grant them their freedom and let them live happy lives. The Xia Emperor sighed to himself. But I wonder, by then, will I be alive, or will I be dead? The world of the Grand Xia, the black citadel levitating above White Pole City. This black citadel had been personally forged by a Tao Father for the express purpose of serving as a headquarters for an army. The Nuwa Alliance referred to it as the Seamless City. In the main plaza of the Seamless City, countless loose immortals were gathered here, before the 3 massive black fog-shrouded caves that led to the fifth world. A steady, unbroken stream of black-robed figures flew out from the cave, as well as the occasional blood-robed figure. They all had tremendously powerful auras. Some of them were loose immortals, while a few had the auras of celestial immortals. This awe-inspiringly vast army caused all of the many loose immortals present to feel their hearts swell with fervor. The Seamless Gate is far too powerful. Even more immortals are arriving. Joining the Seamless Gate was the right decision. Within the most towering palace of the Seamless City, fellow Taoist White Pole, my forces have already assembled. The Hallmaster of Bloodcloud Hall said with a laugh. Just now, the last of them have reached the Seamless City. Good. The sword-shaped white eyebrows of true immortal White Pole danced upwards as he smiled. Excellent. Junior Apprentice Sister Azure Fox. Have all 3,000 celestial immortals finished learning the first scroll of the true art of Chaos Water? They all have. Gatemaster Azure Fox nodded. Then it is time to mobilize the army and campaign against the Xia. True immortal White Pole rose to his feet. Assemble the world notifying formation. I am going to announce it to the world. The other 7 true immortals all rose as well. The world notifying formation was set up. True immortal white pole stood there in its center, staring coldly towards the vast, infinite void. He immediately said in a sonorous voice, "The Xia Emperor is tyrannical and brutal, without the Tao. In the face of the storm, I, true immortal white pole, now command an army of 1,000,000 immortals to follow the will of the Tao of the heavens in campaigning against the Xia." True immortal white pole's voice reverberated throughout the 3,600 commanderies and 4 seas of the Grand Xia. Mortals, beasts, dire monsters, cultivators, they all could hear this voice. This was a voice that echoed throughout every inch of the vast Grand Xia. It represented that the curtains had been lifted upon a massive war between immortals within the Grand Xia, within a side hall of the Skylight Palace. The Xia Emperor, the 5 true immortals, and Ji Ning and the rest of the 9 commanders were all present here. The 9 had already learned the critical components to the Heaven Punisher formation, and had immediately understood the secrets to the entire formation. So to unleash the full power of the Heaven Punisher formation, one actually needs 810,000 loose immortals and 9,000 celestial immortals led by one powerful expert. Only then does it reach maximum power, and will the Heaven Punisher reach its full, perfect power. Celestial immortal all beasts stroked his thick beard, sighing in amazement. 9 represents a limit. 9 by 9, 81. This truly is a perfect formation, right? If 810,000 loose immortals and 9,000 celestial immortals were under my command, then the power of this formation would definitely rise dramatically. Celestial Immortal Wacko revealed an eager look on his face as well. The Xia Emperor, seated on his throne, just laughed. Indeed, a perfect Heaven Punisher formation does involve 810,000 loose immortals and 9,000 celestial immortals under a single commander. A perfect formation would allow your Heaven Punishers to increase in power by 1 or 2 levels. However, forget about the perfect Heaven Punisher formation. Even the simplified one that only involves 100,000 loose immortals and 1,000 celestial immortals summons more natural energy than you can handle. In addition, there's a limit to the number of loose immortals and celestial immortals available to us. Our Grand Xia would only be able to produce a single perfect Heaven Punisher, but we can make more than 10 of the simple ones. Ji Ning and the others all nodded. Right? Actually, the difference in power between the simplified and the perfect Heaven Punishers wasn't that great. At most, the simplified ones would be at a disadvantage in a head-on battle. In a battle where one side was perfectly countered by the other, such as when a key refiner was forced into close combat by a Fiendgod, the result would be a slaughter. But when 2 Fiendgods fought in close combat, and there was just a minor difference in power between the 2, at most one would be able to suppress the other. A slightly stronger Fiendgod, or 10 slightly weaker Fiendgods. In a time of war, the Xia Emperor naturally knew which one to pick. Suddenly, a sonorous voice rang out, shaking the world and transmitting straight into the Skylight Palace. Or perhaps it could be said that this voice shook every single inch of this major world. The Xia Emperor is tyrannical and brutal without the Tao. In the face of the storm, I, true immortal white pole, now command an army of 1,000,000 immortals to follow the will of the Tao of the heavens in campaigning against the Xia. Campaigning against the Xia. Campaigning against the Xia. Campaigning against the Xia. The voice echoed non-stop within the world. The citizens of the imperial capital of the Grand Xia were incredibly proud figures, but during the past half-month, they had been consumed with odd discussions regarding the countless immortals who had entered the imperial palace, as well as the 300-plus shocking explosions that they had heard over the course of the past day and night. They had questions. They had suspicions, but now, everything had been clearly and publicly laid out this day. The Xia Emperor is tyrannical and brutal without the Tao. In the face of the storm, I, true immortal white pole, now command an army of 1,000,000 immortals to follow the will of the Tao of the heavens in campaigning against the Xia. A voice rang out from the ends of the world, instantly causing all of the countless denizens of the imperial capital to become stunned. And then, They went berserk. Campaign against the Grand Xia? True immortal white pole? Can it be that he is a pure yang true immortal? An army of 1,000,000 immortals? Is this real? The citizens of the imperial capital were all extraordinary figures. They knew that pure yang true immortals sat above celestial immortals in power. No wonder countless immortals gathered at the imperial palace. No wonder. It seems that they are there to deal with the revolt of this true immortal white pole. True immortal white pole is incredible. He's actually able to command an army of over 1,000,000 immortals. Immortals! And more than 1,000,000 of them? This is just. Can this true immortal white pole be the ancestor of the White Pole clan? All sorts of conversations. The local citizens were shocked and uneasy. However, over the course of countless years, the imperial capital had always been safe. In addition, there had been several Marquis-led revolutions in the past, none of which had reached the imperial capital. Thus, the local dwellers were still filled with confidence towards the Xia Emperor. Campaign against the Grand Xia? An army of 1,000,000 immortals? Good heavens! This voice seems to be ringing out everywhere at the same time. True immortal white pole? What's a true immortal? Can it be that there is actually something more powerful than a celestial immortal? 1,000,000 immortals. Our entire sect has only a single immortal. No wonder our Flame Door commandery has been in such a state of chaos. It seems the world is about to change. Every place in the vast land of the Grand Xia, including the 4 seas that surrounded it. Every human, beast, dire monster, cultivator. They all heard these words, and they all had their own thoughts. The reference to an army of 1,000,000 immortals caused particular astonishment and terror. Given that the entire Grand Xia was in a state of chaos to begin with, many mortals with limited experience thought to themselves, the Grand Xia is probably finished. More than 1,000,000 legendary immortals. Good heavens! Even the more experienced individuals were terror-stricken. Does the entire Grand Xia even have 1,000,000 immortals in it? Hard to say. It is going to be hard for the Grand Xia to win this battle. We might lose. Everyone felt restless and uneasy. These simple words had already thrown everyone into a state of confusion and chaos. The imperial capital of the Grand Xia. A side hall in the Skylight Palace. Upon hearing these words, the Xia Emperor's face changed, as did the faces of the others with him. It's finally begun, Ning murmured silently to himself. Eh? The Xia Emperor raised his head, frowning. As the master of the Grand Xia and a man of tremendous power, he could vaguely sense that karma and luck were changing. When the hearts of the citizens are with us, luck shall gather here. When their hearts are quaking, luck shall disperse. The Xia Emperor said softly. The hearts of the citizens could, to a certain extent, have an impact on karmic luck. But of course, this wasn't absolute. There were many factors which could impact karmic luck. For example, if the Grand Xia suddenly gave birth to 10 Empyrean gods or true immortals, its karmic luck would immediately increase by an explosive amount. In the end, what really mattered the most was personal strength. As for the hearts of the citizens, that was secondary. In an ordinary world of mortals it might be important, but this was a world of immortals and fiends. Power was what truly mattered. But of course, the hearts of the citizens couldn't be completely neglected. The more karmic luck one had, the better. Karmic luck was simply far too important. It impacted the amount of natural energy one could use and the chances one had of acquiring precious treasures. For example, acquiring protocosmic spirit treasures, or perhaps even the legendary chaos treasures that were born from the primordial chaos itself, required tremendous amounts of luck. But of course, if your power was on the level of Nuwa, things would be different. Nuwa was the most powerful figure of the entire 3 realms, and her luck was indisputably the best as well. She was so powerful that she could destroy heaven and earth. Even if others found treasures, she could take them away by force. Simply put, she was far too powerful. And power made up an enormous component of karmic luck. When there wasn't such an enormous difference in power, however, other aspects would be more important. At present, It was clear that neither the Seamless Gate nor the Nuwa Alliance had enough power to wipe their enemies out, and so they naturally would fight over karmic luck. "I'll make a short trip," the Xia Emperor said softly. Whoosh! A white-robed Xia Emperor appeared out of nowhere, then immediately left the side hall. Moments later, a similarly sonorous, booming voice rang out, seeming to have descended from the very heights of the 9 heavens, filling every inch of the Grand Xia. "White Pole, child, years ago you were nothing more than a hound for a defeated clan. You supinely knelt before me, quivering in abject terror. Now that you have joined with a few other contemptible figures, you dare speak of 1,000,000 immortals and dare rebel against me? These are my heavens, and this is my world. No one should even think about taking it away. White Pole, little boy, can it be that you have forgotten what happened to all of the other marquises who rebelled against me? Every single one who rebelled had their souls shattered. There have never been any exceptions, and there never will." The Xia Emperor's dominating voice was filled with a natural, exalted aura that radiated power. First true immortal White Pole's voice, then the Xia Emperor's voice. They came one after the other, both shaking the world. True immortal White Pole's voice was more callous and grim, while the Xia Emperor's voice carried a natural aura of command that came from his countless years of domination over the Grand Xia, making it even more persuasive. "That's the voice of the Xia Emperor? The voice of the master of our Grand Xia? I heard that ever since the Fiendgod era, there's only been a single emperor of the Grand Xia, him, the Xia Emperor." The countless citizens of the Grand Xia went wild. The Xia Emperor was a legend. Even tribes of ordinary humans knew that their land was the land of the Grand Xia dynasty. Now, upon hearing someone say that, "These are my heavens, and this is my world," they all understood that it had to be the master of the Grand Xia dynasty who was saying these words. So there had been marquises who rebelled in the past? It makes sense. Even our clan has had traitors and rebellions in our history. It's normal for the Grand Xia to have had rebellions as well. The countless mortals of the ordinary tribes all took this to mean that this was nothing more than yet another ordinary rebellion. Their tribes were fairly new after all. They didn't really understand what the difference was between this rebellion and past ones. The Xia Emperor had intentionally muddied the waters, and there was no way for true immortal White Pole to explain the difference at all. The Xia Emperor's influence within the Grand Xia was simply too great. He had ruled it for countless ages, and the subjugation his subjects felt towards him was bone deep. The Xia Emperor could sense the karmic luck of the world once more gathering and stabilizing. This was how swaying the hearts of the citizens worked. You relied on power, and you relied on your mouth. A single mouth could cause the hearts of the citizens to either gather behind you or to leave you behind. "Let's go." The black-robed Xia Emperor gave the order. "It is time for us to battle against the Seamless Gate." Whoosh! The 5 true immortals, Jining, and the other 8 commanders all followed the Xia Emperor in leaving the side hall, flying out into the air. The Imperial Plaza. The 11,000 celestial immortals and 1,000,000 loose immortals had already been divided into 10 brigades. Ning and the other 8 commanders would lead 9 of them, while the Xia Emperor would control the remaining one. The Seamless Gate has already declared war. The black-robed Xia Emperor looked downwards, his voice booming forth. Trying to deceive these celestial immortals and loose immortals was pointless, and so he said straightforwardly, "Only one side can win in this battle. What we need to do is head out and completely crush them. Fight!" Instantly, people began to call out from below him, "Fight! Fight! Fight!" 1,000,000 immortals all called out the word, "Fight," in unison, each of them filled with powerful will and determination. Their voices rang out together as they called for battle, and it seemed as though the heavens themselves were about to collapse. It was a joint howl that seemed to carry the power to break apart the world, filling each of the immortals with ardor and eagerness. Who said that immortals were always calm and had no emotions? In truth, it was that things would rarely excite them to this degree. This is a protocosmic spirit treasure, the 8 Dragons Cloud City. The black-robed Xia Emperor waved his hand, and a palm-sized citadel appeared within his palm. It flew into the skies, then quickly began to expand in size. This was a completely golden citadel, and it was surrounded by an enormous base of clouds. 8 azure dragons were swimming around it, filled with awe-inspiring power. 8 dragons swimming around a city in the clouds? Ning and the others stared at the 8 azure dragons, feeling rather stunned. 9 generals, the black-robed Xia Emperor called out. Present. Ning and the other 8 responded. Command your immortals and enter the 8 dragons' cloud city, the black-robed Xia Emperor said. Yes. Ning and the other 8 immediately flew forward, and behind them flew an awe-inspiring horde of immortals. 1,000 celestial immortals and 100,000 loose immortals were behind each of them. All the other celestial immortals and loose immortals, follow me. I will be our field marshal in our campaign against the Seamless Gate. The black-robed Xia Emperor was filled with an awe-inspiring aura of power as he led the 5 true immortals and the many remaining celestial immortals and loose immortals into the city. Now, the 8 Dragons Cloud City had become a true military headquarters for an immortal army. The 8 azure dragons swam around the golden city within the clouds. Space undulated around the city as a spatial tier formed, and the golden city flew straight into the tear, disappearing. Within the city, 1,000,000 immortals were present. The skies above them were filled with endless clouds. They were completely unable to see the outside world at all. Clearly, they were in a separate space. Each of you shall return to your own camps. You are not to act without permission. Any who violate orders shall be executed. The black-robed Xia Emperor's voice rang out, echoing throughout the 8 Dragons Cloud City. Yes. The 1,000,000 immortals assented in unison. Instantly, the 9 armies and the army commanded by the Xia Emperor all entered their respective camps in an ordinary fashion, none of them daring to leave their camps without permission. Everyone understood that, in a time of war, military discipline would be extremely tight. If the immortals were permitted to act and wander about as they pleased, there would be no way an army could be quickly mobilized. It's quite large. After entering the Dark North Army camp, the 100,000 immortals saw a vast region with countless private rooms, more than enough for all of them to reside in. Find your own places and go rest for now. You are not to leave the Dark North Army camp, Jining ordered. Yes, General. The 100,000 immortals answered in an awe-inspiring chorus, their voices shaking the skies. Sounds from the other army camps could be heard from far away. 9 generals, come to the main hall for a meeting. The Xia Emperor's voice suddenly rang out. Senior apprentice sister, take a rest first. I'll be back soon, Ning said. All right, Yue nodded. Although she had joined this army, there was no need for her to enter the battle. Soon, Ning and the rest of the 9 generals arrived within the central main hall of the 8 Dragons Cloud City. As for the Xia Emperor and the other 5 true immortals, they had arrived long ago. In this campaign I shall serve as the field marshal. I and I alone shall be responsible for our movements and our plans. The Xia Emperor said from his throne on high. It isn't that I don't trust you. Rather, the Seamless Gate's intelligence mechanisms are simply unfathomably great. If I tell you, they will probably find out, and so I am keeping it to myself for now. Ning and the rest of the 9 nodded. Don't worry, Your Imperial Majesty. This is a time of war. We know what is at stake. Since you are our field marshal, then it is natural that you shall be in charge of everything, Your Imperial Majesty. The celestial immortal generals all hurriedly assented. Ning had been informed by Subhuti as to how powerful the Seamless Gate was. He understood the Xia Emperor's predicament. As for the others, they might or might not understand, but they accepted the Xia Emperor's explanation. The black-robed Xia Emperor nodded lightly, then waved his hand. Whoosh! Instantly, 18 black globes of fur-covered flesh appeared in the air. The black-furred globes also emanated heart-quaking golden light. These 18 globes all had tremendously powerful auras, causing Ning to feel startled. He felt as though these were on the same level as the Ananda World Swords. These are top-grade pure yang treasures. The black-robed Xia Emperor said. There are 9 pairs in total. They are known as the splitters, and each of you shall have a pair. Top-grade pure yang treasures? Everyone present, Ning included, was surprised. These were incredibly valuable items, even for Empyrean gods and true immortals. In fact, for many Empyrean gods and true immortals, all their treasures combined were not worth as much as a pair of splitters. Why haven't you accepted them yet? The black-robed Xia Emperor frowned. Yes. Ning and the others didn't dare to be slow. They immediately accepted the treasures, filling them with their immortal energy and easily binding them. Upon doing so, Ning immediately understood how these pure yang treasures were meant to be used. Whoosh! Whoosh! The pair of pure yang splitters merged into Ning's hands, causing them to instantly transform into bestial paws. Thick black fur grew out from the palm and the back of Ning's hands, and his fingernails became inch-long and knife-sharp. These were the claws of a vicious beast. Transform! Ning willed it, and one of his fingernails instantly began to lengthen at high speed, transforming into a long sword. As for the other dagger-like fingernails, they grew shorter until they disappeared. Transform! The long sword vanished, but a sharp blade appeared at the edge of his palm, making it seem like the edge of a great axe. Axe, spear, sword, staff. All of these could be manifested. The 9 celestial immortals couldn't help but feel delighted with the results of their experiments. The black-robed Xia Emperor glanced downwards towards them, then smiled. Enough! Ning and the others immediately came to a halt. The heaven punishers that your formations create possess tremendous power and are skilled in close combat, and so in the war you shall be fighting in melee. These treasures, the splitters, shall serve as the weapons for your heaven punishers. The black-robed Xia Emperor said. It doesn't matter if you are skilled in swords, sabers, or other weapons. The splitters will transform to be of use to you. Ning and the others now understood. So these were meant for the heaven punisher formations. However, let me warn you, the black-robed Xia Emperor said, that although the heaven punishers possess enormous strength, they are not very fast or nimble. Your battle tactics have to be adjusted accordingly. Return to your camps and ponder on what is the best way for you to use your heaven punishers in battle, so as to allow them to unleash their maximum power. Yes. Ning and the others immediately withdrew. Within the Dark North Army camp. Within the largest, centermost private room. This was the commander's residence, and Yue was present here, along with Ji Ning. How should I battle? Ning was frowning, pondering this question pensively. He thought back to the feeling he had when he had first taken control over the Heaven Punisher, that feeling of tremendous power. Ning nodded slightly. Right? The Heaven Punisher is most suited for using great axes or warhammers. In short, heavy weapons. They should be used to fight in a straightforward, head-on manner, rather than in a nimble, graceful manner. In a battle, one had to make use of one's advantages. If one was clearly weak in terms of agility, and yet still insisted on using flashy, agile sword arts, one would be courting death. Fortunately, Ning's true body was that of a Fiendgod, and so he had many insights with regards to close combat. He also knew multiple sword arts, and so he was quickly able to come up with a battle method that suited him the most. What's going on? You've already come back to rest, but are still here mumbling to yourself, Yue said with a laugh. I'm fine. I'm just thinking about my battle tactics for when I fight against the Seamless Gate, Ning said with a laugh. Using the Heaven Punisher is different from using my own Fiendgod body, after all. Then go ahead and spend some time thinking about it. Smiling, Yue sat down next to him. Ning nodded, then immediately began to train. The 8 Dragons Cloud City was now merely 300 meters long, and it was hidden within the clouds. Whoosh! 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 3 black armored figures appeared out of nowhere. Moments later, the black-robed Xia Emperor appeared as well, and he stood next to the city, gazing at the 3 figures. Master! The 3 figures called out respectfully. Your mission this time is a critical one. You have to set up the formation perfectly, the Xia Emperor said. If you fail, then we'll have to pay an even larger price. Don't worry, master, the three black armored figures said respectfully. Go then. The black-robed Xia Emperor nodded. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The three black armored figures flew off in three separate directions, and then they each used spatial teleports to disappear. The black-robed Xia Emperor remained there, standing within the clouds, quietly attuning himself to the locations of his three servants. In the air above a wide river, a black armored figure suddenly appeared out of nowhere. The figure quietly pondered for a moment, then made a tossing motion. Instantly, a tower-shaped formation base flew into the river, sinking into it and drilling deep into its depths. A black armored figure appeared out of nowhere in the air above a massive, towering mountain. A tower-shaped formation base, covered with countless complicated runes, appeared in his hand as well. He tossed it downwards with incredible power, and it instantly smashed deep into the depths of the mountain. A black armored figure appeared in the air above a desolate marsh. He too tossed down a small tower. In just a few moments, more than 9 small towers were set up within White Pole Commandery, each of which was roughly 500,000 kilometers away from White Pole City. Within White Pole Commandery, the black-robed Xia Emperor stood there quietly amidst the clouds. Upon sensing that the 9 little towers had been emplaced, he revealed a smile. If you start off a step ahead, you'll remain a step ahead. Does the Seamless Gate really think that I'll rely on the power of the imperial capital to the point where I shall simply defend there without fighting back? He had been building up the imperial capital for countless eras, and it was indeed the most stable location within the Grand Xia. Right now, he had only left behind the white-robed Xia Emperor to watch over the capital. But he didn't worry at all that it might be breached. The Xia Emperor hadn't chosen to take the easier route of relying on his fortified capital. Instead, he had launched an attack. Arise! The Xia Emperor instantly willed it. Rumble. Within a vast river, the formerly calm flows of water suddenly turned savage and ferocious. The tremors shaking the river grew increasingly powerful until, with a boom, an enormous tower suddenly sprouted out from within it, rising upwards non-stop. The tip of the tower that jutted out from the water was more than 30,000 meters long, and the entire tower was covered with countless golden runes and lines. Instantly, the world itself began to twist, and spatial ripples that were visible to the naked eye could be seen. A towering, massive mountain began to fall apart, because from the heart of the mountain, an even more massive black tower that was covered with golden runes had appeared. An enormous divine tower was emerging from the marsh as well. A large region of White Pole Commandery, spanning more than 1,000,000 kilometers, became completely trapped within the field of divine towers. Within the Black Citadel of the Seamless Gate located above White Pole City, the main palace of the Seamless Gate, true immortal White Pole was seated up high, and below him were seated the Empyrean gods, true immortals, and a few celestial immortals. The imperial capital of the Grand Xia isn't so easily attacked. Our best chances lie in slowly conquering the other territories of the Grand Xia, forcing the Xia Emperor to come out and leave his headquarters. The cave master of the Myriad Demons Cave boomed out. I just received word, Gate Master Azure Fox said, that the Xia Emperor had produced a protocosmic spirit treasure, the 8 Dragons Cloud City, and then had his entire army move into it. However, none of the immortals within the city know where it is. It seems that the Xia Emperor is wary of us and doesn't wish for us to know where he is and what he is doing. Rumble. Suddenly, the local space began to change. The faces of everyone present changed as well. A restrictive formation? The black-haired, black-robed, red-eyed elder laughed coldly. Didn't you say that the Xia Emperor would rely on the strength of his imperial capital? Where did this formation come from? Xianxia has been locked. There's no way to greater teleport or void blink in this area. Not even core sense can be used to investigate outside of it. Gatemaster Azure said softly. The Xia Emperor is even more confident than we expected. He actually dares to abandon his imperial capital and attack us? True Immortal Whitepole's cold eyes held a hint of eagerness within them. He immediately said in an icy voice, "The more he prances around, the faster he will die. In the end, I shall be the master of the Grand Xia. Everyone, prepare for battle." A deep sound suddenly rang out, shaking the entire seamless city. This was the alarm sound. The attacks already begun? Within the main palace, True Immortal Whitepole, Gatemaster Azure, and the others all revealed looks of surprise. This was simply too fast. The enemy formation had just been set down moments ago, and now the attack had already arrived. "Go on to the city walls," True Immortal Whitepole immediately ordered. "Let's go." The Empyrean gods and true immortals, along with several celestial immortals, all quickly departed from the main palace and flew towards the city walls. The seamless city wasn't that large, and so they quickly arrived at the wall from which the warning signal had come. As they arrived, the soldiers patrolling this wall all immediately knelt respectfully. There were several void-level Fiendgods amongst them, and some of them had trained in divine abilities that allowed for distant sight. Naturally, they were able to see to a great distance. True Immortal Whitepole and the others had divine abilities and secret arts of their own, and they all stared off into the distance. It was currently dawn. The wild marshes here were surrounded by fog and mist, but the gazes of the Empyrean gods and true immortals were able to pierce through them to see far off into the distance. Roughly 30,000 kilometers away from the seamless city, a towering, barefoot Fiendgod that was at least 30,000 meters tall had appeared. He was dressed in just a fur loincloth, the rest of his body completely nude. He was striding forward at astonishing speed, as though chasing after the stars or the moon. The barefoot, bounding Fiendgod was headless. Instead, he had an incomparably savage face on his chest, with his eyes being where his nipples should be and his belly button having transformed into his mouth. The face was the face of celestial immortal unity. Clearly, this was the Unity Heaven Punisher which had been formed by the Unity Army of the 9 immortal armies of the Grand Xia. Heaven Punisher? The Empyrean gods and true immortals atop the walls of the seamless city couldn't help but feel startled. Although Gatemaster Azure had already told them that the Xia Emperor had produced the Heaven Punisher formation, actually seeing the headless Fiendgod with their own eyes was different. They couldn't help but think of true god Xianxia, the legendary war god whose fame shook the 3 realms. "Everyone, what do you think we should do?" True Immortal Whitepole asked calmly. Gatemaster Azure said, "Senior Apprentice Brother Whitepole, I know all of the 9 generals of the Grand Xia. Judging from the face on the chest of this Heaven Punisher, it should be the army led by Celestial Immortal Unity. I know how many pieces of Chaos Goldstone they each broke during the trials, but that was before they were taught the critical components of the Heaven Punisher formation. I trust that the power of their Heaven Punishers have increased dramatically. What we need to find out is how powerful exactly the Heaven Punishers have become. Only then will we have a chance of defeating the Grand Xia. It is indeed time for our white-faced flood dragons to test themselves." Empyrean God 3 Sons agreed. While the Seamless Gate was preparing their response, Ji Ning and 7 other generals were gathering together at the central, main palace of the 8 Dragons Cloud City. Imperial Majesty. As they arrived, they all saluted in respect. "Sit." The Xia Emperor nodded. Only then did Ning and the others sit down. As they exchanged gazes, "Why isn't Celestial Immortal Unity here? Why have only 8 of our 9 generals arrived?" "We've already reached White Pole Commandery," the black-robed Xia Emperor said. "In addition, I've already set down a grand formation that's locked down the space within 1,000,000 kilometers of White Pole City. Within this region, greater teleportation is impossible and core sense cannot be used. But of course, as the master of this formation, I can scan this region. However, because there are layers of protections surrounding the seamless city, my core sense is unable to penetrate into it. Everything else, however, is within my reach." Ning and the others were all startled. Such speed. None of them were aware of the Xia Emperor's movements at all. When we arrived at White Pole Commandery, I sent out the army commanded by Celestial Immortal Unity. They've already transformed into a Heaven Punisher and are serving as our vanguard in testing the Seamless Gate's power. The black-robed Xia Emperor pointed into the air, an image instantly appearing. The image was of a vast, wild land, with a towering, mountain-sized, nearly unclad Fiendgod with no head who was bounding barefoot through it. The face on the chest of the headless Fiendgod was the face of Celestial Immortal Unity. Only, it was more fierce and savage. He's already made a move? Ning was secretly startled. It seems the Xia Emperor truly is being cautious. He's not letting us know about any of his actions at all. Still, that's for the best. It means our chances of victory against the Seamless Gate will be improved. Ning had great faith in the Xia Emperor, as his background guaranteed that there was no way he would ever join the Seamless Gate. He was the scion of the primordial Imperial clan. The primordial Imperial clan was the most powerful force on the side of the Nuwa Alliance, one of the dominating powers of the primordial era, even more powerful than both the Taoist path and the Buddhist Sangha. Ning naturally held great trust in the Xia Emperor's decisiveness. This is a Heaven Punisher, a Xianxia divinity formed through a formation, after all. A red-bearded elder to the right of the black-robed Xia Emperor laughed. It isn't a real Fiendgod, and its power is controlled by celestial immortals and guided by loose immortals who control the natural energy of heaven and earth, forming it into a fleshly body. Thus, this fleshly body contains tremendous power, allowing it to run at great speed. If it was soaring through the air, it would be moving much more slowly, and so, the most suitable way for advancing is by bounding across the land. Due to its great size and great strength, it runs quite quickly. Ning glanced at the red-bearded elder. Ning and the others knew all 5 of the true immortals by the side of the Xia Emperor. 3 of them were from the primordial Imperial clan and were absolute supporters of the Xia Emperor. The other 2 were true immortal Dongyan and the founder of the Skyfarmer clan, true immortal Skyfarmer. Ning had long ago heard that the Kindwater clan had an Empyrean god, but had never seen him before this. Firecloud's words are correct. The Xia Emperor nodded. You need to get a better understanding of how to use the power of the Heaven Punishers. Watch this battle carefully. This will be the first time our Grand Xia truly does battle against the Seamless Gate. Remember, no matter what, don't be overconfident. Your Heaven Punishers each represent 1,000 celestial immortals and 100,000 loose immortals. If you are defeated, you won't be the only ones to die. 1,000 celestial immortals and a horde of loose immortals will perish as well. Ning the others instantly felt a heavy feeling in their hearts. Unity, you can halt now, the Xia Emperor suddenly said. His voice was transmitted straight into the ears of the Unity Heaven Punisher. The image was currently displaying the Unity Heaven Punisher bounding through a vast lake. This lake was at least 1,000 kilometers in size. Although the waters of the lake were deep, they barely reached the Unity Heaven Punisher's calves. The giant waves were only capable of wetting the hairs on the massive Heaven Punisher's legs. You are only 10,000 kilometers away from the Seamless City, the Xia Emperor said. Unity, wait here for now. I trust the Seamless Gate's attack shall arrive soon. The Unity Heaven Punisher just stood there quietly within the lake, as unmoving as though it had been there since the primordial era, as though nothing in the world could possibly shake it. Anyone who looked at it would feel their hearts quake. The aura radiating from him was an aura of power which only the Fiendgods of the primordial era possessed. This Heaven Punisher was based off of true god Xianxia. After all, the arrogance and the desire for battle it radiated far surpassed that of most Empyrean gods. Suddenly, the waters of the lake began to ripple. The Unity Heaven Punisher stared towards the distant Seamless City. A little tiny black dot was rapidly drawing closer, and as it was expanding in size. The creature had a white, humanoid face, was covered with black scales, and had 2 arms and 2 legs. It was 30,000 meters tall, but its draconic serpentine body was 90,000 meters long. It was dawn. The surface of the vast lake was covered with mist and dew. A massive 30,000-meter-tall Fiendgod with no head who was dressed in just a fur loincloth was standing within the lake. Far away, a similarly massive white-faced beast of the primordial era with the form of a flood dragon was charging forward. It soon reached the lake, and its every step caused the entire lake to tremble and ripple, arousing massive, mighty waves. Everyone within the main palace of the Eight Dragons Cloud City was able to clearly see this scene clearly. A primordial terror beast. The white-faced flood dragon? True Immortal Dongyan murmured to himself. The Seamless Gate should have used a technique similar to ours in creating the white-faced flood dragon. The Xia Emperor, seated on his throne up high, frowned. From the looks of it, the white-faced flood dragon has no flaws at all. It looks as though it is real. Clearly, this formation should be quite a perfect one. It definitely is something which only a true god or a Tao Father could have come up with. However, I wonder how strong it is. Watching a Xingtian divinity battle against a primordial terror beast, a white-faced flood dragon, haha. I feel as though I've returned to the primordial era. True Immortal Skyfarmer said with a laugh. Long ago in the primordial era, when I was surviving by hiding behind the elders of my clan, I once saw an ancient Fiendgod battle against a primordial terror beast. This spectacle currently before us feels identical. The Xia Emperor laughed and nodded. When we humans first began to flourish and our status was still low, the primordial era was dominated by those ancient Fiendgods and god beasts. Back then, it was their world. God beasts and terror beasts could be considered Fiendgods. Fiendgods which had the form of animals were referred to as god beasts, while beasts that had exceptionally violent dispositions who delighted in slaughter and murder were referred to as terror beasts. The primordial terror beasts known as the white-faced flood dragons were born with the power of Empyrean gods. They were awe-inspiringly famous and were perfectly suited for battle. A battle between a primordial Fiendgod and a primordial terror beast? Ning stared at the images in midair. The massive headless Fiendgod and the massive white-faced flood dragon stared at each other from afar, their battle intents flooding the scene and invoking an image out of antiquity. It's begun. Everyone watch carefully, the Xia Emperor suddenly said. Within that still, desolate lake, the towering Heaven Punisher stood face to face with the white-faced flood dragon. The terror beast's body undulated with a hissing sound as it stared intently towards the Unity Heaven Punisher. The Unity Heaven Punisher stared back at its opponent, watching carefully. The two just stood there, staring at each other for a few moments. Suddenly, the white-faced flood dragon made its move. Boom! The waters of the lake exploded, causing the entire lake to tremble and even the distant shores to shake. The white-faced flood dragon suddenly shot forward, instantly traversing the hundreds of kilometers between it and its foe. Its two arms lashed out like two incomparably sharp sets of claws, the claws of a flood dragon. The reason why primordial terror beasts were referred to as beasts was because they had many bestial characteristics. Their claws and appendages, for example, were often comparable to incredibly powerful magic treasures. As it charged forward, the sharp claws of the terror beast ripped directly towards the Unity Heaven Punisher's flank, seeking to tear a massive wound within it. The Unity Heaven Punisher took just a single step back. It raised its right arm, and the edges of its right hand seemed to transform into the edge of a blade. It came chopping down lightning fast, seeming to carry the power of the true Xingtian himself as it struck. The white-faced flood dragon hurriedly raised one of its hands to block. Its hands were covered with scales and filled with sharp and long claws. The Unity Heaven Punisher chopped downwards with its hand like a giant axe, striking directly against the left claws of the white-faced flood dragon with such power that the claws were knocked back down towards the white-faced flood dragon's shoulders. The white-faced flood dragon couldn't help but slightly stagger, but then it suddenly twisted about and used its massive, 90,000-meter-long tail to lash out lightning fast towards the Unity Heaven Punisher. The Unity Heaven Punisher hurriedly raised a hand to block as well. Bang! It couldn't help but be knocked flying backwards, rolling through the waters of the massive lake and kicking up enormous 3,000 meters waves. It was as though a mountain had collapsed. However, the waves of the lake didn't impact the Unity Heaven Punisher at all. It was as though an ordinary mortal had slipped and fallen within a muddy pool. It lifted itself up, causing the lake to once more shudder, then threw itself once more towards the terror beast. The Xianxia divinity and the terror beast exchanged multiple attacks, the battle between them extraordinarily savage and violent. Within the 8 Dragons Cloud City, the Xia Emperor, Ji Ning, and the others all watched the images intently, seeing the Heaven Punisher and the white-faced flood dragon battle within the vast lake. The Seamless Gate has used a primordial terror beast, the white-faced flood dragon, as the basis for their formation. The profoundness of this formation and its strength in battle is not one whit inferior to our Heaven Punisher formations. The Xia Emperor frowned. Look, although the terror beasts are slightly weaker than our Heaven Punishers in bodily strength, their tails possess enormous power and are even stronger than our Heaven Punishers. Ning and the others nodded. Look, they each just wounded the other, the Xia Emperor said. However, the power of heaven and earth quickly heals those types of wounds. Neither has truly wounded the other. Clearly, both sides have incredibly powerful bodies, and it is hard for each of them to truly damage the other with a single blow. One-on-one, it will be hard to achieve victory within a short period of time. The only way to win is through strength of numbers. That's the only way one can kill an opponent quickly, the Xia Emperor said. If we can kill one of them. If my guess is correct, those terror beasts are formed from at least 1,000 celestial immortals and countless loose immortals. Killing a terror beast will be a tremendous victory. Next to the Xia Emperor was a female Empyrean god dressed in armor. In battle, the key to victory lies in strengthening yourself while whittling away at your foes. Whittle a little away this time, a little more next time, our advantage will continue to grow, and in the end we will annihilate our foes with a final strike. I imagine they can't have too many of these primordial terror beasts, these white-faced flood dragons. As they were chatting amongst each other within the main palace, suddenly, the battle scene within the midair image changed. The massive lake had been filled with blurry mists, but suddenly a wind arose, resulting in a massive whirlpool of clouds. The energy of heaven and earth is filling the place? The Xia Emperor's face changed. 8 generals. Hurry up and assume the Heaven Punisher formation, the Xia Emperor suddenly barked. Yes. Ning and the rest of the 8 felt their hearts clench. They, too, had been stunned by the sight of that enormous vortex. They could all tell that the enemies had to be setting up additional terror beast formations and creating more white-faced flood dragons. Clearly, the Seamless Gate had tried to lull the Xia Emperor into a false sense of complacency by initially sending just a single white-faced flood dragon and using just a little bit of natural energy. Now, however, they were sending all of the white-faced flood dragons they had. Humph, how vicious. So they are trying to deal me a harsh blow in our first exchange. The Xia Emperor laughed coldly. From the massive whirlpool above the lake, one could tell that the white-faced flood dragons that were taking form had to be within the region of that lake. Why, then, wasn't anything visible yet? The only explanation was that they were all hiding with a portable minor world. Ning and the rest of the 8 immediately flew out from the main hall at full speed, sending their core sense to their subordinates. Ning roared mentally, "Dark North Army, assemble the formation." Boom, 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 boom. A throng of countless immortals came flying out from the 8 military camps. The immortals moved at incredible speed, and in the blink of an eye they gathered in midair. Ning flew towards his own Dark North Army, and everyone joined together into the Heaven Punisher formations as bloody runic lines appeared, along with an overwhelming battle intent. Soon, 8 towering, mountain-sized barefoot fiendgods that were clad only in fur loincloths had appeared. The 8 Heaven Punishers had all manifested, and their auras towered through the heavens. Hurry and reinforce him, the Xia Emperor barked mentally. Protect yourselves and annihilate your foes. The more you can kill, the better. Yes. Ning and the others all assented to the order, and then all 8 heaven punishers vanished. The vast lake. The Unity Heaven Punisher was still battling against the white-faced flood dragon terror beast. Suddenly, an enormous vortex of natural energy took form above it, and as soon as it did, another power began to draw from that vortex, causing it to spin even more rapidly and grow even greater. Not good. The Unity Heaven Punisher could tell that something bad was happening. A moment later, the Xia Emperor's voice rang out by his ears. Careful. The Seamless Gate should have other white-faced flood dragons, and they will most likely appear imminently. These words from the Xia Emperor further solidified the Unity Heaven Punisher's suspicions. With a furious roar, he knocked the white-faced flood dragon flying backwards, then pulled away from it. As suspected, 3 more mountain-sized creatures suddenly appeared out of nowhere, each of which had long, sinuous bodies with white humanoid faces, sharp claws and black, scale-covered bodies that were more than 90,000 meters long. Kill! Celestial Immortal Unity? Unity, die! The white-faced flood dragon that had been knocked away, along with the 3 new terror beasts, simultaneously charged forward to assault the Unity Heaven Punisher, who had immediately moved to flee when he had knocked aside the first terror beast. In but the blink of an eye, he ran across the surface of the vast lake and out into the wilderness, trying to buy as much time as he could. In fact, he didn't even turn to face the terror beasts at all. In terms of running speed, the Heaven Punishers were slightly slower, after all. Boom! Right at this moment, when the 2 sides were about to collide, next to the Unity Heaven Punisher, 8 towering figures suddenly appeared, all massive Fiendgods that were dressed in fur loincloths. All 8 of them were Heaven Punishers. The only difference was in the faces on their chests. So he really did, Xianxia being quite cautious. Atop the distant city walls of the Seamless City, True Immortal White Pole and the others were watching the battle that was going on 10,000 kilometers away. Upon seeing the 8 additional Heaven Punishers appear, they couldn't help but feel irritated. The white-faced flood dragon they had sent out had indeed carried a magic treasure that contained a minor world within it, which had many experts hidden inside. Naturally, they would be able to unleash their power at a moment's notice. However, as soon as they had begun to establish their white-faced flood dragon formation and activate the natural energy of heaven and earth, they could immediately sense that the Xia Emperor's forces seemed to be doing the same thing. The Unity Heaven Punisher was most likely carrying a minor world alongside it as well. In truth, however, their guesses were slightly off. This was because what the Unity Heaven Punisher was carrying was the entire 8 Dragons Cloud City. For white-faced flood dragon terror beasts facing 9 Heaven Punishers, the morale of the 9 Heaven Punishers of the Grand Xia's side swelled dramatically. They were all filled with tremendous confidence, because they currently held an absolute advantage. However, we can't be overconfident. Our every action involves the lives of 1,000 celestial immortals and 100,000 loose immortals, as well as the overall course of this war. Although he held an absolute advantage, thanks to the fact that his heart force had reached the peak of the ruler stage, Ning was still able to remain perfectly calm. Unity, Loachwater, Dustfloat, the 3 of you, go slow down the 3 white-faced flood dragons closest to you. As for the last white-faced flood dragon, Dark North, you and the other 5 join forces against it. You have to slay that white-faced flood dragon. The Xia Emperor gave the orders through Corsense. Yes, the Unity Heaven Punisher, the Loachwater Heaven Punisher, and the Dustfloat Heaven Punisher all turned to face the white-faced flood dragons closest to them. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Ning and the other 6 turned to assault the final white-faced flood dragon. The 4 terror beasts of the Seamless Gate were all rather caught off guard by this, especially the final white-faced flood dragon that was being assaulted by the 6. Hurry up and join forces to support each other. Join together to block them. The white-faced flood dragons all sent mental messages to each other and began to rapidly move towards each other. If the 4 of them could completely join forces, they would be able to defend against the 9 Heaven Punishers. They might be at a disadvantage, but they'd be able to hold on for a brief period of time. Given the Seamless Gate's abilities, they'd have ample time to rescue the four. Ning and the others expected this as well. Their foes weren't fools and wouldn't just fight in a random, foolish manner. No matter what, they are in the wilderness right now, quite far away from the Seamless City. We have to kill them here. If we can kill one, we need to. The Xia Emperor sent mentally. Kill. Kill them. The Dark North Heaven Punisher, All Beasts Heaven Punisher, Thousand Needles Heaven Punisher, and others all charged forward with explosive power. As the four white-faced flood dragons were moving closer to each other, the Loachwater Heaven Punisher reached its target terror beast, as it was very close to it to begin with. The mouth on the chest of the Loachwater Heaven Punisher grinned, a savage look in its eyes. So long as it could tie down even one of them, the chances of the other three would drop dramatically. Come then, the Loachwater Heaven Punisher pounced forwards, and as it did it reached an arm up high, taking a stance like Pangu splitting the cosmic egg to establish heaven and earth. And then, he swung his arm down in a furious strike. However, the fleeing white-faced flood dragon suddenly turned about, swiping backwards with a claw to block the furious blow of the Loachwater Heaven Punisher. Boom! With an enormous explosion, something happened that was completely outside the expectations of the Grand Xia's side. In this head-on collision, it was actually the Heaven Punisher who was knocked backwards. In fact, it rolled over in midair as it went flying backwards. Clearly, it wasn't even able to stabilize its body. As the white-faced flood dragon knocked the Loachwater Heaven Punisher backwards, it immediately pounced forwards, lashing out with two claws at lightning-fast speed. Slash! Slash! The first claw, the Loachwater Heaven Punisher was able to just barely block through using its left arm. However, its body grew even less stable, resulting in an opening appearing before its chest. The second claw tore straight through the chest of the Loachwater Heaven Punisher. In the earlier battle between the Unity Heaven Punisher and the white-faced Flood Dragon, although both sides had been able to wound the other, the wounds were instantly healed. Those were all minor wounds. This time, however, the claw from the white-faced Flood Dragon actually carried such unstoppable power that with a rip, the chest of the Loachwater Heaven Punisher was completely torn apart. In fact, the many loose immortals and celestial immortals hidden within the body of the Heaven Punisher could be seen. Terror was on the face of all of them. Raya. As the sharp claws of the white-faced Flood Dragon tore through the chest of the Heaven Punisher, it tore through the bodies of countless loose immortals and celestial immortals, killing them. The Loachwater Heaven Punisher could no longer be maintained. It instantly crumbled, revealing the countless, puny little celestial immortals and loose immortals that had comprised it. The countless immortals of the Loachwater army felt nothing but despair. Although they were fairly strong, without a supreme combination formation like the Heaven Punisher formation, there was no way they were even remotely qualified to exchange blows with a terrifying primordial terror beast like the white-faced Flood Dragon. And the white-faced Flood Dragon before them was even more powerful than the other three terror beasts. The white-faced Flood Dragon hissed with cold laughter, its enormous claws once more sweeping forward. Stop! Vile creature! Two furious roars rang out. Two additional towering Fiendgods suddenly appeared out of nowhere. One was the old man with a fiery red beard, his entire body surging with flames. The other was a rather willowy maiden. Although she was an Empyrean god, at this moment she chose to use a magic spell instead. With a rumbling sound, a large amount of black water came pouring out, tying down her foe and pulling away the surviving loose immortals and celestial immortals. Ha ha ha, members of the primordial imperial clan? The terror beast roared with laughter. Its draconic tail lashed outwards as its claws ripped forward, moving to massacre the celestial immortals and loose immortals. The survivors all used whatever methods they had available, be it hiding within their immortal estates or using evasive abilities. In short, they were trying to buy as much time as they could. But alas, compared to the white-faced Flood Dragon, they were far too weak and slow. Boom! The red-bearded elder, wreathed in blazing flames that soared through the heavens, chopped downwards towards the terror beast with a massive warblade. The terror beast, in turn, brandished a single claw to block. The two exchanged a blow that could cause mountain ranges to shake. The red-bearded elder was knocked flying backwards, and at even greater speed than the Lochwater Heaven Punisher had been. The female Empyrean god, who had been next to him, hurriedly moved forward to take over for him. Within the 8 Dragons Cloud City, the levitating image was still displaying the results of the battle. The Xia Emperor, true immortal Dongyan, true immortal Skyfarmer, and the extremely muscular Empyrean god all had ugly looks on their faces. A cold light flashed through the eyes of the Xia Emperor. That white-faced flood dragon is far more powerful than the other 3. He mused silently to himself. Can it be that it is formed with even more celestial immortals and loose immortals than the others? Or is the commander of the white-faced flood dragon formation an Empyrean god or a true immortal? There were many possible explanations as to why the terror beast was so powerful. The same was true for the Heaven Punishers. If it was comprised of thousands of celestial immortals and many hundreds of thousands of loose immortals, its power would naturally increase dramatically. If a pure young true immortal commanded it, it would also grow more powerful. And if a monster like Jining was in command, it would similarly become very mighty. And yet, because of how powerful the physical body of the white-faced flood dragon was, and because it was formed from an ancient formation, core sense couldn't be used to penetrate through it. There was no way to see inside of it at all, and so no one could be certain as to how many celestial immortals and loose immortals it held, or who the commander was. Although the white-faced flood dragons all had different faces, the Xia Emperor knew too little about the Empyrean gods and true immortals who battled alongside the Seamless Gate. The Seamless Gate, however, knew almost everything about the Grand Xia's side. This disparity in information was one of the reasons that something like this had happened. If the Xia Emperor's side had arranged for a pure young true immortal to take charge of a Heaven Punisher formation, the enemy would have been able to find out right away from the chest face of the Heaven Punisher. There was no way to disguise or change the faces on the chests, because they were naturally formed by the formation itself. Within the Black Citadel hovering above White Pole City, countless illusory chains continued to fill the area around the Black Citadel. True immortal White Pole and his comrades on top of the walls of the Citadel all had smiles on their faces. Ha ha ha! Only when you know your enemy and know yourself shall you gain victory in all your battles. The Xia Emperor knows far too little regarding our Seamless Gate. Very few know about Empyrean God Venom Song. They weren't able to tell from the appearance of that white-faced flood dragon that it was being commanded by an Empyrean god. The Hallmaster of Blood Cloud Hall sent mentally, Azure Fox, your idea of having Empyrean God Venom Song personally command a squad was a stroke of brilliance. Something like this can only be used once. Next time, they'll know and be prepared for Venom Song's power. Gatemaster Azure Fox sent back. However, once is enough. We've already caused them to suffer a tremendous loss. How many celestial immortals and loose immortals did each side possess? Both the Heaven Punishers and the white-faced flood dragons. The death of a single one represented an utterly staggering amount of casualties. Generally speaking, battles amongst immortals could last for extremely long periods of time. This first clash, however, had already resulted in such major losses for the enemy. It could be considered a tremendous victory. And so, the Empyrean gods and true immortals on the walls of the Seamless City all had smiles on their faces. True immortal White Pole had a smile on his face as well. But suddenly, his face changed. The faces of the Hallmaster, the Gatemaster, the Cavemaster, and the others all changed as well. Not good. One of the few celestial immortals alongside the true immortals, Immortal Venom Freak, stared unblinkingly at the distant battle scene. On the field of battle, no one could predict exactly how things would turn out. This was because sometimes, new variables would appear so suddenly that neither side would be able to react in time. For example, just now the Lochwater Heaven Punisher was suddenly defeated and its body was torn apart, resulting in the entire immortal army being defeated and in countless casualties. This was simply too sudden, as was the Xia Emperor's decision to suddenly send out 2 Empyrean gods to slow down the enemy. In truth, in terms of raw strength, both Empyrean gods were slightly weaker than the Heaven Punishers and the white-faced flood dragons. The Heaven Punishers and the white-faced flood dragons were formed from an enormous amount of natural energy, after all, and so possessed enormous amounts of strength. They could be considered as having reached the very apex of power possible for Empyrean gods. However, their fatal flaw was that once their defenses were breached, they would be finished. By contrast, Empyrean gods could rapidly heal from even the most devastating of wounds. This was because their physical bodies were the bodies of fiend gods. In addition, they were also comparatively more nimble. When two joined forces and used magic treasures and magic spells to support each other, they would still be able to fight evenly. As the strongest white-faced flood dragon battled against the Lochwater Heaven Punisher, Ning and the other 7 Heaven Punishers were assaulting the other 3 terror beasts. Of the 8 towering Heaven Punishers, it was obvious that the one Ning led was the strongest one. He was able to unleash more power from the Heaven Punisher formations than the others, and so his speed was naturally the fastest as well. His Heaven Punisher ran forward with great galloping steps, and was the first to reach the white-faced flood dragon, not giving it a chance to join forces with the other 2. "Stop him! Hold on!" The other 2 white-faced flood dragons shouted out furiously in the human tongue. Multiple towering figures suddenly appeared out of nowhere. They were all black aberrations that were 30,000 meters tall, but their auras were clearly weaker than the auras of the white-faced flood dragons. These 9 fiend gods appeared out of nowhere next to the other 2 white-faced flood dragons, because they had previously been hiding within the minor world magic treasure which was being carried by the white-faced flood dragon which the Unity Heaven Punisher had been battling. Die! Ning's Dark North Heaven Punisher noticed the 9 figures appear, but he still moved with lightning speed as he bounded through the wild landscape. With a flying pounce, he struck out with his right arm, which had taken the form of a sharp long sword, and stabbed towards the head of the white-faced flood dragon in front of him. The white-faced flood dragon hurriedly retreated while waving its claws to block. Clang! It managed to block the sword attack, but it stumbled several steps backwards upon doing so. Ning's Heaven Punisher, however, continued to fly forwards, taking a second leap and once more arriving next to his opponent. Clang! Clang! The initial clash between Ning's Heaven Punisher and the enemy caused the enemy to feel shock. Because Ning's attack power was clearly lower, this made no sense at all. The earlier sword strike from Ning had been incredibly powerful. In addition, they all knew that of the 9 Heaven Punishers, the one controlled by Sword Immortal Dark North, Ji Ning, was the most powerful one. Fly! As Ning's hands collided with the opponent, his right knee suddenly came flying upwards. There were differences between the Heaven Punishers and actual Empyrean gods. The Heaven Punishers were stronger, but if commanders were unable to control the full power of the Heaven Punishers, they would be unable to unleash its full might, to say nothing of wielding every part of its body perfectly. The arms of the Heaven Punisher were significantly weaker than its legs. Ning had been pondering on his Heaven Punisher, and he had slowly gained insights on the best ways to use it. It was very risky to incorporate the legs into his attack patterns. If he was to lose his balance, it would be easy for the opponents to break through his defenses and finish him. However, the power of his earlier sword strike was clearly superior to the power of his foe. This meant he could take the risk. Risk-taking could result in major rewards, as the power of his mighty legs was definitely enough to break apart his foe. Boom! Ning's powerful Heaven Punisher sent its right knee flying upwards, smashing viciously against the face of the white-faced flood dragon. Crunch! One could hear the sound of bones shattering. The pale, humanoid face of the white-faced flood dragon instantly twisted into unrecognizable shape as it stumbled and fell backwards. A long sword suddenly appeared in each of Ning's Heaven Punisher's hands. The 2 long swords were actually just long, sharp spikes. They had sharp tips but no blades. Ning wielded a long sword in each of his 2 hands. After his earlier knee strike, he delivered a pair of blows with the swords towards the head of the fallen white-faced flood dragon. As the white-faced flood dragon fell, it knew that things were looking dire and so it hurriedly brandished its claws, seeking to block, but it was only able to block one of the long swords. As for the other long sword, Pierce. The sharp tip of the long sword carried the full, unfathomable power of the Heaven Punisher, and it forcibly punched its way through the twisted, mangled neck of the white-faced flood dragon. And as it penetrated in, it began to grind away at the innards of the white-faced flood dragon's body. Ah! No! An enormous amount of baleful energy began to flood towards Ning. Clearly, many celestial immortals and loose immortals had just died, resulting in the creation of so much baleful energy. As Ning was the commander of the entire formation, the baleful energy naturally ignored everyone else and swirled straight towards Ning, being absorbed by the 3 Dark North swords that were located within the Jindan region inside Ning's body. The entire white-faced flood dragon instantly collapsed, revealing the countless celestial immortals and loose immortals inside of it. These loose immortals and celestial immortals all fled in panic, trying to use any idea they could come up with to escape, hide, or flee. Ning's Heaven Punisher, however, swung both hands towards them in a savage blow. His hands were like massive storm clouds, covering the entire area where the countless ant-like immortals were. Bang! Bang! The cloud-like palms descended, causing countless immortals to perish. An even greater flood of baleful energy poured into Ning's Jindan region, and his 3 Dark North swords greedily drank in all of it. Ning didn't hesitate to slaughter these immortals at all. He showed no mercy whatsoever, because showing mercy to his foes was the same as being cruel to those he needed to protect. Bang! Bang! The enormous, storm cloud-like palms continued to slam down towards the frantically scurrying immortals, causing them utter terror and agony. Some of them even began to curse in rage, but they were nothing more than the lowest of ants that would take part in this storm. In truth, in the face of this storm, the loose immortals would have even more miserable outcomes than normal mortals would. Stop! Halt! The 2 closest white-faced flood dragons and the 9 black aberrations came charging towards Ning. Ning immediately recognized the black aberrations. Empyrean god golems? These newcomers had auras that were slightly weaker than the auras of the massive formation-created Fiendgods. They were Empyrean god golems. The reason why Ning was able to recognize them right away was because when the forces of the Seamless Gate had attempted to assassinate him at Brightheart Island, Old Man Yuan had killed them and given Ning their treasures, and one of the treasures Ning acquired was an Empyrean god golem. It was identical to these 9 new Empyrean god golems. Black-colored, savage-looking, and horned. Dark North, well done. Excellent. Well struck. Ha ha ha. Kill them all. The other 7 Heaven Punishers excitedly moved to join forces with Ning. They couldn't be blamed for their excitement. The Seamless Gate had just slain the Lochwater Heaven Punisher, while Ning then immediately killed a white-faced flood dragon afterwards. Just now, the other Heaven Punishers had been enraged by the destruction of the Lochwater Heaven Punisher. Upon seeing Ning wipe out an enemy terror beast in bloody fashion, how could they not grow excited? Ha! The other 9 black Fiendgods are all Empyrean god golems. Ning sent mentally. They should all be weaker than the white-faced flood dragons. Whoosh! 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 The 3 closest Empyrean god golems pounced towards Ning. Ning willed it, pulling all the treasures left behind by the countless slain immortals into high-size storage treasure. Of course, quite a few immortals managed to escape. Given that immortals fled at high speed, that they were fleeing in every direction, and that some had even hidden themselves within their immortal estates, there was no way Ning could wipe them all out. Similarly, when the Lochwater Heaven Punisher had been destroyed, quite a few immortals had managed to survive as well. But of course, those who survived were the fortunate ones. In a battle at this level, surviving after the formation collapsed was purely a matter of luck. Humph! Ning's Heaven Punisher took a single sidestep, then launched a fierce claw attack towards an attacking Empyrean god golem. Ning's normal combat style involved the usage of the star-seizing hand, and so he was very experienced in bare-handed combat. Fists, claws, palms, sword fingers. His 2 hands could use all these techniques. The Empyrean god golem hurriedly raised its arms to block. Boom! When contact was made, Ning's claw hand attack changed into a fist strike, and his fist became covered with a series of sharp, protruding spikes. These spikes were formed from the top-grade pure yang treasure, the splitters. The punch landed heavily against the twin arms of the Empyrean god golem, and although the arms managed to block and withstand the strike, the golem itself was still knocked flying backwards. It flew a tremendous distance, then landed deep into the waters of the Great Lake. It rolled several times before being able to rise to its feet and once more charge forward. But by this time Ning had already engaged in combat with the other two Empyrean god golems. Ning's strikes all focused on using overbearing amounts of power. As for the three Empyrean god golems, they were much as Ning had protected. Due to being created from precious materials, they were incredibly tough defensively, but their attacks were clearly on a lower level. However, because the three golems were attacking Ning in unison, Ning didn't have enough time to fight them and defeat them one-on-one. Kill! These Empyrean god golems aren't that tough. Significantly weaker than the white-faced flood dragons. The other heaven punishers began to exchange blows with the Empyrean god golems and the white-faced flood dragons. Battle continued unabated. To completely tie down Ji Ning required the usage of three Empyrean god golems, but only two were needed to tie down the other heaven punishers. The 9 Empyrean god golems and the 2 white-faced flood dragons had joined forces, supporting each other in defending against Ning and the rest of the 8 heaven punishers. Although they were at a disadvantage, the Seamless Gates forces were able to hold. The Empyrean god golems were incredibly resilient, after all. Their bodies were comparable to pure yang treasures, but of course they had their weaknesses as well. Once they were captured or bound, they were finished. Empyrean god Venomsong's white-faced flood dragon battled furiously for a time against the 2 Empyrean gods of the Grand Xia, but was unable to kill them. Upon seeing the 2 white-faced flood dragons and the 9 Empyrean god golems suffer assaults from the 8 heaven punishers, he immediately let out a furious roar and began to charge towards them. Although the 2 Empyrean gods of the Grand Xia did their best to bar the path, they were unable to stop this mighty white-faced flood dragon. This white-faced flood dragon is too powerful, Empyrean god Firecloud sent mentally. My guess is that it has to be an Empyrean god or a true immortal commanding it, the female Empyrean god sent back. Let's use our spells to assist Ji Ning and the rest of the 8. Right now, it's best if we use spells. Empyrean god Firecloud agreed. The female Empyrean god and Empyrean god Firecloud charged forwards while casting their spells. Both of them were using binding-type spells. A roaring black river of water and a flood of golden magma began to furiously swirl about and entangle the 3 enemy white-faced flood dragons and the 9 enemy Empyrean god golems. Damn! The Venomsong terror beast was enraged. The binding power is nauseating. I'm moving even slower now. The other 2 white-faced flood dragons felt the effects even more strongly. Before this, they had an advantage over the heaven punishers in terms of speed, but now they were at a disadvantage. Even their attack power had dropped significantly. As for the 9 Empyrean god golems, they were impacted even more heavily. They were weaker to begin with, and now that they were being slowed down by the spells, their power dropped dramatically. Fortunately, the 2 Empyrean gods of the Grand Xia had cast wide area of effect spells that weren't focused on them, which was why they were able to continue battling against the heaven punishers. Damn! The Venomsong terror beast was impacted the least, and he charged forward in berserk fashion. Ning and the other 7 heaven punishers instantly felt great danger impending. Wacko all beasts, dust float, let's go deal with it. Celestial Immortal Unity sent. The 4 of them were facing the Venomsong terror beast, and were the closest ones to him. Thus, it was up to the 4 of them to receive his attacks. Boom! Celestial Immortal Unity was sent flying backwards from the initial collision, but the other 3 heaven punishers immediately moved to block the Venomsong terror beast, giving him no chance to press the assault. For a time, 4 heaven punishers launched wild joint attacks against the Venomsong terror beast. They rained down their blows in sequence, supporting each other and managing to withstand the terrifying white-faced flood dragon. As for Ning and the remaining heaven punishers, they continued to wildly battle the 9 Empyrean god golems and the other 2 white-faced flood dragons. Ning alone was suffering assaults from 6 separate Empyrean god golems. Atop the distant walls of the Black Citadel, the Seamless City, true immortal White Pole, Gatemaster Azure Fox, and the others were watching from afar. I told them long ago to be wary of the one named Ji Ning. Gatemaster Azure Fox had a frown on her face, as well as a hint of anger on it. You can't blame them. The Hallmaster of the Blood Cloud Hall shook his head. Things change too quickly on the field of battle. Once you give your enemy an opening, you won't even have a chance to flee. In addition, that Ji Ning took on a tremendous risk. He actually dared to use jump up and use a knee strike. True Fiendgods rarely use techniques like that. True immortal White Pole said coldly. To do what others dare not do. That's what made him formidable. For true Fiendgods, their full power is merged together with each strike, and so it is enough to use the arms to attack. The formation commanders of the Heaven Punishers and the white-faced Flood Dragons are only able to control part of their strength, to say nothing of merging it all together in each blow. The legs of the Heaven Punishers are far more powerful than their arms. If Ji Ning hadn't used such a risky attack, our side would have been able to hold on and the 9 Empyrean God Golems would have been able to make it there in time. But Ji Ning's risky maneuver. He broke through the defenses of the white-faced Flood Dragon with a knee, then slaughtered it. The others present all needed. This Ji Ning truly has become a dangerous variable, Gatemaster Azure Fox said. The horned immortal Venom Freak had an even uglier look on his face now, but a mocking look was in his eyes. Originally, when he was with the Nuwa Alliance, he had been worried that Ning would take revenge on him. Now that he had joined the Seamless Gate, it became the Seamless Gate who wanted to kill Ning even more than Venom Freak did. This battle can be concluded now, true immortal White Pole said. The Xia Emperor has other Empyrean gods and true immortals who have yet to appear, while we haven't used our full power either. Even if both of us did use our full power, neither of us would be able to sweep away our opponents. This initial clash has been enough. It's shown us our opponent's strengths and weaknesses. It's time for us to ponder on them. Agreed. We definitely do need to ponder on this. It seems we'll need to request additional reinforcements from the Fifth World. Everyone nodded. None of them had expected to fully destroy their enemies in this first clash. That would be a gross underestimation of the Xia Emperor. If they were so foolish as to continue to flail about, even if they managed to win, the price they would pay would be catastrophic. What the Seamless Gate wanted to do was to conquer the entire Grand Xia while suffering the least amount of casualties possible. But of course, if there were no other options, they would be willing to pay whatever price was necessary. Venom Song, true immortal White Pole looked towards the other Empyrean god of the Seamless Gate. Halt the battle. Come back. The person he was speaking to was, of course, Empyrean god Venom Song, albeit just a clone. As a fiend god, he was able to effortlessly create thousands of clones. Fine. Empyrean god Venom Song narrowed his eyes and nodded. However, before we retreat, I want to personally test this Ji Ning's power. Thank you, Venom Song. The black-robed, black-haired, red-eyed elder suddenly said something for the first time. Haha. Fellow Taoist Crimson Joy, no need to thank me. I know that you were entrusted with fellow Taoist Black Heaven with the task of killing Ji Ning. I might be helping you out, but I am primarily acting to serve the Seamless Gate's interests. This Ji Ning truly is an impediment to our conquest of the Grand Xia. Empyrean god Venom Song nodded. The red-eyed elder nodded lightly. He wasn't under the command of Gatemaster Azure Fox at all. He had come on the request of Celestial Immortal Black Heaven, and he had just one mission: to kill Ji Ning. The Seamless Gate is most likely going to retreat soon. Beware their final attack. Ji Ning sent mentally. He was the strongest member on their side, and so was able to read the flow of battle better than any of them. Right? Everyone, be careful. Not good. The most powerful white-faced flood dragon just ran off. Ah! Ji Ning, be careful. Celestial Immortal Unity sent mentally. Ning noticed this as well. The most powerful white-faced flood dragon moved incredibly fast. Upon disengaging, it shot out in a solitary line and charged towards Ji Ning. Instantly, the other Heaven Punishers moved closer to Ning, intending to support him. Die! The Venom Song terror beast charged forward ferociously. Venom Song wanted to test Ning. But of course, if he was able to kill Ning, that would be even better. His claws tore outwards, seeming to carry the power to rend apart the sky itself as he struck straight towards Ning's Heaven Punisher. Ning took one step back with his left leg, both knees bending slightly as he used both of his palms to meet the ferocious claw strikes. Boom! This was the most powerful exchange of blows in this initial clash. The shockwaves from the collision caused the ground itself to split apart, with enormous craters appearing in the ground beneath both Ning's Heaven Punisher and the white-faced Flood Dragon. Both their bodies sank downwards, their legs plunging knee-deep into the earth. The earth around them rippled outwards like massive waves, and the ripples spread all the way to the distant lake, kicking up absolutely shocking waves. Ning could sense a terrifying power spread out to encompass his entire body. He had bent his knees and assumed a stable stance to build up power to block the blow, but upon actually receiving this terrifying strike from Venom Song's white-faced Flood Dragon, Ning couldn't help but stagger back heavily by one step. He almost went down to one knee as his body was pressed downwards before he was able to weather the powerful collision. Bang! A cold smirk was on Venom Song's white-faced Flood Dragon as his second claw attack ripped out towards Ning. He had two sharp claws after all. Just now, he had only used a single one to tear at Ning. Boom! Ning remained very clear-headed. His right hand manifested another long sword, and his sword light struck out like water, lashing sideways against the sharp claws of the Venom Song terror beast and knocking it aside. Ning immediately retreated, pulling back. Humph! This white-faced Flood Dragon's first claw came with all of its power and was tremendously strong. The sudden attack from the second claw, however, was a bit weaker. Venom Song didn't really expect to actually be able to slay Ning with just two claws. He immediately moved to pursue Ning, sending the two claws in another ferocious strike. Ning was forced back time and time again, but he was still able to hold on. Ning. Fellow Taoist Dark North. Hold on. The other Heaven Punishers came to assist Ning. Empyrean God Venom Song could tell that he had lost his chance. All he could do was furiously strike out with his draconic tail. Bang! Ning lifted both his arms, blocking the strike from the 90,000-meter tail, then relied on the counterforce from the blow to retreat backwards. His movements, however, remained perfectly steady. Empyrean God Venom Song gave Ning a hateful look, then glanced sideways at the other 7 Heaven Punishers. He smirked, then barked a mental order. Retreat! Yes, everyone assented to his order. The other 2 white-faced Flood Dragons and the 9 Empyrean God Golems immediately began to retreat, under the command of Empyrean God Venom Song. They all began to move at full speed, bounding across the wild marshes, traversing tens of kilometers with each movement as they moved rapidly towards the levitating Black Citadel. Even though Ning and the others remained more than 10,000 kilometers away from the Seamless City, they could still sense how utterly enormous the citadel was. No need to chase. The Xia Emperor's voice rang out by the ears of Ning and the others. The 8 Heaven Punishers and the 2 Empyrean Gods came to a halt, just staring off into the distance at their fleeing foes. They then turned to look at each other, a complicated look in their eyes. It was just a very short exchange, but countless loose immortals and celestial immortals died. Ning and the others couldn't help but feel a sort of sympathetic grief. Today, it was the Loachwater Heaven Punisher which had fallen. In the future, it could be them. Swish, swish, swish. Ning and the others disappeared into thin air. Within the 8 Dragons Cloud City, countless celestial immortals and loose immortals were gathered here, within the main plaza of the 8 Dragons Cloud City. They stared at the Xia Emperor and the others around him, such as Ning and the rest of the 9 generals. Celestial Immortal Loachwater was with them as well. Although the Loachwater army had suffered catastrophic casualties, there were still many Celestial Immortals and loose immortals who had survived. Celestial Immortal Loachwater had been lucky and had managed to survive as well. My fellow immortals, the black-robed Xia Emperor said solemnly, This was the first battle between our Grand Xia and the Seamless Gate. Even I didn't expect that, in our first real battle, we would have suffered such heavy losses. The Lochwater army suffered heavy casualties, with 436 slain Celestial Immortals and 51,210 slain Loose Immortals. Utter silence. Ning's own heart sank as well upon hearing this. 436 Celestial Immortals and 51,210 Loose Immortals. What did this represent? Everyone present knew the answer. Prior to the onset of this great storm, the Black-White College had only produced a single Celestial Immortal in its entire history. Even the Young Flame clan, a clan that was ranked as one of the top 10 clans of the Grand Xia, had only produced 9 Celestial Immortals and around 1,000 Loose Immortals. In other words, the casualties they had suffered today represented a force that was tens of times more powerful than the entire Young Flame clan. The slain Celestial Immortals and Loose Immortals had come from throughout the various commanderies of the Grand Xia. They had come in response to the Xia Emperor's summons, gathering at the imperial capital. They had come from countless schools, clans, and sects. That was why so many of them had been able to gather in one place. This happened as a result of poor command decisions by myself. The black-robed Xia Emperor's voice was low. The Seamless Gate has a formidable intelligence network, while we know very little about them. We didn't know in advance that one of the white-faced flood dragons was that powerful. Still, we know all along that our war against the Seamless Gate would result in heavy losses. The countless Celestial Immortals and Loose Immortals below him were all silent. Their hearts were heavy. However, their losses were even heavier than ours. The black-robed Xia Emperor's gaze turned slightly more vicious than before. Sword Immortal Dark North, Ji Ning, led his Heaven Punisher to defeat and slay a white-faced flood dragon. He killed more than 600 Celestial Immortals and nearly 70,000 Loose Immortals. The morale of the Immortals located below him began to lift noticeably. They killed our warriors, but we killed theirs as well. In fact, we killed even more of them. This is war. A war of life and death. The Grand Xia, the Seamless Gate. One side has to fall. If we don't want to die, then we have to kill them. Kill them all. The Xia Emperor's voice rang out, echoing throughout the city. Kill them all. The Xia Emperor roared once again. Kill them all. Kill them all. The Xia Emperor's voice, along with the enormous pressure all of the Immortals felt, caused all of the Immortals to let out angry snarls as well. All of the Immortals present knew that there was no way for anyone to hide from this storm. They had to face it head-on. If they wanted to survive, they had to go all out. They had to make their enemies die. All of you can go back to your camps to rest. This will be a long war. Today was just the beginning. The Xia Emperor ordered. Yes, Imperial Majesty. Instantly, all of the Immortals acknowledged his command, then flew back in a dense mass towards their respective camps. Let's go back to the main palace. The Xia Emperor swept his 9 generals with his gaze, then immediately turned to head towards the main palace. Within the main palace, the Xia Emperor was seated up high on his throne. His 5 true Immortals were by his side, while Ning and the rest of the 9 remained standing before them. Imperial Majesty. Celestial Immortal Lochwater's face was completely ashen. He stepped forward, then immediately went down to his knees. It was because of me. I was hungry for a victory, causing so many of our fellow Immortals to die. Imperial Majesty, please punish me. The Xia Emperor gave him a glance. You were the general for the Lochwater army, but today you caused so many Celestial Immortals and Loose Immortals to die in battle. Indeed, you cannot escape responsibility for this disaster. However, strictly speaking, I can't fully blame you. That white-faced flood dragon was indeed more powerful than we had expected. This time I'll let the matter rest, but in the future you must be more cautious. I will arrange for new Celestial Immortals and Loose Immortals to enter and replenish your Lochwater army. Do not disappoint me a second time. Although he now knew that he would not be punished, Celestial Immortals Lochwater still felt great guilt in his heart. Upon hearing the Xia Emperor promise him new Celestial Immortals and loose immortals to rebuild his Lochwater army. He couldn't help but feel shocked. Imperial Majesty, this... I have faith in you, the Xia Emperor said calmly. Enough. You can rise. Lochwater will not disappoint you again, your Imperial Majesty. Celestial Immortal Lochwater rose to his feet, a fierce look in his eyes. The Xia Emperor turned his gaze towards the others. What do you think of this battle? That white-faced flood dragon had to have been commanded by an Empyrean god or a true immortal, the nearby red-bearded elder said. When I fought against him, I saw that although his claw attacks were seemingly simple, they contained full mastery over the Grand Tao of Blackwater. The commander is definitely an Empyrean god or true immortal. As for how many additional celestial immortals and loose immortals he had under his command, that's hard to say. Right? The Xia Emperor nodded. Ji Ning and the rest of the 9, listen up. In the future, you absolutely must not fight against that white-faced flood dragon by yourself. Even you, Ji Ning, must only attack if you have helpers nearby. I understand, Ning said. When I fought against him, I saw that he was superior to me in every aspect, be it strength or speed. I might be able to hold on for a short period of time, but any longer. Fellow Taoist Dark North, you might be able to hold on for a short period of time, but the rest of us would probably be defeated in just 1 or 2 exchanges. Celestial Immortal Dustfloat said, shaking his head. Thus, when fighting that white-faced flood dragon, you have to have at least 2 helpers, the Xia Emperor said. Also, what are your opinions regarding those Empyrean god golems? Tough to deal with. Very tough to deal with. They get in the way. Ning and the others had fought against the golems personally. They all had frowns on their faces. Ning had already become the unspoken leader of the 9 generals. He said, the attacks of the Empyrean god golems weren't that strong, but they are manufactured golems with bodies as tough as pure yang treasures. It is hard to damage them through direct attacks. The only way to deal with them is to suppress them through overwhelmingly superior power, then capture them. However, if several of them join together, there's no chance for us to capture them at all. Right? No matter how we attack them, we can't damage them. Celestial Immortal Unity and the others agreed. Ning realized that these Empyrean god golems were much similar to himself, back when he had first learned the 8-9 arcane art. Weak attacks but incredibly powerful defenses. Most likely, there was only 2 ways to deal with them. Constricting and binding them, or suppressing and sealing them. Right, Your Imperial Majesty, Ning suddenly said. The Xia Emperor looked towards Ning. I have an Empyrean god golem, Ning said. One of the same type that we just fought against. You do. The Xia Emperor was surprised and delighted. I acquired it when the Seamless Gate attacked me, Ning said. But I only have one. Good, good, good. In their campaigns against the other major worlds, the Seamless Gate lost several Empyrean god golems to our side. I did everything I could, but only managed to procure 3 of them. Now that you have another one... Excellent, the Xia Emperor said hurriedly. These Empyrean god golems are incredibly precious. I won't force you to give it up for free. Ji Ning, if there is anything you want, I will trade it to you, but you have to give me the golem. Ning said, since I mentioned it, I naturally have the intentions of giving it to you, Your Imperial Majesty. As for what I need, Imperial Majesty, you can just give me some pure Yang Immortal pills or Great Firmament Immortal pills. I've prepared a very large number of these pills. The Xia Emperor let out a sigh. I don't know how long this war will go on for. All of our immortals will need immortal pills to replenish their energy at critical moments, and so we need many pills. Haha. I'll give you an entire bottle of them. Ning immediately waved his hand, producing a black, palm-sized horned golem within his hand. One which looked identical to the Empyrean god golems they had previously battled against. Because this was a manufactured treasure, its size could be changed as necessary. The Empyrean god golem flew towards the Xia Emperor, and a bottle of pills flew towards Ning. Ning knew very well that this golem required many celestial immortals working together to control it. It was useless to him, but it was incredibly useful on the field of battle. As for the pills, He desperately needed powerful pills to train in the 8-9 arcane art. At present, he had only reached the 5th stage of the 8-9 arcane art. Everyone, the Xia Emperor said, the battle between us and the Seamless Gate is one in which only one size can survive. There's nowhere for us to retreat to. In addition, we will be fighting against them for a long period of time. After all, if we can tie down more of their forces here, it will mean that they can't use those forces to attack other major worlds. Ning and the others nodded. The Grand Xia was just one battlefield in this war. If all the major worlds hid their forces without willing to use them, then the Seamless Gate would be able to focus on them one by one and defeat them. Thus, every single major world had to go all out to fight as if they were mad. If the Seamless Gate wanted to take them over, they would have to pay enough of a blood price. Starting from tomorrow, each time the 9 Heaven Punishers go out into battle, Ji Ning will be the leader. None of the Heaven Punishers are to stray too far away from him. I will ensure that the 8 Dragons Cloud City is close to Ji Ning, so that I can reinforce him immediately, the Xia Emperor said. The Empyrean gods and true immortals will also reinforce you as needed. At appropriate moments, I'll also send out the 4 Empyrean god golems to assist you. This war will most likely last for a very long period of time. Now that you have battled against the Seamless Gate, both you and them are more experienced. It is unlikely that either side will be able to gain easy victories in the future. However, you must not grow too complacent. Over the course of many battles, you will have many chances to slay one of the white-faced flood dragons, and each will represent an enormous victory, the Xia Emperor said. Succeed several times, and the foe will no longer have any white-faced flood dragons left. The more of them perish, the greater our chances of success shall be. Life will be tough. We'll be engaged in a long war, and if you slip up, the result will be death, the Xia Emperor said. Thus, my 9 fellow immortals, you must be careful. Yes, your Imperial Majesty. Ji Ning, Celestial Immortal Unity, Celestial Immortal Loachwater, Fairy Rainsoar, Celestial Immortal Dustfloat, Celestial Immortal All-Beast, Fairy Thousand Needles, Celestial Immortal Wacko, and Celestial Immortal Rainbow all assented solemnly. The war would be a cruel, vicious one. Perhaps others amongst them would fall, and each time they fell, it would mean that 1,000 Celestial Immortals and 100,000 Celestial Immortals had fallen with them. And yet, none of them felt any fear. In the face of the war before them, there was no way out for anyone. Ji Ning and the other 8 commanders all returned to their own military camps, which were quite spacious. Entering the camp, Ning walked towards his own residence. General! General! When the Celestial Immortals and Loose Immortals saw Ning, they all called out to him. Ning smiled back to them, even calling out some of their names. Fellow Taoist Frostlike, fellow Doist Dong Zixio. He could sense the veneration these immortal soldiers felt towards him. Back when they were in the imperial palace of the Grand Xia, these immortals only followed Ning because the Xia Emperor had ordered it. Now, however, Ning's performance in battle had thoroughly convinced them. If they were to follow a powerful leader, they would have a much greater chance of surviving this terrible storm. The veneration these people showed Ning caused him to feel full of vigor and energy, but it also made him feel pressure. He soon reached his residence. Yue, dressed in white clothes, was waiting for him at the door. You are back. Yue smiled. I heard the other immortals talking about you just now. Our Dark North army has achieved a great victory. Supposedly, we killed hundreds of celestial immortals and tens of thousands of loose immortals. Yes, however, our losses in the Loachwater army were very heavy. Ning strode into the residence, then stared in surprise. Eh? This residence was the general's residence, and so it was fairly large. Prior to this, however, it had been sparsely decorated and plain-looking. Now, however, there were paintings hanging on the ceiling, and there were exquisite pieces of furniture laid out throughout the rooms. In fact, there was now even a special study with a table that was covered in quills, ink, and paper. There was a brush holder that had 3 feather brushes within it. When relaxing, Ning usually liked to write calligraphy and paint paintings. At the innermost part of the residence, There was also a private resting room meant for the two to sleep together. Some exquisitely made delicacies were currently placed atop the black wooden table. Senior apprentice sister, how'd you do this so quickly? Ning laughed. I just went out for a short while, but by the time I returned, our entire home has changed. You've even prepared a meal for us. This campaign is most likely going to be a very long one. We are most likely going to be living here for a very long period of time. Naturally, I have to decorate it a bit and make it look nice. Just now, when I saw the Xia Emperor summoning the 9 of you to the main palace, I took the opportunity to cook a few dishes as well. Yue said with a smile. You've come back with a resounding victory. We have to celebrate it. Yes, we do. Ning immediately sat down, picking up his chopsticks and picking up a crystalline piece of meat that looked like pineapple in texture, then eating it. This was indeed personally prepared by Yue. He could tell as soon as he tasted it. When the two had lived together in the Black-White College, Yue had often personally prepared food for him. Excellent. It's delicious, Ning praised. You should sit and have some as well. Yue sat down next to him, accompanying him in eating. Ning and Yue ate together and chatted together. Suddenly, Ning felt as though his heart, which had previously still felt excited and restless after that great battle, had turned calm. Back when he had lived by the side of his parents, he felt this sort of inner peace. Now, when he was with Yue, he felt the same thing. Ning glanced at Yue, who was eating slowly while gently stroking her stomach. He murmured silently to himself, even though the storm has come, I, Ning, swear that I will do everything I can to protect you and our unborn child. The things he needed to protect were also the things he cared the most about. The underwater estate, the stellar hall, before the thatched cottage. Ning's true body manifested a seemingly material immortal sword within his hands, using it to train in swordplay. Swordlight flashed everywhere, and sword ki flew everywhere. I have to master the entire Tao of the sword as soon as possible, as well as come up the heart force technique. Ning came to a halt, a hint of delight in his eyes. Although my battle against the Seamless Gate was quite short, a life-and-death battle like that was of tremendous help to me in gaining further insights into the Tao of the sword. That battle was a battle in which both sides harbored the intention of killing the other. There was no mercy to be shown whatsoever. It was a battle where one completely emptied one's mind of everything besides the fight. This did indeed allowing for an astonishing improvement in one's insights into the sword. For example, even back on Earth, if you had one swordsman who had studied for several years in a martial arts school and another swordsman who had fought in just a few life-and-death battles with the goal of surviving, the latter would probably be able to kill the former in just a single exchange of blows. Life-and-death battles. These things could indeed provide tremendous strength. In the future, I'll be engaged in many battles. I have to work hard to understand more of the Tao of the sword and master it as soon as I can. Ning was already very close to the final bottleneck of the Tao of the sword. After reaching it, he would only need one more step before mastering it. I've just barely managed to reach the basic level of skill in the application of heart force to the soul, but to create... Ning frowned when he thought about heart force because it was clearly far harder to advance in it. It was easy to reach the basic level of skill, because there was a very close relationship between heart force and the soul to begin with. Even if you didn't know any special heart force techniques at all, just possessing powerful heart force would be of tremendous help in controlling magic treasures. Thus, Ning had quickly reached the most basic level of skill, but to further analyze it and come up with many practical methods for perfecting it and applying it to the soul was of incredible difficulty. Time to begin training in my 8-9 arcane art. Ning immediately sat down in the lotus position. He sat down within the thatched cottage, pulling out a pill bottle. Pulling out the plug, he glanced inside, then nodded. The Xia Emperor is indeed generous. Just a portion of this is enough for me to train to the 6th cycle. He immediately pulled out a sparkling golden pill, a great firmament immortal pill, then tossed it into his mouth. The great firmament immortal pill contained an astonishing amount of energy, but his 5th cycle foundation of the 8-9 arcane art was completely capable of absorbing it all. The main plaza of the 8 Dragons Cloud City. 9 massive heaven punishers stood there, and next to them were 4 equally towering Empyrean god golems. Ji Ning, the 9 of you should have a good spar against them. Get them familiar with battles against these types of opponents. The black-robed Xia Emperor stood to one side, watching as he gave instructions. Right? The 9 heaven punishers looked at the 4 golems. 3 of the golems were from the Xia Emperor, while the 4th was originally Ning's. It must be understood that the Xia Emperor had 2,000 celestial immortals under his direct command. While he had sent some to replenish the ranks of the Lochwater army, he had also arranged for others to go utilize the Empyrean god golems. Empyrean god golems needed to be controlled by celestial immortals. Loose immortals were useless for this purpose. Be careful, Ning said. Fellow Taoist Darknorth, go ahead and use your full power. The 4 Empyrean god golems were proceeding with caution as well. Ning and the rest of the 9 exchanged a glance, going so far as to grin at each other. Then, with a series of whooshing sounds, they immediately threw themselves towards their foes. 9 heaven punishers against 4 golems? Generally speaking, a single heaven punisher would be able to easily suppress 2 of these golems. Ning was able to give all 4 of them a good fight by himself. When all 9 of them joined together, they would naturally be able to dominate these Empyrean god golems with ease. Boom! 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 They battled so violently, the world itself seemed to turn dark. Fortunately, the 8 Dragons Cloud City was a protocosmic spirit treasure, far more stable than the outside world. They couldn't even damage the ground in the slightest. Ning and the others unleashed their full power, using saber arts, sword arts, staff arts, axe arts, and more, sending the 4 golems flying again and again. The 4 Empyrean god golems were incredibly resilient and able to swiftly clamber back to their feet and once more enter the fray. This was, of course, a battle to accumulate experience. If they were fighting against the Seamless Gate, they would really be going all out to capture, subdue, and kill. A short while later, "You can halt," the Xia Emperor said. The 9 heaven punishers and the 4 Empyrean god golems immediately came to a halt. How did it feel? The Xia Emperor asked. The 4 of them are roughly as powerful as the Empyrean god golems on the Seamless Gate side, Ning said. Not much difference. Celestial Immortal Unity and the others agreed. The Xia Emperor nodded. As I suspected, we've tested these Empyrean god golems multiple times, and as a result we've discovered that having 150 celestial immortals controlling them is an optimal number. If you use any more, it won't increase the power of the golems by much, but if you use any fewer, the amount of power will drop dramatically. 150. That's the perfect number for using these golems. Just 150? Ning called out in surprise. If that's the case, then they are able to tie me down by using just 4 golems and 600 celestial immortals. Ning knew exactly what a pain these Empyrean god golems were to deal with. The Xia Emperor shook his head. The reason why they are so tough is due to the golems themselves. They are incredibly rare. Right now, I only have 4 of them, including the one you gave me. Even the Seamless Gate has a limited number of them. Otherwise, they would just employ a large number of them, at which point we would definitely be defeated. Ning and the others all nodded. Empyrean god golems are very difficult to create, and they are extremely costly. Our side is completely unable to manufacture them. The Xia Emperor side. The core formation diagrams of the Empyrean god golems. Our Tao Fathers and True Gods have tried on multiple occasions to steal some, but they failed every time. The Seamless Gate is that incredible in their golem forging skills? Celestial Immortal Unity and the others hadn't known this. Of course, in the Tao of constructs, they far outstrip us. There's no need to deny this at all, the Xia Emperor said. Ning nodded as well. Years ago, his junior apprentice brother Mu Northsun had been imprisoned within one of the enemy bases. That place, a mere base, had amply demonstrated that their skills in manufacturing constructs had reached an unfathomable level. Even Northsun had been stunned by their prowess. Despite that, the base had most likely been one of the low-level manufacturing facilities for the Seamless Gate. The core formation diagrams for the golems are the most valuable parts. the Xia Emperor said. If we can acquire them, then we can manufacture golems of our own. In fact, the Seamless Gate has other golems as well, including some that are even more powerful than Empyrean God golems. Acquiring a set of the core formation diagrams would be of great benefit to our overall position throughout the entire three realms. Gaining a formation diagram would be even more important than losing the entire Grand Xia Major world. But alas, we haven't been able to acquire one. Ning and the others all understood. Not even the leaders of the Taoist path and the Buddhist way, the primordial imperial clan, and Subhuti of the Dream of the Three Realms had been able to procure these diagrams. From this, one could tell how tightly and carefully the Seamless Gate protected them. If we could acquire a set, the Xia Emperor's eyes were filled with obvious desire. If he could acquire one, then most likely all of the Tao Fathers and true gods of the New Alliance would thank him. It must be understood that the strongest golems of the Seamless Gate had the power to threaten even true gods and Tao Fathers. This was one of the gravest concerns for the major powers of the New Alliance, and one of the most frightening aspects of the Seamless Gate. In fact, to ensure that golems would be manufactured properly, the leaders had even set up an independent organization, the Myriad Demons Cavern, to carry out that task. The New Alliance had attempted to infiltrate the Myriad Demons Cavern to acquire formation diagrams, but they had failed each time. Enough of that. The Xia Emperor refocused his attention, turning to look towards Ning and the others. Take a rest. The forces of the Seamless Gate are already taunting us and calling for battle. Prepare to engage them. As he spoke, the Xia Emperor waved his hand, producing an illusory image next to him. The illusory image showed 4 white-faced flood dragons and 9 Empyrean god golems. Clearly, the destroyed white-faced flood dragon had its ranks replenished. Like the Xia Emperor, the Seamless Gate had quite a few celestial immortals and loose immortals in reserve. Ning stared at the illusory image. Killing one would be a major accomplishment. Gotta win. When Ning looked at the image before him, the picture in his mind was that of Yu Wei caressing her belly. He had to protect them no matter what. After resting for a few moments, whoosh, 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 9 heaven punishers vanished from the 8 dragons cloud city, going to the outside world. The walls of the Seamless City. True immortal white pole stood shoulder to shoulder with the black-haired, black-robed, red-eyed elder. They stared at the distant battle occurring, with 9 heaven punishers doing battle against 4 white-faced flood dragons and 9 Empyrean god golems. Fellow Taoist Crimson Joy, true immortal white pole said with a calm laugh. Fellow Taoist Black Heaven asked you to kill Ji Ning. I wonder, when do you plan to make your move? In a head-on battle, true immortal white pole was very confident in his powers. Most likely not even Azure Fox was a match for him. In terms of killing someone, however, true immortal white pole didn't dare to compete against true immortal Crimson Joy. Engaging in a head-on fight was completely different from murdering someone. True immortal Crimson Joy was extremely skilled in murder. He had many murderous techniques indeed. In the Seamless Gate's headquarters, true immortal Crimson Joy had a very special, transcendent position. Not one of the 100 Seamless Gates under the command of the God King were qualified to command true immortal Crimson Joy. Crimson Joy reported directly to the God King himself. Not even true immortal White Pole was able to ask him for help. And so, he truly didn't understand. How was it that Black Heaven, who was clearly a mere celestial immortal, had managed to accomplish this? True immortal White Pole always had the feeling that celestial immortal Black Heaven had many secrets about him. No rush. The time isn't right yet, true immortal Crimson Joy said calmly. Right, fellow Taoist Crimson Joy. Fellow Taoist Black Heaven must have paid a significant price to get you to help out, right? True immortal White Pole said. True immortal Crimson Joy glanced at true immortal White Pole, then grinned. You couldn't possibly guess what the price was. Let me have a guess? True immortal White Pole laughed, intrigued. I won't tell you. True immortal Crimson Joy shook his head. Still, don't worry. Since I accepted fellow Taoist Black Heaven's request, I'll do everything I can and pay any price to kill Ji Ning. True immortal White Pole nodded lightly. It wasn't too likely that he would be able to take such a powerful figure under his command, and so he simply said, "You said that this isn't the right time yet. When is the right time? Wait patiently." True immortal Crimson Joy stared at the 9 distant Heaven Punishers, and the most powerful of them all, Ji Ning's Heaven Punisher. "Wait." True immortal White Pole frowned. True immortal Crimson Joy gave true immortal White Pole another glance, then said, "The more overconfident they are, the greater my chances of killing them are. Right now, however, the war has just begun. All of them," the Xia Emperor concluded, "are on high alert and are extremely cautious." "But they'll always be cautious," True immortal White Pole argued. "That's different." True immortal Crimson Joy shook his head. "Right now, they are cautious of everything. After multiple battles happen and as time goes on, they'll slowly grow accustomed to the rhythm of battle, and as that happens, although they'll still be careful, they'll naturally become less guarded against those things they feel accustomed to." True immortal White Pole nodded in seeming understanding. "Simply put, after they fight for a long time, even though they'll still be in great danger each day, they'll grow numb to the danger," True immortal Crimson Joy said. "What I need to do is wait for them to grow numb. Then when the time comes, I'll be watching to see your abilities." Fellow Taoist Crimson Joy. "Our Seamless Gate has sought to kill Ji Ning, but we've never been able to succeed, even though we've spent quite a bit of effort on it," True immortal White Pole said with a laugh. True immortal Crimson Joy shook his head. "The Seamless Gate has many powerful figures. Commander Azure Fox alone has many mighty experts under her. If the God King truly wanted to kill Ji Ning and was willing to pay any price, including risking a battle against the Tao Father behind Ji Ning would have died long ago." True immortal Crimson Joy's gaze fell once more upon Ji Ning's Heaven Punisher. He let out a soft sigh. "He truly is a peerless genius. A pity." True immortal Crimson Joy was a very patient man. He waited for over 3 years. 3 years later, a misty dawn, within an incredibly vast wilderness that was filled with craters. 7 massive Heaven Punishers and 5 Empyrean God Golems were in a frenetic battle against 3 white-faced Flood Dragons and 8 Empyrean God Golems. The land shook, and the mountains trembled. In fact, many of the distant mountain ranges had already collapsed into piles of rubble. Clang, clang, clang. Ning's Heaven Punisher was wielding a pair of divine swords that would occasionally appear and occasionally vanish. Sword light flashed everywhere, with the attacks occasionally transforming into heavy punches and insidious claw strikes. He was currently fighting against the Venom Song Terror Beast, and the nearby Celestial Immortal Unity was occasionally giving him a hand. The two of them, fighting together, were now completely capable of slowing down Venom Song's white-faced Flood Dragon. "Retreat." Venom Song gave the order. Whoosh! Instantly, the massive forms began to gather together and retreat. Ning and his comrades just watched as they departed. "Let's leave." Ning gave the order as well. The 7 Heaven Punishers and the 5 Empyrean God Golems vanished, returning back to the 8 Dragons Cloud City. Within the 8 Dragons Cloud City, the many loose Immortals and Celestial Immortals were allowed to disperse and return back to their own camps. As for the 7 generals, they turned to fly towards the walls of the 8 Dragons Cloud City. Whoosh! The 7 of them arrived, then sat down atop the city walls. "Come, let's try some of my wine today. I acquired this immortal wine when I took part in the Feast of Peaches back in the primordial era. Only a little bit is left now, but since we have wine today, let's get drunk today. Come, come, come." Celestial Immortal Wacko laughed loudly, but a hint of grief remained visible within his eyes. "Wacko's wine. That's good stuff." Ning immediately accepted and filled his gourd with the wine. The others smiled and filled their gourds in turn. They each held their gourds and began to drink from them. Not long after the war had begun between the Grand Xia and the Seamless Gate, the then 9 generals had agreed that after each battle, the 9 of them would get together and reflect on the battle and on what they had learned from it. However, after the battles became increasingly common, it became rare for Ning and the others to learn anything new from them. Their teamwork had become nearly perfect, and so their get-togethers after each battle became drinking sessions. After 3 years' worth of battles, they had become as close to each other as real siblings, and had become accustomed to this sort of get-togethers. Loach water. 1,000 needles. Ning silently murmured these two names. Ning didn't feel quite as close to celestial immortal Loachwater, because Loachwater had died roughly half a year after the start of the war. Although the two were comrades, their relationship hadn't had the chance to reach an extremely deep level. But Fairy 1,000 Needles, everyone present, including Ning, Unity, and Dustfloat, all felt great pain in their hearts. Celestial Immortal Wacko felt the most pain of all. Ning and the others had known all along that immortals would die as a result of this long war. Over the past 3 years, 4 of their Heaven Punishers had been crippled. Loachwater had lost his Heaven Punisher during his very first battle, while Unity had lost his during a battle in the second month. He had managed to survive and had received immortal reinforcements. Roughly half a year after the war had started, however, Loachwater had once again had his Heaven Punisher destroyed. He hadn't been lucky enough to survive again. This time he was slain, along with many of the loose immortals and celestial immortals under his command. Due to the number of immortals that had been sent to reinforce the Unity army, there weren't many celestial immortals and loose immortals in reserve. And so, this time the Loachwater army wasn't rebuilt, and the 9 armies turned into 8 armies. Afterwards, the army of celestial immortal All Beasts was also dealt a heavy blow. All Beasts himself, however, was lucky enough to survive. The 4th Heaven Punisher to be destroyed was that of Fairy 1,000 Needles. 1,000 Needles. Ning sighed to himself. She had just died roughly a month ago. She had been a rather cold and grim immortal. After battling by her side for 3 years, all of them had grown very close to 1,000 Needles. In fact, they had even learned that celestial immortal Wacko had been wooing her for countless eras, albeit with no success. However, after fighting shoulder to shoulder for 3 years, celestial immortal Wacko and Fairy 1,000 Needles had slowly grown very close to each other. Ning and the others had often teased them for it. Who would have thought that a battle like that would have happened? In that battle, true immortal Azure Fox, Empyrean God Three Sons, and Empyrean God Beastleave had all appeared at the same time. In truth, true immortals and Empyrean gods now often appeared during these battles. This, however, was the first time true immortal Azure Fox had personally acted. She was both a true immortal and an Empyrean god. Her body was that of a powerful god beast, and she had a very high level of insight into the Tao. This was her first time showing her power, and her power exceeded their expectations, forcing the Xia Emperor to personally intervene as well. Alas, things happened too quickly in a battle. The 1,000 Needles Heaven Punisher was destroyed, and Fairy 1,000 Needles died on the spot. In that instant, Wacko had gone completely mad. Ning and the rest went berserk as well. But there was nothing they could do. After destroying the Heaven Punisher, their foes immediately retreated. They felt pain. That grim, callous woman who had shared life and death battles with them. The woman who occasionally revealed a smile in the fact of Wacko's crazy antics. That astonishing, beautiful woman. She died, just like that. Dark North, you are the youngest of us. You definitely have to be ranked as our 8th brother. Come. Address me as second sister. Fairy 1,000 Needles had teased Ning about his age, and the fact that he was accustomed to addressing her by her name. Roughly a year after the start of the war, months after the death of Loachwater, the other 8 had grown very close to each other and had sworn oaths of brotherhood with each other. Ning was naturally the youngest, and so they referred to him as 8th. It was very rare for immortals to swear oaths of brotherhood and sisterhood with each other. But once the relationship between individuals reached a very deep level, it was a natural next step. 1,000 Needles. Ning glanced at Wacko. Wacko and 1,000 Needles had become Tao companions. 1,000 Needles' death had been a huge blow to Wacko. In fact, Wacko no longer acted as wacky as before. If Yue died, would I be able to endure that blow? Ning asked himself. As he did, he realized that he couldn't even imagine it, because there was no way he could endure it. Let's go. It's time to go back. Ning raised his head, draining all of the immortal wine in his gourd, leaving not a drop behind. Right? Let's go. Get a good night's rest. We have more battles ahead. The 3 years of war had changed them all dramatically. They now loved to sleep, because sleep could wash away their mental weariness. They no longer had the graceful immortal auras of old. Rather, they now seemed much more vulgar, casual, and relaxed. After parting paths with his 7 sworn siblings, Ning returned to his camp. General! General! All the celestial immortals and loose immortals he met on the way back felt deep, heartfelt veneration for Ning. It had been 3 years, but the Dark North Army had never suffered a serious blow, and that was because of this peerless figure before them, a man who had trained for less than a century before becoming a celestial immortal. Ning returned to his residence. Yue had already prepared a meal for him and was waiting for him. "You reek of alcohol," Yue said with a laugh. Ning couldn't help but glance at Yue's belly. The swell in her belly was already quite noticeable by now, as it was fairly large. Laughing, he said, "Our child really is the child of an Empyrean god and a celestial immortal. He's still staying in his mom's belly and isn't willing to come out. The children of gods and immortals can gestate for anywhere from 1 year to decades." Yue laughed. "As for those that are born from the natural world itself, from heaven and earth, it's not uncommon for the process to take trillions of years. There's no need for our family to wait that long." Ning moved closer, pressing his ear against Yue's stomach. He could already hear the little heartbeat from within. Yue smiled as she looked at Ji Ning press his ear to her belly. "How wonderful it would be if we could always be together like this." Alas! An inescapable shadow lurked deep within Yue's heart. Her membership in the Seamless Gate had been set in stone during her past life. Her soul had been marked by the God King, and there was no way she could resist at all. In fact, the soul seal caused her to view the God King as she would a father. Although she knew this, it wasn't possible for her to feel the slightest bit of hatred. Instead, all she felt was veneration. But in her heart, she wasn't willing to harm Ning either. "During the past 3 years of war, Azure Fox came to me in my dreams just a single time, back when things first started. Afterwards, there's been no contact at all." Yue was worried about this. "I wonder when they will give me another order." As the battles continued, the allotted time for her and Ji Ning to be together was drawing to a close as well. Eventually, there would come the day when she and Ji Ning had to part their ways. "I hope that day doesn't come too soon. I hope that our child, at least, will be safely born into the world first." Yue silently prayed to herself. Noon the next day, the golden crow hung high in the sky, filled with blazing heat. The Seamless City. The main palace. 8 true immortals were seated here. My fellow Taoists. The black-robed, black-haired, red-eyed elder rose to his feet, his calm voice carrying a bone-chilling cold to it. "Today is the day of Ji Ning's death. I'll have to trouble you all for your assistance. Haha, if fellow Taoist Crimson Joy manages to kill Ji Ning, the Xianxia will have lost its most powerful heaven punisher. The impact will be as significant as the loss of an Empyrean god or a true immortal." True immortal White Pole laughed loudly. "If you are able to wipe out his true body as well, fellow Taoist Crimson Joy, then you'll have rendered even greater merits. I'll definitely inform the God King of your accomplishments." True immortal Crimson Joy shook his head and said calmly, "I'm not completely confident in being able to slay his true body. If his true body remains with his primal twin, then I'll be able to kill both at once. But if it is somewhere else, this time, I'll probably only be able to kill the primal twin." No one knew where Ji Ning's true body was hiding. Thus, Celestial Immortal Black Heaven had invited true Immortal Crimson Joy to kill only the primal twin. The death of the primal twin would mean the loss of a life. Ning had a total of 2 lives, his true body's life and his primal twin's life. Each was incredibly precious to him. In truth, Ning's true body was within the underwater estate, and his underwater estate was with his primal twin at all times. "Everyone, let's head out," True Immortal White Pole said, laughing as he rose to his feet. If we manage to kill him today, we have to put on a huge banquet in celebration. Today, we'll bear witness to your prowess, fellow Taoist Crimson Joy. I've battled against Ji Ning countless times, but I haven't been able to do anything to him. Empyrean God Venom Song and the others all rose to their feet as well. They all walked away from the main hall, summoning their respective armies. Within the 8 Dragons Cloud City. Engage the enemies! The Xia Emperor's voice rang out throughout the 8 Dragons Cloud City. Instantly, each of the armies began to mobilize. Within the Dark North Army camp. Senior Apprentice Sister, prepare some food and wait for my return. Upon hearing the Xia Emperor's orders, Ning rose to his feet as well. Today, I truly wish to eat Roar of the 9 Snow Dragons. These were all dishes that Yue had personally named. After becoming a celestial immortal, Ning began to prefer vegetables, and this particular dish was a vegetation one. After speaking, he immediately transformed into a streak of light and flew away, not waiting for Yue's reply. Yue walked past the door, watching as Ning appeared with countless figures beside him. Come back safely. Every time Ning went out into battle, Yue couldn't help but feel worried. Assemble the formation. As Ning gave the order, the 1,000 celestial immortals and 100,000 loose immortals under his command all executed the formation technique. They looked towards Ning with trust in their eyes. Over the past 3 years, Ning's prestige had reached a shocking height. Soon, the 30,000-meter Fiendgod with no head, the Heaven Punisher, took form. The 7 Heaven Punishers all exchanged glances. Come, let's teach those little bastards of the Seamless Gate a lesson. The 7 Heaven Punishers all laughed, then walked out of the 8 Dragons Cloud City together. Moments after the 7 Heaven Punishers vanished, the 5 Empyrean God Golems headed out as well. A vast, desolate region that had been ravaged by war. The Great Lake here had vanished long ago, and even the majority of the lake water had been annihilated by the terrifying battles. The only thing left behind was a few rivers and small creeks. 3 white-faced flood dragons and 8 Empyrean God Golems were here, calling for battle. Whoosh! 7 Heaven Punishers appeared out of nowhere. Let's fight. Kill them. Led by Venomsong's white-faced flood dragon, the forces of the Seamless Gate immediately charged forward. Let's go, Ning said. Under Ning's leadership, the 7 Heaven Punishers went forward into battle as well, and as they did, the 5 Empyrean God Golems of the Xianxia also emerged. Boom! Boom! Ning's Heaven Punisher was the first to engage, fighting one-on-one against Venomsong's white-faced flood dragon. They had battled far too many times by now and were far too familiar with each other. Both sides knew exactly what abilities the other had, but Ning's side still didn't dare to be overconfident. The main purpose of this long, drawn-out war was to whittle away and lock down the enemy forces. At the same time, although the battles were seemingly pointless and drawn out, with no one perishing, in reality both sides were like vipers that were silently waiting for an opportunity. Once that opportunity came, they would reveal their venomous fangs and go for the kill. The Empyrean gods and true immortals that both sides were hiding would reveal themselves as well, seeking to annihilate part of the enemy forces at one blow. A chance. I need a chance. As Ning and Unity joined forces to battle against Venomsong's white-faced flood dragon, Ning's mentally watched the entire battlefield with incomparable calmness. Over the past 3 years, he had grown much more powerful as well. He had been dancing for so long at the line separating life and death that it had been of tremendous benefit to him mastering the Tao of the Sword. His Tao of the Sword had already reached the bottleneck, and based on his new insights, Ning had come up with an 11th stance to the 3-foot sword. He had made some progress in researching Heart Force as well. Although he hadn't reached the expertise level which Old Man Yuan had mentioned in his Heart Sutra. If Ning was to utilize this technique, he would instantly be able to unleash 3 times as much power from his Heaven Punisher. Given his much greater power and his improved sword arts, he was fully capable of reaching a higher level of power. However, Ning understood that even if he increased his power by a full level, he still wouldn't be a match for Venomsong's white-faced flood dragon. Even if I did unleash my full power, the seamless gate would immediately adjust and compensate for it. It wouldn't affect the overall scheme of things at all. Ning mused to himself. I have to find a good opportunity, a perfect opportunity to suddenly unleash my full power and wipe out yet another white-faced flood dragon. The death of Thousand Needles had made Ning long for that day even more. When she had died, Ning had wanted to save her. But alas, he had been too far away. Even the Xia Emperor and the others had appeared, but to no avail. On the field of battle, things happened far too quickly. Life and death could be determined in an instant. I have to find a chance. Within the underwater estate, the giant yellow bear and the 7 Empyrean gods were seated within the main hall, eating immortal fruit and drinking immortal wine. Ning is quite the madman. While his primal twin does battle outside, his true body trains non-stop within the stellar hall. The kind-looking Empyrean god of Snake was holding a cup of wine, smiling merrily as he watched an image of the outside world. This image had been created by the giant yellow bear, who was capable of seeing the world outside. Since the underwater estate was being carried by Ning's primal twin, it was naturally able to see the battle outside. The storm has descended upon us. Ning feels pressured, and his child is about to be born into the storm. Of course he wants to protect Yu Wei and his child. It makes sense that he is training so frantically. Empyrean God Reds now said with a calm laugh. The true body and the primal twin shared memories with each other, but didn't disturb or interfere with each other. Even if the primal twin was to completely focus its mind on battle, the true body could still be completely immersed in training. Right? Ning's strength is increasing stably. His Tao of the Sword has reached a bottleneck. Once he masters it, the time for him to meet his Empyrean tribulation will arrive shortly afterwards. The childlike Empyrean god Primelight said eagerly. After he becomes an Empyrean god, our star-seizing manner shall once more appear in the world. It has been a long, long time since the name of the star-seizing manor has been said in the 3 realms. All of the Empyrean gods were filled with eagerness. After the war in the Grand Xia had begun, all 7 of them had decided to move out from their world into the underwater estate itself. After all, Ning might encounter a dangerous situation during the war. If he did meet with danger and tried to summon them, and they had to first go from the Starsizer Major world to the underwater estate, and then go to the outside world, valuable time would be wasted, possibly resulting in Ning's death. They weren't willing to take that risk, and so they permanently relocated to the underwater estate. Look, true immortals have appeared. The Empyrean gods and true immortals on both sides have appeared. It seems as though today's battle will be interesting to watch. Agreed. So boring. They just fight, fight, fight. Only when a large number of celestial immortals or loose immortals die do things grow a bit more interesting. Empyrean god Sunblaze's sonorous voice boomed out. The outside world. The battle had reached a fever pitch. On the Xia Emperor's side, true immortal Dongyan and Empyrean god Firecloud had both appeared. As for the seamless gate, true immortal Crimson Joy and Empyrean god Three Suns had mobilized. The true immortals used their magic treasures and spells to control the field of battle, while the Empyrean gods would alternate between using spells and engaging in close combat. Once they were added into the mix, the entire field of battle grew very chaotic. In chaos, opportunity could be found. A chance. An opportunity. As Ning battled carefully, he continued to search for a chance to kill an enemy with even greater vigilance. Go! The red-eyed elder, true immortal Crimson Joy, pointed a finger from afar. Instantly, countless black flowers and plants began to emerge from the earth. These flowers and plants quickly began to wrap themselves around the feet of the 7 Heaven Punishers and the Empyrean God Golems. However, both the Heaven Punishers and the Empyrean God Golems possessed tremendous power, allowing them to break free from the grip of the plants. Still, their speed was negatively impacted. Damn it! Ning hated this type of restrictive spell the most. True immortal Crimson Joy would usually only appear once every 10 days or so, and Ning had long since grown accustomed to this sort of plant-based restrictive spell. Despite that, he couldn't help but be impacted by it. As for the distant true immortal crimson joy, he was silently murmuring the words to an incantation in his heart. A speck of golden light appeared with his palm. This was a tiny bit of the golden liquid from the golden pellet Jindan that was within his body. It was incredibly precious, and it contained an unbelievably dense amount of pure yang energy. Earth. True immortal crimson joy calmly said this word aloud. The vast array of black flowers and plants that covered the area suddenly began to wither. But the black flowers and plants that were directly below Ning's feet began to suddenly grow at a frantic pace. They rose higher and higher into the air as well. Previously, they were only a few thousand meters tall and were only capable of covering the feet of the heaven punishers. But now they increased to more than 6,000 meters as they climbed their way up Ning's feet. In addition, black chains suddenly appeared within the black flowers and plants. These black chains were very similar to the black chains which anchored the seamless city here. A total of 9 of them were present, and they surged into the skies, many tens of thousand meters long. They wildly twisted out in circles, wrapping themselves around Ning, carrying a sort of power that was somehow related to space. Ning used his sword arts, but was completely unable to break apart the black chains as they ravenously wrapped themselves around him. Ji Ning. Dark North. Dark North. The other 6 heaven punishers were shocked and frantic. They could sense the terrifying amount of power held within those black chains. This spell which Black Heaven taught me really is formidable. True immortal crimson joy didn't hesitate at all, immediately producing a red jade bottle within his hands. He aimed it towards the distant Ji Ning, then roared loudly, "Get in here, now!" A heaven-shaking attractive power was suddenly applied to the distant heaven punisher, currently entangled and bound by those 9 black chains. The 9 black chains wrapped themselves around Ji Ning's heaven punisher, which was hacking away with 2 divine swords against them to no avail, causing just a few spatial ripples. Not good. Ning saw true immortal crimson joy pull out that red jade bottle from afar. Ning didn't hesitate at all. Come out. Ning had originally been planning to continue to hide his full power in the hopes of finding an opportunity to deliver the seamless gate a vicious less. But he could no longer afford to do that. Although he could call out Senior Reds now and the rest of the 7 Empyrean gods at any time, that was a waste of their tremendous power. Once they joined forces to form the 7 planets Empyrean god, only true gods or Tao Fathers could suppress them. A force like theirs could completely change the entire course of the war for the Xianxia. Until things were absolutely critical, Ning wasn't willing to use them. Swish! Swish! 2 immortal swords suddenly appeared out of nowhere, manifesting within Ning's heaven punisher's hands. These were 2 of the top-grade pure yang, Ananda world swords. These were true immortal swords, unlike the splitter artifacts that merely transformed into that shape. As a result, they were somewhat more powerful when one used sword arts. At the same time, and for the first time, Ning applied his heart force to his soul. Rumble. His heart force served as the commander, with the power of his soul as its soldiers. In a very harmonious manner, all of the potential power of the soul was summoned and applied, and his control over the heaven punisher and the amount of power it could unleash was instantly increased. Ning's heaven punisher instantly more than tripled in strength. And this was with Ning having yet to even reach the expert level in soul heart force. Break! Break! Ning's heaven punisher wielded the 2 Ananda world swords with full power as he chopped downwards with them, transforming them into dazzling streaks of bloody light that transformed into a divine blood dragon. The 2 immortal swords, now appearing to be 2 enormous bloody dragons, wildly assaulted the assaulting black chains. The 11th stance of the 3-foot sword, dragons warring in the wild. This stance encompassed the profound insights Ning had gained into the Tao of the sword. This stance encompassed the 18 years of wild battles he had experienced in the Nilam zone. This stance also encompassed all of the determination and decisiveness Ning had gained over the course of 3 years of war on the behalf of the Xianxia. All these things came together in the 11th stance of the 3-foot sword, Ning's most powerful sword art to date. Self-created skills were the best skills for oneself, because one would fully understand all the intricacies and secrets of those skills, as well as be able to unleash them to an absolutely perfect level. As for sword arts of others, even if you mastered them, you wouldn't be able to reach a truly, absolutely perfect level in them. True perfection was only possible for the creator. Boom! 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 The two immortal swords chopped down in the form of divine blood dragons, assaulting the attacking chains. If one watched this scene with the naked eye, it looked as though more than 10 blood dragons were fighting against the countless black chains. Prior to this, the black chains had carried an aura of unstoppable power. In the face of that power, Ning had exploded forth with his own full power. Although the chains remained intact and continued to circle around Ning, they were now no longer capable of completely binding him and causing him to be unable to fight back. Get in here now. The distant true immortal Crimson Joy lifted up his red jade bottle, pointing its opening towards Ning. Rumble. A powerful sucking force was instantly applied to Ning's Heaven Punisher. Humph. Ning just flexed his knees slightly, putting himself into a stabler stance. The total amount of power he controlled had just tripled. How could the jade bottle possibly be able to absorb him away? It couldn't shake him at all. If he had been completely bound by and rendered helpless by those black chains, then the end result would have been him being sucked away. But this was no longer the case. Although the chains remained powerful, he was able to fight back against them. What? True immortal Crimson Joy stared at Ning from afar, his face a mask of shock. He actually was hiding his own power as well? What a Ning! In a life-and-death battle, one of the things to be feared the most was when an enemy was hiding his true power. Only when you fully knew all of your foe's secrets could you lay down a good plan for dealing with him. If the foe was much more powerful than anticipated, the plan would be destroyed. White Pole, Azure Fox, hurry up and join in. True immortal Crimson Joy sent mentally. This Ning was hiding his full power. Even after I consumed some of my own Jindan essence, I'm only able to temporarily keep him locked down. I'm unable to suck him away into the bottle. Now the rest is up to you. The Seamless Gate had made a very meticulous plan this time. If true immortal Crimson Joy had succeeded, that would be well. But if he failed, his abilities would most likely still have caused the Xianxia side to be put at a great disadvantage. This allowed the other members of the Seamless Gate to launch a truly ferocious strike against them. They would seize the opportunity to deal the Xianxia a heavy blow. In fact, if the blow was heavy enough, the Xianxia might no longer be able to fight back at all. Attack! True immortal White Pole had been quietly preparing amidst an army of Seamless Gate soldiers within a minor world treasure. He immediately roared out the command. Boom! Instantly, the mighty army of the Seamless Gate appeared in the air. Everyone appeared. The Empyrean gods, the true immortals, the likes of Gatemaster Azure Fox. Even true immortal White Pole himself appeared for the first time. At the same time, two types of towering, 30,000-meter Empyrean god golems appeared as well. The first was the ordinary, often used Empyrean god golem that was completely black and horned, the one which Ning's side had as well. As for the second, it was semi-translucent, glowed with a dull bloody light, and was slightly thinner. 6 of the old black Empyrean god golems emerged. 16 of the new blood-colored Empyrean god golems emerged. Kill! Wipe them out! True immortal White Pole's white eyebrows were fluttering about. His grim face looked even colder than usual, but his eyes were filled with madness. He gave the order coldly, and his voice echoed within the heavens. What? How can this be? So many Empyrean god golems? The Xianxia side was completely stunned. Although they had guessed that the Seamless Gate was holding back, they hadn't expected for the Seamless Gate to be holding back such a terrifying force for so long. 6 black Empyrean god golems and 16 blood-red Empyrean god golems. How terrifying a force was this? It must be understood that the Xia Emperor himself had just barely been able to procure 3 such golems, and only of the black variant at that. He hadn't acquired a single one of the blood-colored golems, which were on a higher level. Clang, clang, clang. Ning wielded his Anunda world swords, still struggling against the black chains. The most powerful of the 7 heaven punishers, the Dark North Heaven Punisher, had been completely locked down. It wasn't just Ji Ning who was stunned. Celestial Immortal Unity and the other Heaven Punishers. Even the Xia Emperor was stunned. Upon seeing that Ning was in danger, the Xia Emperor had been extremely worried, and so he had immediately sent out his forces to assist. Although all 7 Heaven Punishers were important, the one they could least afford to lose was Ji Ning's. Ji Ning's sole Heaven Punisher was worth 2 or 3 other Heaven Punishers. In addition, once Ning overcame the Empyrean tribulation, he would possess tremendous influence. A peerless genius who was capable of reaching the Empyrean god level of power as a void-level Fiendgod. Once he made his breakthrough, how powerful would he be? Thus, the Xia Emperor absolutely would not permit him to be lost. He personally entered the field of battle. But as soon as he appeared, before he even had a chance to help Ji Ning, he saw that Ji Ning had managed to stave off defeat by himself. So Ji Ning was hiding his power? Excellent. The Xia Emperor was delighted and surprised. But right at that moment, the main army of the Seamless Gate emerged. What? When the Xia Emperor looked at the awe-inspiring horde of Seamless Gate soldiers, his face couldn't help but change. He had guessed all along that the Seamless Gate had to have been hiding many celestial immortals, because 3 of the 4 white-faced flood dragons had been formed from celestial immortals and loose immortals that had betrayed the Grand Xia. Most likely, only the one which Empyrean god Venomsong commanded consisted of the Seamless Gate's own forces. Was that all the Seamless Gate had? Impossible. But not even the Xia Emperor had expected so many Empyrean god golems to emerge. It seems they really do view my Grand Xia with great importance. They actually sent out so many of their precious Empyrean god golems. There's even 16 of those incredibly difficult to deal with blood cloud golems. The Xia Emperor's gaze turned cold. If that's the case, then let's fight. Empyrean god Cold Savage, Empyrean god Kindwater, Empyrean god Northwatch, emerge, the Xia Emperor ordered. The Xia Emperor had an extremely high status. His Grand Xia could be considered the most powerful major world under the command of Taofather Crimsonbright. He also had the primordial imperial clan and Taofather Raindragon behind him, and was himself quite powerful as well. After having ruled for so many years, how could his own forces possibly be weak? It must be understood that the even likes of the Mount Steel major world, which had been conquered long ago, had 3 to 5 Empyrean gods and true immortals within it. Even the likes of Empyrean god Kindwater, who had always been rather disrespectful towards the Xia Emperor, had long ago moved to stand by his side. Empyrean god Cold Savage was the Empyrean god that had arisen amongst the ranks of the native fiend gods of the Grand Xia. He had signed a pact with the Xia Emperor to serve him in battle for 100,000 years. Empyrean god Northwatch was a transcendent figure. Much like how the Xia Emperor had helped Ji Ning out, the Xia Emperor had also once helped out Empyrean god Northwatch. Now that Northwatch was an Empyrean god, he naturally wanted to repay his debt and show his gratitude. At a critical moment like this, he chose to stand firmly on the side of the Xia Emperor. Within an extremely vast world. This was the world of flames where the countless fiend gods had been imprisoned for many years. However, the world of flames no longer delivered any punishments to them. Over the past period of time, the countless fiend gods had all been focusing on training in a truly ancient fiend god formation. The Pangu War Formation. The Pangu War Formation was the most ancient and most complicated of fiend god formations. After Pangu had established the universe and perished, all of the surviving major powers such as Maiden Yuhua had felt utter veneration towards him. Back then, Maiden Yuhua had been far from reaching Pangu's level. Due to the veneration the fiend gods felt towards Pangu, as well as the gratitude they felt towards him for his establishment of the universe, many of the war formations which the fiend gods used when they engaged in battle ended up being named Pangu War Formation. There were many different Pangu War Formations, and many other major powers would often work to improve and perfect them. In the end, Maiden Yuhua had herself broken through to Pangu's level and further improved a Pangu War Formation. Only then was it truly perfected, Only the few top-tier major powers knew all of the marvelous secrets of this war formation, and the total number could be counted with just 2 hands. Amongst that number were Suiren and Fuxi of the primordial imperial clan, as well as a few of the other extremely ancient human emperors. The version the Xia emperor had acquired was naturally a simplified version. However, the simplified version was more than enough for this army of mere void-level fiendgods and primal fiendgods, commanded by a single Empyrean god. They wouldn't be able to properly use the more profound versions, after all. The countless fiendgods were under the command of Empyrean god Cold Savage, Empyrean god Northwatch, and Empyrean god Kindwater. They could form into 3 mighty Pangu war formations. Empyrean gods Cold Savage, Kindwater, and Northwatch. Make your move. The Xia Emperor's voice rang out within the world of flames. Time for us to act. Empyrean god Cold Savage instantly grew excited. Raising his head, he let out a heroic roar. Fight! 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 Instantly, countless fiendgods grew so excited that their eyes turned red. They were fiendgods. They were born to battle against heaven and earth. The desire to do battle was bred into the bones of each and every one of them. After having been imprisoned for countless ages, they were absolutely thirsting for a fight. Emerge! An awe-inspiring flood of fiendgods began to move, divided up into 3 armies. In the air above each army began to appear an enormous, seemingly solid manifestation of a barefoot, loose-haired figure with an utterly enormous great axe. This was the most ancient of primordial divinities, Pangu. Boom! 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 The countless fiendgods were all teleported out of this world to the field of battle. Although the army of fiendgods had quickly assembled into the Pangu war formations and then immediately head out, it still took a short period of time. Within that short period of time, the forces that the Seamless Gate had sent out, consisting of true immortal White Pole Gatemaster Azure Fox, the other true immortals, the 16 Blood Cloud Golems, and the 6 Black Empyrean God Golems, all began to act. Roar! Kill! The 6 Black Empyrean God Golems immediately charged towards their allies, moving to unite with the other 8 Empyrean God Golems and the 3 white-faced Flood Dragons. The Sea of Blood is boundless. The skinny Hallmaster of Blood Cloud Hall immediately executed his spell, causing bloody waves to begin to surge forth from the area surrounding him. The seemingly endless waves of blood filled the entire region. The white-faced Flood Dragons and Empyrean God Golems of the Seamless Gate weren't hampered by it, and were even aided by it. As for the Heaven Punishers and the 5 Empyrean God Golems of the Grand Xia, they felt tremendously impeded by the endless waves. Little children! Gatemaster Azure Fox stood there in midair, her robes fluttering. She pointed off into the distance, and instantly a blurred image of an enormous, bushy, azure-colored tail appeared behind her. At the same time, countless azure strands of silk spread out from her tail, covering the skies and coiling towards the Grand Xia's forces. One withers, one blooms. True Immortal Skyfarmer immediately went into battle mode, a smile still on his face. Green grass suddenly began to grow throughout the vast, desolate wilderness. The grass was merely ordinary wild grass, but it contained tremendous vitality and life energy. Despite the waves of blood and the azure silk strands that filled the region, the countless strands of wild grass still forcibly grew their way out and began to oscillate wildly in the air. All by himself, True Immortal Skyfarmer had blocked the spells of the Hallmaster and Gatemaster Azure Fox. The frenzied wild grass quickly began to wither at an astonishing rate. But then, they began to regrow just as fast. They withered and they regrew non-stop. Drip drop. True Immortal Dongyan had a casual smile on his face. Instantly, drops of water began to fall from the heavens. As the raindrops fell upon the earth, they emitted drip-drop sounds. When they landed on the forces of the Grand Xia, they caused no damage at all. But each time a raindrop struck a member of the Seamless Gate, it would carry tremendous smashing power, causing their bodies to visibly tremble. The pure Yang True Immortals on both sides had executed their spells and incantations, doing their best to impede and slow down their foes while protecting their own forces. In battle, cooperation was paramount. If they just stupidly attacked each other blindly, neither the Grand Xia nor the Seamless Gate would be able to unleash their full power and potential. When a pure Yang true immortal completely focused his efforts on casting spells, he would be of tremendous benefit to their entire side. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The 18 skinny, blood-colored Empyrean god golems all moved in utter silence, causing just a few spatial ripples with their movements as they streaked forward like bloody rays of light. So fast. Their speed is incredible. Not good. Their speed is at least double ours. How can this be? The 6 Heaven Punishers and the 5 Empyrean god golems on the side of the Grand Xia had previously been able to maintain their calm as they fought, but now they instantly began to panic. Twice as fast? What did that represent? It must be understood that in a life-and-death battle, if your enemy was just slightly faster than you, it meant that it would be very hard for you to escape. Twice as fast? Their foes would be able to toy with them with impunity. Don't panic. Although those blood cloud golems are extremely vast, they are very fragile. If 2 of you join forces to launch a joint strike, you'll be able to completely destroy a blood cloud golem. Even a single Heaven Punisher fighting alone will be able to damage it with an attack. The Xia Emperor sent mentally. The Empyrean gods and true immortals on the Xia Emperor's side were all casting spells to the best of their ability, attempting to slow down the blood cloud golems. However, although the power of their spells was causing the blood cloud golem's speed to drop, the golems remained 50% faster than the Heaven Punishers. Right at this moment, an enormous, dense mass of figures suddenly appeared in the air. Countless fiendgods had suddenly appeared, forming together like 3 massive black storm clouds. Above each of the 3 enormous black storm clouds, there was a massive, barefoot giant who held a titanic great axe in his hands. Their unearthly auras filled the heavens, instantly causing the entire battlefield to grow still. Pangu! Everyone present, including the likes of Unity and Ji Ning, who had never before seen Pangu or this formation, felt inexplicably certain in their hearts that the barefoot, great-axe-wielding giants had to be Pangu. The giants radiated a natural, innate aura of majesty, as though everything within heaven and earth had to submit before it. Most likely, aside from the legendary Pangu, only Maiden Yuhua was capable of such an aura. Although the aura of the Pangu that was manifested through the Pangu War formation was very weak compared to the real thing, it still possessed a quality of absolute transcendence, an aura which not even Ning's master, Patriarch Subhuti, possessed. Ha ha ha! Empyrean God Cold Savage, one of the commanders of the black storm clouds, began to laugh loudly. He stared downwards at the towering figures before him, their powerful auras filling him with a desire to do battle. Children, we've been waiting and enduring for countless years, for far too long. Today, let's let the Seamless Gate get a taste of how formidable we fiendgods are. Let them taste our might. Murder them all. Wipe them all out. Eat them all alive. Ah ha ha ha. The countless fiendgods all bellowed furiously. They had been tormented for countless years, and today they were going to give full vent to their dark desires. Empyrean God Cold Savage's voice echoed within the ears of each fiendgod. Although the countless fiendgods had been divided into 3 parts, Empyrean God Cold Savage's influence was unquestionable. He was the true and only leader of the fiendgods native to the Grand Xia. Let's go. Kill. Charge. The 3 giant black storm clouds instantly began to charge downwards with savage, killing glee. They are this powerful? The faces of true immortal White Pole, Gatemaster Azure Fox, and the others all changed dramatically. The intelligence abilities of the Seamless Gate were truly formidable. Word had already come from above. The fiendgods native to the Grand Xia have already submitted to the Xia Emperor. This single line was all they had been given. True immortal White Pole and the others could only do their best to try and guess at what it meant. They didn't know exactly how powerful the native fiendgods were, but they definitely weren't weak. As for asking their superiors for more information, they didn't dare to do that. The person who sent them these intelligence reports had an incredibly exalted status. Compared to the major power of the Seamless Gate who sent these intelligence reports, even their God King was on a lower level. The locations of countless celestial tribulations. Countless other types of intelligence reports. That mysterious figure, it continually transmitted countless intelligence reports to them in a methodical, almost machine-like way. In terms of intelligence gathering, the Seamless Gate was supreme within the three realms, precisely because of that mysterious major power. There was no way that mysterious presence could possibly explain every single report in detail. How to make use of the reports. How to take advantage of them. What actions to take. Gatemaster Azure Fox and the others had to make those decisions on their own. It seems this war isn't going to be an easy one to fight. The Cave Master of the Myriad Demons Cave sent mentally. With 3 Empyrean gods leading them, their power is not at all inferior to Venomsong's white-faced flood dragon. We still have to fight, even if it isn't easy. True Immortal Whitepole's eyes flashed with cold light. We have to take over the Grand Xia. All those that block us must be wiped out. Right? Gatemaster Azure Fox sent in agreement. We have to take over the Grand Xia. The Xia Emperor really is formidable. He's one of the 3 chiefs of the Crimson Bright Realm. I knew long ago that attacking his Grand Xia would be very difficult. But his status makes our conquest of him even more important. The Crimson Bright Realm referred to the dozens of major worlds and countless minor worlds commanded by Taofather Crimsonbright. The highest-ranking member of the Crimson Bright Realm was naturally Taofather Crimsonbright. Next came the 3 chiefs. Ordinary Empyrean gods and true immortals were ranked 1 level below the 3. Why were those 3 referred to as chiefs? The chiefs of a realm usually had around 10 Empyrean gods or true immortals who followed them. Someone who could command 10 Empyrean gods or true immortals was naturally no ordinary figure. After Ning became an Empyrean god, he would have those 7 Empyrean gods following him, and so he could be considered a chief as well. But of course, if he was just by himself, his status would naturally be on a lower level. It must be understood that even someone on Lu Dongbin's level, when faced with the 7 planets Empyrean god led by Empyrean god Redsnow, would have no choice but to flee if he was by himself. This was what made the chiefs so powerful. They are absolute hegemons below the true god, and if they took over a major world, their rule over it would be absolute. No Empyrean gods or true immortals would dare meddle within it. Of course, Lu Dongbin was even more powerful than the Xia Emperor. He had the 8 immortals of the High Caves by his side, as well as other followers. To attack and defeat the world which was governed by one of the 3 chiefs of the Crimson Bright Realm, the Xia Emperor, of course it was hard. But that made it even more important to succeed. Swish! 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 The 16 blood cloud golems moved at incredible speed. The 3 Pangu war formations, the Heaven Punishers, the other Empyrean god golems. None could match up to them. The blood cloud golems moved like streaks of light as they surged towards the 6 Heaven Punishers. As for Ning, Ning was still locked in place by true immortal Crimson Joy, who was in turn occupied with locking him down through the consumption of his pure yang energy. It must be understood that this was a spell that was created by Crimson Joy consuming some of his own Jindan essence. He wasn't willing to release the spell without a very good reason, and so he had been maintaining it the entire time. If nothing else, by maintaining the spell, he was locking down the most powerful of the Heaven Punishers, Nings. That was enough. Boom! 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 The blood cloud golems wildly assaulted the 6 Heaven Punishers. Kill! Kill! The terrifying flood of Fiendgods charged into the fray. Rumble! In the air above the dark storm cloud of Fiendgods, one of the massive pangusts swung out with an arm. The arm was many tens of thousands of meters long. One of the blood cloud golems tried to dodge, but was still struck by it in the end. Boom! The blood cloud golem's body completely blew apart in midair, all of the celestial immortals inside having perished from the shockwaves. However, the Seamless Gate's forces remained cold and clear-minded. This was the fatal weakness of the blood cloud golems. They were too fragile. They possessed terrifying speed, but they were easily destroyed. Each of the 3 Fiendgod armies were comparable to Venomsong's white-faced flood dragon, and so a full-force strike was more than enough to destroy a blood cloud golem. Once the golem was destroyed, the 100 celestial immortals within it would naturally all perish from the shockwaves. Careful, Rainbow! The Xia Emperor's face changed dramatically. The Rainbow Heaven Punisher had just been knocked flying by Venomsong's white-faced flood dragon. Suddenly, 4 blood cloud golems pounced straight towards it. The blood cloud golems were simply too fast. Although the Xia Emperor and the others were all present, by the time they noticed the danger, slash, slash, boom! The massive Fiendgod body of the Heaven Punisher was completely ripped apart, revealing the many celestial immortals and loose immortals within. The celestial immortals and loose immortals fled like mad. Ha 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 ha! Fleeing! Die! The 4 blood cloud golems butchered the surviving celestial immortals and loose immortals. In the past, when a Heaven Punisher was destroyed by a white-faced flood dragon, only a single one of them would be available to butcher the survivors. Now, however, 4 blood cloud golems were massacring them together. Although the blood cloud golems were somewhat weaker than the white-faced flood dragons, they were much faster and possessed more than enough power to effortlessly murder these celestial immortals. Given that there were 4 of them, in but the blink of an eye all 1,000 celestial immortals were completely wiped out. Not one of them escaped. Even those who hid themselves within immortal estates were immediately captured by those blood cloud golems. Damn! Empyrean god Kindwater let out a furious roar as he led his massive Fiendgod army in an attack. Rainbow! Sixth brother! The eyes of the other Heaven Punishers became bloodshot. It had all happened too fast. Previously, when they encountered dangerous situations while battling against the white-faced flood dragons, the Xia Emperor and the others would have enough time to intervene and help out. However, when the Rainbow Heaven Punisher suffered attacks from 4 blood cloud golems, there wasn't even a chance to rescue them. The Rainbow Heaven Punisher was shattered in the blink of an eye, and in the next blink its immortals were all massacred. It was far, far too fast. 6th brother. Ning's eyes were bloodshot as well. It had all happened too fast. No one had been able to intervene. Damn! Ning brandished the Anunda world swords with his 2 hands, wildly assaulting the black chains around him. The distant true immortal Crimson Joy continued to strive to maintain the spell. Grinding his teeth, he thought to himself, "This Ji Ning really is a madman. He knows he can't break out, but he continues to attack in such wild fashion." His pure yang energy was continuing to deplete, while Ning was using up even more natural energy of heaven and earth. True immortal Crimson Joy. Ning felt greater and greater hatred. The power of these black chains was simply tremendous. Ning truly wanted to ask the 7 Empyrean gods to come out. Given that the Grand Xia and the Seamless Gate were roughly on par, they could strike a decisive blow that would change the entire tempo of this war. However, the 7 had only promised to help him out a single time. This was equivalent to providing Ning with a second life, if they were used to save him at a critical moment. In addition, even though Ning was truly enraged, his mastery of heart force had reached the ruler level, and so he was able to remain completely calm. He wouldn't act rashly due to his rage. The 7 Empyrean gods would be a tremendously powerful card to play. Now was not the time to play them. This was because the battle between the Grand Xia and the Seamless Gate clearly had not reached the climax yet. If I were to master the Tao of the sword, how wonderful that would be! Break apart, damn you! Ning continued to use his sword arts to frenetically assault the black chains, making it so that they were completely unable to coil around him. The 3 Fiendgod armies were the most savage and most berserk forces on the side of the Grand Xia. The Pangu war formations possessed enormous, astonishing power. They were also utterly gigantic, with their hands alone being greater than the Heaven Punishers in size. Thus, sometimes the blood cloud golems found it difficult to avoid the mighty palms and great axes of the Pangus, even though the golems were very fast. Whether they were struck by axes or by palms, the blood cloud golems would instantly shatter apart, the celestial immortals inside perishing. Boom! Boom! Every so often, an enormous explosion would be heard as yet another blood cloud golem perished. True immortal White Pole watched from far away, a cold look on his face. Although he had expected that he would lose many of the blood cloud golems, the rate at which they were being destroyed in this battle against the Xianxia was far too fast. This was mainly because the 3 Pangu war formations took up far too much space. Although they were somewhat slower in moving and advancing, they were still extremely fast when striking with their arms and great axes. Humph! A cold light flashed through true immortal Whitepole's eyes as his gaze locked onto the Fiendgod army led by Empyrean god Cold Savage. Whoosh! Suddenly, 36 snow-white immortal swords appeared behind true immortal Whitepole. These 36 immortal swords joined together, forming into an enormous circle in midair. Power exploded forth from them, as the 36 immortal swords transformed into an enormous solar star, but one that radiated an aura of icy coldness. A billowing cold, penetrating bone-deep cold. Even the vast wilderness began to quickly freeze as a layer of frost appeared on everything. He's finally making his move. The Xia Emperor had been keeping an eye on true immortal Whitepole this entire time. He had been able to sense the threat which Whitepole posed to him. In fact, Whitepole was the only person on the side of the entire Seamless Gate Alliance that gave the Xia Emperor a feeling of danger. Thus, the Xia Emperor understood that true immortal Whitepole, who had always been so low-key, was the most powerful member of the Seamless Gate. Although the Xia Emperor had cast some supportive spells as well, he had mainly been focusing on true immortal Whitepole. Now that true immortal Whitepole was making his move was sure to be shocking. Whitepole's world. True immortal Whitepole was at the very center of this icy sun, as though he was its master. He then pointed at the distant Fiendgod army led by Empyrean god Cold Savage. Swish! A freezing lance of light instantly shot through the skies, flying straight towards Empyrean god Cold Savage's army. Empyrean god Cold Savage raised his head, letting out a savage bellow. Instead, the towering Pangu figure above his Fiendgod army also let out a furious roar as it swung its great axe. Boom! Although a layer of frost appeared on the surface of the great axe, the attack was still blocked. Humph! True immortal Cold Savage smirked. Swish! 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 Instantly, countless lances of silvery white light shot through the air, assaulting the Fiendgod army of Empyrean god Cold Savage. The area around the Fiendgod army transformed into an icy hell trap. Even space itself began to freeze, and a layer of ice appeared on the towering body of Pangu as well. However, all of the Fiendgods roared in response, summoning their divine power to resist. All of their power had been fully merged together. They were completely fearless. Roar! Empyrean god Cold Savage went berserk. The Pangu above him cleaved downwards with the great axe, using its terrifying power to block the countless lances of light. For now, this Fiendgod army had been completely stalemated by true immortal Whitepole. Formidable. A single pure young true immortal, all by himself, is actually able to stalemate a Pangu war formation led by an Empyrean god commanding countless Fiendgods. The forces of the Xianxia were shocked. It must be understood that nobody on the side of the Xianxia dared to claim that they could single-handedly stop the white-faced flood dragon led by Venomsong. Even the likes of Empyrean god Firecloud, who had once managed to tie down Venomsong's terror beast, had been sent flying with each clash. But true immortal Whitepole had done it. Perfect. The Xia Emperor's eyes lit up. This is the moment. Rumble. The empty space around the black-robed Xia Emperor seemed to implode. With him at the center, an area of 300 meters around him became covered in absolute darkness. The space within this region began to collapse, twist, and swirl about. And then, from the field of absolute darkness, a black dragon began to crawl outwards. When this black dragon emerged, It blinked its golden eyes and stared at its surroundings. Roar! An earth-shaking draconic howl. And then, one black dragon after another came crawling out of the field of absolute darkness. Dawn of all creatures! The black-robed Xia Emperor growled out, his gaze turning savage. Boom! 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 A total of 9 black dragons came crawling out from the darkness, filled with auras of tremendous power. They then began to sinuously slither forward, moving at high speed as they assaulted the distant blood cloud golems. This was a secret art that the primordial imperial clan never taught to outsiders. At his current level of power, the Xia Emperor was just barely able to use the first level of this technique. If it were the major powers of the primordial imperial clan who used this art, they would be able to release 10,000 black dragons at once. Azure Fox, go help those blood cloud golems. Seeing the situation, true immortal Whitepole immediately sent a mental message. He was quite shocked upon seeing the Xia Emperor use this secret art. It must be understood that his intelligence reports hadn't included a list of all techniques which the Xia Emperor used. As for this secret art, the dawn of all creatures, it was incredibly difficult to learn, and the primordial imperial clan never taught it to outsiders. He hadn't expected that the Xia Emperor would actually be able to use the first level. Those 9 black dragons were comparable to 9 Empyrean god golems, and incredibly fast ones at that. Once the blood cloud golems were tied down, then the 2 active Fiendgod armies and the various heaven punishers would be able to destroy them with ease. All right. Seeing the situation, Azure Fox didn't dare hesitate. She immediately went all out, transforming into an enormous Azure Fox. The Azure Fox stood there in the air, blue light billowing from its body. Transform. Her tail suddenly divided from 1 tail into 9 tails. The 9 enormous Azure Fox tails suddenly blasted out in each direction, chasing after those 9 black dragons. Gatemaster Azure Fox wasn't actually one of the legendary 9-tailed foxes, the most exalted of all foxes. As an Empyrean god, however, she could temporarily change into a 9-tailed form, although her power was still a bit weaker than that of the true, legendary 9-tailed foxes. Still, she was able to die down the Xia Emperor for a time and give the blood cloud golems some breathing space. If she was a true 9-tailed fox, and an Empyrean god at that, she'd probably be able to rely on her natural abilities alone to give the Xia Emperor a run for his money. In reality, she wasn't quite there yet. The imperial capital of the Grand Xia. The main hall of the Imperial Skylight Palace. The white-robed Xia Emperor stood at the highest point of the Skylight Palace, staring down at the vast world. Thus far, the Seamless Gate has sent in less than 10,000 celestial immortals into battle, including the ones already killed. They've mainly been relying on their Empyrean god golems and their blood cloud golems, which is why they've been able to stalemate my Grand Xia. The white-robed Xia Emperor murmured softly to himself, "These 10,000 celestial immortals, 3,000 of them joined them from my Grand Xia. In other words, the total number of celestial immortals that originally belonged to the Seamless Gate was actually even less, perhaps only around 6 or 7,000. And this can't be the full power the Seamless Gate possesses. To assault my Grand Xia, the Seamless Gate led by Azure Fox must have prepared many celestial immortals. Since you aren't willing to bring them out, I'll force them out." The white-robed Xia Emperor knew quite well that if a dagger remained hidden in the darkness, it might appear at any moment in a lethal strike. Only by forcing the dagger out into the open could he feel at ease. "Arise!" The white-robed Xia Emperor reached out with his right hand, spots of glimmering black light appearing with it. Rumble. The entire Skylight Palace, in fact, the entire Imperial Citadel, began to shake. The runes and ley lines of the plaza that had existed for countless years began to glow, and the Skylight Palace itself began to be covered with dazzling, flowing black light. Stillwater City. Although the Grand Xia was at war, the ancient city of Stillwater was quite calm. This wasn't the place where the war was going on. But suddenly, the entire Stillwater City began to shake. Rumble. The entirety of Stillwater City suddenly began to glow with light. The countless rays of light circulated in the air above Stillwater City as an aura of absolute might soared into the heavens. Flamedoor City saw the same pillar of light surge into the skies. Countless cities throughout the 3,600 commanderies of the entire Grand Xia suddenly began to unleash an unearthly amount of power. This power was even beginning to emanate from White Pole City, which was located directly below the Seamless City. The Skylight Palace of the Imperial Citadel as the core, and the 3,600 capitals of the various commanderies as the formation bases. Long ago, Daofather Raindragon had personally crafted the Grand Xia's World Guard formation, and now it had been truly activated. This was a formation which the Xia Emperor had asked Daofather Raindragon to create after the Marquis-led rebellions. Ever since its creation, no one in the Grand Xia had ever dared to rebel again. Until this time, that is, after countless years of silence, the Grand Xia's World Guard formation was once more revealing its might. Go! The white-robed Xia Emperor stood guard at the Skylight Palace over the core of the World Guard formation, summoning its power and sending it towards the field of battle in White Pole Commandery. White Pole Commandery, the vast, wild field of battle. The battle between the Seamless Gate and the Grand Xia had reached a fever point, with both sides comparable in power. The Grand Xia's Dark North Heaven Punisher and the Seamless Gate's true Immortal Crimson Joy had tied each other down. As for the other 5 Heaven Punishers and 5 Empyrean God Golems of the Grand Xia, they were being assaulted by the 2 white-faced Flood Dragons, 6 Empyrean God Golems, and Blood Cloud Golems of the Seamless Gate. Those Blood Cloud Golems in particular, they moved in unfathomable, mysterious ways, causing the 5 Heaven Punishers to suffer greatly. Fortunately, the other Empyrean gods and true immortals were assisting them. The Xia Emperor, in particular, was able to lock down more than half of the Blood Cloud Golems. Otherwise, more Heaven Punishers would have fallen by now. The most powerful force on the side of the Grand Xia was the 3 Fiendgod armies. However, one of the armies had been stalemated and locked down by true immortal White Pole, while the other was engaged in battle against the white-faced Flood Dragon. The final one was being assaulted and completely tied down by 8 of the Empyrean God Golems of the Seamless Gate. Unlike the Blood Cloud Golems, the Black Empyrean God Golems were a bit slow, but were very tough to destroy, and so they managed to render this Fiendgod army unable to do anything to them. For the moment, both sides were battling at a furious stalemate. Neither side was able to destroy the other. Both sides needed additional reinforcements to disrupt the balance and wipe out their foes. Of the 6 Heaven Punishers, Ji Ning was feeling the most miserable, because he had been completely locked down by true immortal Crimson Joy. Ning suddenly sensed a powerful ripple of natural energy. He couldn't help but look towards the skies. And not just him. Everyone present could sense that terrifyingly powerful ripple of energy, and raised their heads to stare at the skies. Rumble. A terrifying power was gathering within the air, manifesting in the form of a dark red cloud. It was like a tribulation cloud, filled with flickering red light, and with power great enough to strike fear into the hearts of the viewers. The World Guard Formation. That's the World Guard Formation. The Xia Emperor has activated the World Guard Formation. The Seamless Gate's forces felt their hearts clench, while the Grand Xia's side felt excitement. The fame of the Grand Xia's World Guard Formation was simply too great. Even Ning had heard of it long ago, back when he had taken part in the conclave of immortal destiny. However, back then he hadn't been certain as to exactly how strong it was. Afterwards, when his status became higher, he learned some details and particulars of this formation. The Grand Xia's World Guard formation was led through the Imperial Skylight Palace and supported by the 3,600 commandery cities. The power of the 3,600 cities would be gathered in one location, but the energy could be used to attack any location within the Grand Xia. When the tribulation cloud appeared, space would be locked. There wouldn't even be a way to escape. As for its power, celestial immortals would definitely perish. As for Empyrean gods and true immortals, Empyrean gods with powerful bodies and protective divine abilities might be able to survive, but pure young true immortals were almost guaranteed to perish. The power of this formation vastly outstripped the Xia Emperor's own power. It was precisely because the World Guard formation was created that the various marquises no longer dared to ever rebel again. So long as they were within the world of the Xianxia, there would be no way for them to avoid the attacks of the World Guard formation. They were unable to forget that time when they saw the World Guard formation release its power. It had immediately slain the leader of the rebels, a pure young true immortal known as true immortal Tsuhai. It's about time. True immortal White Pole raised his head, watching with a cold smile on his face. In his hands, however, a gray fruit suddenly appeared. He crushed the gray fruit with his hand. Whoosh! Suddenly, a large amount of gray gas flew out of the gray fruit. Instantly, the vast flood of gray gas began to soar into the heavens, wrapping itself around the dark red tribulation clouds in the air. Eh? The Xia Emperor frowned, then smiled coldly and barked. The power of primordial chaos? White Pole, do you think that a tiny bit of chaos power, diluted into gaseous state, is capable of withstanding my formation? The power of primordial chaos. You had to begin training in the heavenly Tao of primordial chaos before you could slowly begin to learn to master it. This was truly the most supreme form of power that existed within the three realms. Generally speaking, after true gods or Tao fathers mastered a single heavenly Tao, they would then begin to slowly work on understanding the heavenly Tao of primordial chaos. After all, of the 10 great heavenly Taos, the heavenly Tao of primordial chaos reigned absolutely supreme. Anyone capable of mastering it would reach the supreme level which Pangu had been at. Long ago, Pangu had mastered this heavenly Tao. Maiden Yuhua was even more formidable. Of the 10 heavenly Taos, she had mastered 9 of them. There was a saying that there were 108,000 Taos in the universe. Maiden Yuhua had mastered 44,000 Taos. From this, one could see how incredible she was. It wasn't that Maiden Yuhua couldn't master the final heavenly Tao. It was that the heavenly Taos themselves were flawed and incomplete. There was no way at all to completely and thoroughly understand all of them at the same time. Mastering 9 heavenly Taos was a limit. Haha. I admit that your World Guard formation is formidable. And this truly is just a sliver of chaos power. True immortal White Pole laughed loudly, a hint of satire in his eyes. But even though it is just a sliver, it's a sliver of primordial chaos. How much power will this formation of yours possess after it is forced to go through it? In addition, given how powerful this World Guard formation is, and given that it covers your entire major world and vastly surpasses the level of power a true immortal should possess, I imagine that each time you activate it, you have to pay a considerable price. The Seamless Gate had received intelligence reports about it. Every century, the Xia Emperor could at most use the World Guard formation twice. True immortal White Pole had personally asked his master about this, and the God King had said, "This formation is so vast, it goes beyond the bounds of normal power for Empyrean gods and true immortals. An attack that can encompass and envelope an entire world. This is something on the level of a true god or a Tao Father." The main reason why Rain Dragon forged this formation was to shock and awe. Since even the intelligence reports say that the Xia Emperor can at most use this formation twice every century, then I imagine that he should normally only be able to use it once. If he's willing to pay an enormous price, he can probably use it twice. I'll bestow upon you a fruit of primordial chaos which can weaken the strength of his formation. Humph! The Xia Emperor stared downwards coldly. The tribulation cloud of the World Guard formation previously held enough power to slaughter any of the true immortals of the Seamless Gate that were present. The Empyrean gods might have been able to survive the strike of the tribulation cloud, thanks to their divine bodies and protective divine abilities, but the true immortals were almost guaranteed to perish. The Xia Emperor had been planning on using this to assault true immortal White Pole, but now that the tribulation cloud was covered by the power of primordial chaos, most likely, the strength of the tribulation cloud would be greatly weakened after passing through it. It was easy to beat back an expert on the level of true immortal White Pole, but very hard to kill him. Empyrean gods and true immortals all had very formidable life-preserving techniques. I knew that the Seamless Gate had to have prepared something, but I didn't imagine that the Tao Father behind true immortal White Pole would actually give him a Tao fruit of primordial chaos. This Tao Father is quite generous. The Xia Emperor felt tremendous resentment. Fruits of chaos power were also known as Tao fruits of primordial chaos. Not all true gods or Tao Fathers could easily condense the power of primordial chaos into the form of a fruit. If they really could do that, given that they could easily replenish their own chaos energy, Tao fruits of primordial chaos would be everywhere. In reality, to form a Tao fruit of primordial chaos, the creator had to materialize, then slice off a sliver of his own insights into the heavenly Tao of primordial chaos. Only then could the Tao fruit survive on its own. Thus, these fruits contained only an extremely tiny amount of chaos power. A tribulation storm was sweeping the three realms. Although the major powers of the Seamless Gate might be willing to sever a portion of their insights into primordial chaos for the sake of increasing their side's karmic luck, they would only be willing to part with a very, very tiny amount of it. If they severed just a little bit, given enough time they would be able to train back to the same level. But if they severed too many of their insights, it would be incredibly hard to regain them in the future. A tiny sliver of chaos power was already more than enough to weaken the tribulation clouds. Go! A cold light flashed through the Xia Emperor's eyes. The tribulation cloud in the skies suddenly transformed into a rainbow of light that shot downwards. Crackle! The gray gas crackled as it blocked part of the energy. It was just the manifestation of a tiny amount of chaos power. Although it was qualitatively on a superior level, its power was depleted in the blink of an eye. The rainbow of light, originally more than 300 meters thick, had been whittled down until it was nearly 30 meters thick. It now only possessed a tenth of its former power, but it moved lightning fast. Swish! One of the white-faced flood dragons that was battling against the Heaven Punishers suddenly let out a roar of terror and rage as it raised up its claws to block. Boom! The rainbow of light pierced straight through it, punching a hole in its chest. Quite a few celestial immortals and loose immortals inside the terror beast were slain, and the terror beast itself was instantly destroyed. The immortals inside were utterly terrified, and they immediately sought to flee. Kill! The Unity Heaven Punisher that was closest to it naturally moved to massacre the survivors. The distant true immortal White Pole, however, just watched this happen coldly. All of this was within the realm of his expectations. For hundreds of celestial immortals to die as a result of the activation of the Grand Xia's World Guard formation was an excellent bargain. If it hadn't been for the Tao fruit of primordial chaos, he himself probably would have perished from the attack. The power of that formation was simply far too frightening. It contained power that was close to that of a Dao Father's. Shemong, now that you've used even the World Guard formation, I imagine you only have the Raindragon Guard left. True Immortal White Pole sent a mental laugh to the Xia Emperor. You are guaranteed to lose this fight. You can all come out now. True Immortal White Pole suddenly let out a loud roar. Boom! 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 Suddenly, four towering figures appeared out of nowhere. For additional white-faced flood dragons, their auras soaring into the skies. These four white-faced flood dragons appeared uncontrollably savage and utterly ferocious. What? Four more white-faced flood dragons? The Grand Xia's forces felt their hearts sink. Good heavens! A single white-faced flood dragon represented 1,000 celestial immortals and 100,000 loose immortals. This meant the Seamless Gate had just sent out 4,000 more celestial immortals. And it was hard to say how strong these terror beasts were. Perhaps some of them were comparable to Venomsong's white-faced flood dragon in power. Seamless Gate, you honor me with your caution. The Xia Emperor let out a cold laugh. Since you wish for the Seamless Gate to come out, then I'll grant you your wish. Whoosh! Instantly, an incomparably massive divine dragon appeared in midair. This divine dragon was rather special. Compared to ordinary divine dragons, it differed in that it had a pair of enormous wings. This was the appearance of the legendary god beast, the Rain Dragon. Tao Father Rain Dragon was a god beast, born with tremendous power. After experiencing that great war of the primordial era, he had ended up becoming a true god and Tao Father. Roar! The enormous rain dragon instantly charged downwards. "Haha, come!" One of the white-faced flood dragons let out a frenzied roar as it moved to engage. Boom! Boom! The rain dragon began to battle against that white-faced flood dragon. Although the rain dragon held the slight advantage, the white-faced flood dragon was still more than enough to tie it down. What? That white-faced flood dragon is actually that powerful? It has to be that an Empyrean god or true immortal is commanding it. Ji Ning and the others felt their hearts turn cold. Their rain dragon army was only comparable to a single one of those extra-powerful white-faced flood dragons. As for the other three, would one of them also be that strong? If that was the case, they would be in huge trouble. The Xia Emperor coldly watched as this all occurred. He knew very well that this battle against the Seamless Gate would be a hard one, because the Seamless Gate's intelligence network was simply far too powerful. They knew all the forces the Xia Emperor had, but he knew nothing about the Seamless Gate's forces. He had already revealed all of the power he had available, but from the looks of it, he was still at a disadvantage. Shimong, your defeat is guaranteed. The Grand Xia shall now be the Grand Xia of me, White Pole. Wait, it won't even be called the Grand Xia any longer. Its name should be changed to the White Pole Major World. True immortal White Pole was filled with an imposing aura, and he had an incomparably arrogant demeanor to him. Atop a mountain that hovered within the vast void outside the three realms. This towering mountain was 1,000,000 kilometers long. This was the abode of Taofather Crimsonbright. An old man with long azure hair was seated in the lotus position. Below him stood a large group of powerful Empyrean gods and true immortals, a clone of the black-robed Xia Emperor among them. That Fiendgod army is finished. Taofather Crimsonbright let out a soft sigh. A round mirror of light was hovering in the air, allowing them to view the results of the battle. Taofather Crimsonbright had personally cast this technique. It's finished. One of the three Fiendgod armies is about to be used up. If this continues, the Empyrean gods and true immortals were all incredibly nervous. As for the clone of the black-robed Xia Emperor, he just watched with an icy look on his face. Senior apprentice brother Shimong, our major worlds were all defeated. Can it be that your Grand Xia is going to be defeated as well? A burly Empyrean god who had the head of a bear spoke out anxiously. Our side has lost some fiend gods, true, but Empyrean god Cold Savage is still alive at least. The Xia Emperor said coldly. Our losses aren't that severe, and the Seamless Gate has lost 8 of their blood cloud golems. Senior apprentice brother Shimong, no need to be reluctant to admit to the truth. The nearby sword Immortal Evergreen said calmly. By now, I imagine you must be able to see that the Seamless Gate has clearly seized the upper hand. As this battle continues, your side will suffer even heavier losses. Although the Seamless Gate has lost 8 blood cloud golems, the 8 of them caused you to lose a Heaven Punisher and a Fiendgod army. The strong will grow stronger, while the weak will grow weaker. The distance in power between you and the Seamless Gate will continue to grow, until the end comes where your Grand Xia is unable to keep fighting and completely collapses. The Xia Emperor frowned. Sword Immortal Evergreen's words were unpleasant to hear, but he spoke the truth. True immortal White Pole of the Seamless Gate had been tying down the Fiendgod army led by Empyrean god Cold Savage, and so when the new white-faced flood dragons arrived, White Pole had immediately ordered them to assault Cold Savage's Fiendgod army. An entire host of blood cloud golems had thrown themselves into the fray as well. They had focused all of their extra power on that single Fiendgod army. Just a short while later, after suffering the loss of 4 blood cloud golems, making for a total of 8 losses in this battle, the Seamless Gate succeeded. The only thing the Xia Emperor had been able to do was to take out a protocosmic spirit treasure, a red gourd, and draw all of the fleeing fiend gods into his gourd. However, there were still many fiend gods who ended up being massacred by the blood cloud golems. Am I going to lose? The Xia Emperor sighed to himself. Right now, the only idea he had was to ask his master, Crimsonbright, for help. He could also ask for Taofather Raindragon or the primordial imperial clan to intercede. However, the entirety of the 3 realms was in quite an ugly state. Would the Taofathers be willing to intercede and send out their own forces? The Xia Emperor didn't feel certain of the answer. Doubtfather Crimsonbright and Doubtfather Raindragon had to know of his needed, but whether or not they would help out, that was their decision. If Master, my big brother, and the primordial imperial clan all refuse to intervene, then this war will have been lost. The Xia Emperor was unwilling to accept this outcome. He truly was not. This was a world which he had established. It was the foundation he had built after he had set up his Shimong clan. Was he now going to be kicked out like sorry-looking mutt being beaten off by a stick? Senior apprentice brother Shimong still has a very important military force on his side. A muscular, golden-eyed man dressed in dragon robes looked towards the Midair mirror of light, pondering to himself. The most powerful heaven punisher, the one Jining leads. All by himself, he can deal with 2 white-faced flood dragons at the same time. However, he's been forcibly restrained by true immortal Crimson Joy. Senior apprentice brother Shimong, those black chains trapping Jining, is there no way to break them? There's no way. The Xia Emperor shook his head, resigned. Both sides are battling all out right now. The amount of help we can provide Jining is limited. Unless we can send out an overwhelming amount of power, there's no way we can break through those black chains. What spell is that? How can it be so powerful? Right, those black chains? I've never even seen such a spell. Nor have I. They seem like the black chains that are anchoring the seamless city in the air, but I always thought that those were just part of that war city. I didn't expect that there was a similar sort of spell as well. The many Empyrean gods and true immortals present had been gathered here from the dozens of major worlds commanded by Doubtfather Crimsonbright. They collectively possessed tremendous experience, but none of them had ever seen this. The Xia Emperor just closed his eyes. This was agony. He didn't want to take another look. His true body was within the field of battle. He knew exactly what was going on. The situation was turning increasingly grim. The enemy was strong, while his side was slightly weaker, which meant that the enemy would reap further and further rewards, causing the disparity in power to grow until one side perished. Master, big brother, what are you thinking, right now? The Xia Emperor groaned mentally to himself. Senior apprentice brother Shimong, this Jining, is he the one you wanted me to take on as an apprentice, all those years ago? Sword Immortal Evergreen suddenly asked. The Xia Emperor gave him a glance. Yes. I completely forgot about that. Sword Immortal Evergreen laughed. I just remembered. I heard that this Jining took on a Doubtfather as his master, as the disciple of a Doubtfather. Although he's merely a celestial immortal and a bit weak, he's still been an extremely useful general under your command. He might be a celestial immortal, but he's not weak. The Xia Emperor shook his head. He's trained for a very short period of time, after all. His potential is truly extraordinary. Potential, Sword Immortal Evergreen said calmly. There are many in the 3 realms with tremendous potential who have nonetheless been trapped at the celestial immortal stage for countless years. It's not so easy to become an Empyrean god or a true immortal. The Xia Emperor's face sank. This junior apprentice brother of his, Sword Immortal Evergreen. If one wanted to put it nicely, he was a figure who transcended worldly concerns, but if one wanted to put it bluntly, he was incredibly selfish. He didn't care about the feelings of his fellow disciples at all. He said what he wanted to say, not caring about their face at all. In a normal situation, everyone was magnanimous about it, but this was during a time of war, and the Xia Emperor's Grand Xia was about to be destroyed. Although Evergreen's words were true, why did he have to insist on saying such depressing things? Didn't he know that the Xia Emperor had a belly full of fire right now? Oh, the Xia Emperor said calmly. Then junior apprentice brother Evergreen, when you were merely 100 years old, had you already become a celestial immortal? Sword Immortal Evergreen's face instantly changed. But he then smirked. What's the point of putting up a tough verbal facade? Senior apprentice brother Shimong, it's time to face reality. The Xia Emperor was currently in a terrible mood. He couldn't be bothered to reply. The Grand Xia. The Xia Emperor felt miserable in his heart. Is it really finished? As Taofather Crimsonbright led his Empyrean gods and true immortals in watching the battle from outside the three realms, a massive, black-robed figure was also silently watching from a completely different location. The God King was paying very close attention to this fight. "We are going to win." The God King gently tapped on his armrest with his left hand. A mirror of mist was in front of him, revealing the battle in its entirety. At this moment, neither the God King nor Taofather Crimsonbright could see inside the body of Ning's Heaven Punisher. None of them could see the change in Ning, Immortal Dark North. Within the world of the Xianxia, White Pole Commandery, the savage battle had been kicked in overdrive as both sides assaulted each other with abandon. The Seamless Gate side was especially eager, while the Xianxia side clearly seemed a bit dispirited. Everyone could tell that from the moment that the Fiendgod army led by Empyrean God Cold Savage was destroyed, the difference in power between the two sides had grown. The Xianxia was almost unable to hold on any longer. Break! 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 Ning, trapped by those black chains, felt a frantic feeling in his heart. His heart was filled with rage as well. Why couldn't he break these damn chains? His brothers and sisters were fighting for their lives. Ning truly was anxious to join them. Despite his anxiousness, he was still able to maintain complete control over himself. His icy calmness and his frantic impatience coexisted without any conflicts at all. Rumble. Suddenly, Ning's heart shook. He was stunned. And then, he was overjoyed. He could now completely sense that vast, boundless grand Tao, the Tao of the Sword. All of the mysteries of the Tao of the Sword were now within Ning's heart. It was different from the past. When Ning was attuning to the Tao, enormous ripples would manifest. Now, the Tao of the Sword was like an obedient little child, not resisting or hiding anything from Ning. This was because Ning had completely mastered and was in complete control of it. Naturally, he wouldn't release even the slightest of Tao ripples to the outside world unless he chose to. So this is the Tao of the Sword? So the only thing I lacked was a surge of true sword immortal ki? After breaking through the final bottleneck, Ning instantly understood where his problem had lain. In truth, when one reached a bottleneck in mastering a grand Tao, one's insights into that grand Tao were almost complete and perfect. The only thing that was lacking was the final merging and fusing of all those insights, to blend them all together into one thing. The entire Tao of the Sword. This sort of fusion required an insight that was extremely difficult to comprehend. However, Ning had a very pure sword heart, and had even mastered a strand of sword force. In addition, he had once had a chance to personally sense the entire grand Tao of the Sword, thanks to the 1,000-year dream. Thus, the only thing Ning lacked was that final surge of ki, the sword immortal ki which every single peerless sword immortal possessed. Every single sword immortal had their own special qualities to them. Lu Dongbin was transcendent and non-interventional. Sword Immortal Evergreen was supremely self-centered, viewing everything through the cold lens of pragmatism. He didn't deign to cloak his words in pleasantries when dealing with people of the same level. He knew that his words were unpleasant to hear, but he didn't care. Perhaps he might be respectful when in the presence of a Tao Father, but he couldn't be bothered to do so for other Empyrean gods and true immortals. He knew very well the thing which mattered the most to him was his own strength. Ning, sword in hand, chopped through all thistles and thorns that sought to bar his path as he walked towards the true peak of power. Although he knew everything, simply put, Ning was missing that final surge of ki. However, Ning had been tempered and trained through years of battles. In fact, black chains were surrounding and assaulting him right now, giving him tremendous pressure. As a result, the pressure caused a rebound effect, allowing Ning to seize the opportunity to make a breakthrough. Upon making the breakthrough, the look in Ning's eyes changed. Although his eyes looked similar to how they did in the past, deep within them one could see a sword intent that was absolutely harrowing. The Tao of the Sword is now complete. As for manifesting the 5 types of ki within my chest, I've always been able to do that, Ning murmured to himself. What were the 5 types of ki? Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, the 5 elements. The most important part of a celestial immortal becoming a pure yang true immortal lay in the mastery of a grand Tao. A secondary component was in separately mastering 5 ordinary Daos of the 5 elements. These Daos of the 5 elements could allow one to link together with the infrastructure of heaven and earth, because the 3 realms were themselves formed from the 5 elements. When manifesting the 5 types of ki within the body, one would receive a resonance with the essential 5 elements of the universe itself. After the Jindan absorbed an enormous amount of elemental energy, it would then evolve and transform into a pure yang Jindan. Only then would it possess pure yang power, allowing one to become a true pure yang true immortal. We're in a fight right now. I don't have the time to slowly absorb elemental energy. Ning immediately pulled out an enormous amount of pure yang immortal pills, throwing all of them into his mouth. Right now, his Jindan needed to absorb a nigh-infinite amount of elemental energy, and so there was no worry at all about an accidental self-detonation due to excess power. Rumble. The elemental energy contained with pure yang immortal pills was of incredible purity. It instantly transformed into a tidal wave of elemental energy within Ji Ning's Jindan region. The energy of each pill was completely released, and the entire Jindan drank it all up thirstily, as though it was starving for energy. It was like a riverbed that was so dry, the ground had cracked. Even if a torrent of rain was to fall onto it, the riverbed would be able to easily absorb it all. In fact, the rate at which the immortal pills released energy couldn't even catch up to the rate at which the Jindan was absorbing it. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Within Ning's chest, 5 types of semi-transparent ki began to manifest and flow. These 5 streams of ki came from the insights Ning had in the 5 Daos of the 5 elements. They now all gathered together, connecting Ning to the essence of heaven and earth itself. Ning had trained for many years. Aside from the Tao of the sword, his accomplishments in the grand Tao of the water drop were the most advanced. He had mastered more than half of it by now. As for ordinary water-related Daos, he had long since mastered 16 different types. In truth, mastering ordinary Daos was now of very little help to Ning. While working on his grand Tao, he would occasionally get a flash of insight that would allow him to master a particular ordinary Tao. Ning was very skilled in fire-related Daos as well. Metal. Ning was quite skilled in this as well, thanks to his expertise in the sword. Earth. This was the slowest for Ning to train in, but Ning had still mastered a complete ordinary earth-related Tao. Even back when Ning had first arrived at the Black-White College, he had begun to train in the lesser 5 elements sword art after all. Wonderful! The 5 types of ki within his chest were slowly beginning to link together and resonate with the essence of the 5 elements within heaven and earth, causing tiny streams of energy to be transmitted into his body. These streams of energy consisted of the essence of the 5 elements. They were all transmitted straight into Ning's Jindan. Whoosh! Like celestial snow meeting with infernal flame, an explosive transformation erupted. Ning's Jindan began to completely transform, and its quality was increasing at an incredible rate. The Jindan region within Ning's body grew even greater, and the energy that created and maintained the Jindan grew more and more pure as it began to rise towards the pure yang level. Although an enormous amount of elemental energy was being used up, Ning had plenty of immortal pills prepared. Ning had acquired a large number of immortal pills from the Xia Emperor when he had traded away his Empyrean God Golem. Even after mastering the 6th cycle of the 8-9 arcane art, Ning had a large number of immortal pills left over. Although all of this took time to describe, in reality it happened tremendously fast. After just 2 breaths worth of time, Ning's Jindan had successfully completed its transformation into an even purer, deeper, and somewhat darker golden color. This was a darkness that came from density and depth, and the energy within this Jindan now vastly surpassed the energy contained within the Jindan of a celestial immortal. It caused Ning's celestial immortal body to instantly be transformed. The golden pellet Jindan within Ning's body was now a pure yang Jindan. It was second only to the great firmament Jindan possessed by Tao Fathers of the Great Firmament. The pure yang Jindan continued to absorb the remaining energy from the immortal pills, causing the power of the Jindan to grow even heavier and denser. Ning immediately used the spell which his master, Subhuti, had taught to him. He masked his pure yang aura, transforming into the aura of a celestial immortal. This was a form of artifice. In battle, Ning needed to disguise his power. What a wonderful feeling! The feeling of being a pure yang true immortal. It truly is powerful. Pleasurable. Ning could sense the might his body contained as the pure yang power flooded his body. Is this the feeling which Patriarch Lu and the Xia Emperor have? Patriarch Lu and the Xia Emperor were both pure yang true immortals. Celestial immortals had their energy, pure yang true immortals had their own. The transformation in their energy alone represented an enormous increase in power. In fact, Ning even had the feeling that right now, if he were to attack by himself without 1,000 celestial immortals or 100,000 loose immortals aiding him, he would still be able to give a white-faced flood dragon a good fight. In the past, his primal twin, merely a celestial immortal, had to rely on the power of the entire army. The Dark North Army. Ning immediately activated his pure yang energy, beginning to take control of even more power from the entire Heaven Punisher formation. His power grew deeper and deeper. The power of the entire Heaven Punisher began to skyrocket. It doubled, tripled, quadrupled, quintupled. The power continued to increase. 10 times, 12 times, 18 times, 21 times. Finally, the power of the Heaven Punisher reached a limit, and the increase came to a halt. Why is it that I have the feeling that I've almost brought out all the power this Heaven Punisher has to offer? Ning had a foundation of pure yang energy, and had a soul heart force technique supporting him. As a result, he was in control of almost 80% of the total maximum theoretical power of a Heaven Punisher. Ning could vaguely sense that he was very close to a hard limit in power. It must be understood that not even the other Empyrean gods or true immortals were able to unleash this much power from a single Heaven Punisher. Not Empyrean god Venomsong, for example, nor the other Empyrean gods and true immortals. Although there were some Empyrean gods and true immortals in the three realms who had gained insight into heart force, the overall ratio was low. It could be said that less than 1 in 10 practiced heart force. For example, in this current battle within the Xianxia, aside from Ning, there were 2 others who had gained a basic level of expertise into heart force. One was the Xia Emperor, who had reached the 2nd stage in heart force. The other was Gate Master Azure Fox, who had also reached the 2nd stage in heart force. The most important thing was, even someone who had powerful heart force had to come up with a way to apply it to the soul as well. Ning was incredibly talented in this regard. Previously, all by himself, he had come up with a way to apply it to his sword fingers, then had come up with a way to apply it to actual immortal swords. After being transmitted the Heart Sutra by Old Man Yuan, he had slowly begun to reach towards a way to apply heart force to the soul. A pure yang true immortal whose heart force had reached the peak of the 3rd stage, and who had a basic level of expertise in soul heart force. This was the reason why Ning was able to command 80% of the maximum power of the Heaven Punisher. It could be said that Ning was now far, far superior to anyone else on either side in terms of controlling a Heaven Punisher. Even when he was a celestial immortal, Ning was capable of giving Venomsong's white-faced flood dragon a good fight. He was just slightly weaker than it, that was all. Boom! 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 Ning's Heaven Punisher brandished the Ananda World Swords, chopping down against the black chains. He still used the same amount of power he had in the past before making his breakthrough. But Ning now had a feeling that if he was to unleash his full power, the black chains would be completely unable to stop him. Ning swept the field of battle with his gaze. The current situation is extremely unfavorable towards the Xianxia. From the looks of things, if no one else arrives to help out, the only result will be a defeated retreat. Because my breakthrough was within the Heaven Punisher's body, most likely no one knows of it. Then, Ning stared at the distant True Immortal Crimson Joy. True Immortal Crimson Joy had been maintaining this spell the entire time. This used up a shocking amount of energy, and so he had been constantly using immortal pills to replenish it. Ideally, I should kill True Immortal Crimson Joy in a single blow, Ning secretly calculated to himself. Even though I should currently be the most powerful figure on this battlefield, it's still quite hard to actually kill a pure Yang true immortal. The supreme powers on this field of battle were the Fiendgod armies, Venom Song's white-faced flood dragon, and the Rain Dragon army. Of course, the Xia Emperor and true immortal White Pole were on this level of power as well. Both the Xia Emperor and true immortal White Pole were very powerful in and of themselves. As for Empyrean God Cold Savage, Empyrean God Kindwater, Empyrean God Venom Song, and the others, they all had to rely on armies in order to release this level of power. Ning, by himself, was naturally no match for the Xia Emperor or true immortal White Pole. However, he had the Dark North Army, Heart Force, and a Soul Heart Force technique. This made his Heaven Punisher the most powerful force present, vastly stronger than Venom Song's white-faced Flood Dragon. Right now, not a single Empyrean God or true immortal has perished. Not even the Xia Emperor's usage of the Grand Xia's World Guard formation was enough to kill one of them. Ning knew very well that killing one would be very hard, but he had to give it a try. On this battlefield, the Xia Emperor and true immortal White Pole were the field marshals for their respective armies. Is it all over? The Xia Emperor stared at the field of battle. Dao Father Rain Dragon, Dao Father Crimson Bright, and the primordial imperial clan. None of them had sent reinforcements. The Xia Emperor felt powerless. He now understood that his master and the others probably had other concerns, precluding them from reinforcing him. The Xia Emperor, however, still found it hard to accept this. Retreat! The Xia Emperor ordered in a hoarse, unwilling shout, one which rang out by the ears of everyone on his side. Rumble! The enormous 8 Dragons Cloud City began to appear as well, pressing downwards. Hurry and retreat into the 8 Dragons Cloud City, the Xia Emperor ordered. Imperial Majesty. Imperial Majesty? They all looked towards the Xia Emperor. The Xia Emperor, however, just shook his head. He didn't want to admit it, but he could tell that their defeat was guaranteed. There was no way for them to change the situation. If this continued, the Grand Xia's forces would probably be completely destroyed. Forget it, forget it. If I lose, I lose. There's never been such a thing as an eternal empire within this universe. Even my primordial imperial clan, its current status cannot compare to its status during the primordial era. The Xia Emperor sighed mentally, completely giving up. He would no longer fight. It was time to prepare to flee. If they fled, they would at least stay alive. If they continued to fight head-on, death would be the result. I, Shimong, have done all I can, but alas, I have nothing more to give now. He couldn't forget he had arrived within this world with high spirits, roaming across it and nurturing it, defeating all challengers until he finally unified the entire Grand Xia. He felt deep attachments towards this world of his. But alas, it was now time to leave. This world would now belong to the Seamless Gate. Ha ha ha! Don't let them just escape like that. Kill them all. True immortal White Pole roared with laughter. He felt utter excitement right now, because he could sense that the Xia Emperor no longer had any plans to fight back and was most likely going to escape. This world's name was going to be changed to the White Pole Major World. He would be its master. If Shimong wishes to flee, he needs to first consider whether or not I, White Pole, shall permit it. Kill! 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 True immortal White Pole's eyes were filled with a shocking desire to kill, and the morale of the Seamless Gate's forces swelled up to a crescendo. But suddenly, boom! A strange explosion. This explosion came from a part of the battlefield which had been fairly calm and silent this entire time. It was the place where Ning's Heaven Punisher had been trapped. Although the Xia Emperor wanted to rescue him, it was currently hard for them to even save themselves. How were they supposed to send out even more forces to rescue Jining? The Xia Emperor, true immortal White Pole, and the others all turned their heads to look. The black-robed, black-haired, red-eyed elder just stood there in a daze. Around him, snow-colored lotus flowers were flying about. The elder touched his chest. The pure Yang Jindan within his body had been shattered in an instant under a sudden, sinister assassination strike by Jining. The red-eyed elder opened his mouth, wanting to say something. But before he could make a single sound, he transformed into flying dust. He had died. After so many years of battling to claim the Grand Xia, a true immortal had finally died. True immortal Crimson Joy had perished. The killer was a heaven punisher Ji Ning's. The Grand Xia and the Seamless Gate. Both forces on that battlefield were stunned. The Grand Xia had already begun a retreat, while the Seamless Gate was in hot, eager pursuit, planning on carving a few extra pieces of flesh from the Xia Emperor. But true immortal Crimson Joy died? An exalted, powerful, pure young true immortal had actually died? What the hell? How did Ji Ning do that? Wasn't he trapped? Even if he managed to charge out, how could he have killed true immortal Crimson Joy in an instant? Just now, I seemed to see snow-white lotus petals floating around true immortal Crimson Joy's body. Could his death be connected to the protocosmic spirit treasure? The 9-leaf snow lotus? The Seamless Gate's forces were completely stunned. They simply couldn't believe this. They were clearly on the verge of victory. How the hell did this suddenly happen? The only person on the battlefield who wasn't stunned was Ning himself. Success. Ning let out a sigh of relief. Although he had an absolute advantage in power thanks to his Heaven Punisher, he hadn't been certain that he would be able to kill true immortal Crimson Joy. Just now, he had first activated his protocosmic spirit treasure, the 9-leaf snow lotus. The 9-leaf snow lotus was best suited for trapping and binding foes. In the past, Ning was a mere celestial immortal. Even when he used the power of the Heaven Punisher to activate the 9-leaf snow lotus, it wouldn't be excessively powerful. After becoming a pure yang true immortal, however, and after merging his pure yang energy with the power of his Heaven Punisher, then using it all to activate the 9-leaf snow lotus, the power of the countless snow lotuses he could create was truly astonishing. He had instantly covered the completely unprepared true immortal Crimson Joy with them. As he used the snow-white lotus petals to surround true immortal Crimson Joy, Ning unleashed his full power, instantly shattering apart the entangling black chains. Not good. Upon being trapped by the snow lotuses, and upon sensing his spell being destroyed, true immortal Crimson Joy immediately knew that something bad was happening. A sudden variable had to have been introduced into the battle, but he couldn't see what was going on beyond the barrier of snow lotuses. Nor could he greater teleport. He didn't dare hide himself within an immortal estate either. If he did, the enemy would be able to immediately capture it. Thus, the only thing he could do at the time was to use his own pure yang treasures to protect himself. Boom! Cold, insidious sword attack. After shattering the black chains, Ning immediately sent out a silent, soundless sword strike. This was an assassination sword art which Ning had learned back at Mount Innerheart. He had learned far too many sword arts at Mount Innerheart, including several that had been devised by Tao Fathers of the Great Firmament. Usually, it was rare for Ning to use any of those sword arts, as those were sword arts that others had developed. Although they were very powerful in Ning's hands, there was no way he could truly reach a level of absolute perfection in them. Ning, however, had never tried to create his own assassination sword arts. Given the inconceivable power of the Heaven Punisher he led, this sword art was already powerful enough. And so, boom! The snow-white lotus petals instantly split apart, allowing Ning's sword to hack directly against true immortal Crimson Joy's protective magic treasure. Because true immortal Crimson Joy had been trapped by the snow-white lotus flowers, his protective treasure's defensive field was very, very close to his body. This assassination sword art Ning employed was a type of vibration-based sword art. When he chopped down, a very strange yet incredibly powerful form of energy was transformed into a vibration that not even pure yang magic treasures could block. The vibration was sent straight into true immortal Crimson Joy's body, and it instantly shattered apart his pure yang Jindan. From this, one could imagine how powerful Ning's sword attack had been. In truth, someone like true immortal Crimson Joy would have never dared to fight Venomsong's white-faced flood dragon, one of the Fiendgod armies, or the Rain Dragon army head-on. Ning was much more powerful than any of the three. How could Crimson Joy possibly resist it? And in truth, Ning was lucky to possess the 9-leaf snow lotus. If it wasn't for the Snow Lotus binding Crimson Joy, when Ning charged over Crimson Joy would have fled right away. If Celestial Immortal Black Heaven knew that Ning had used the 9-leaf Snow Lotus, a treasure which had previously belonged to Black Heaven himself, to cut off the escape path for true Immortal Crimson Joy, who Black Heaven had asked to help out, it really would be hard to describe how Celestial Immortal Black Heaven would feel. Seize the momentum. Kill. While he celebrated his victory, Ning didn't hesitate in the slightest as he immediately charged straight towards the closest enemies. There were 3 white-faced flood dragons of the Seamless Gate in that location, as well as a group of Empyrean god golems. They had been assaulting the 5 heaven punishers of the Grand Xia, who per the Xia Emperor's orders were retreating while supporting each other defensively. At this moment, however, everyone had come to a halt. They were all stunned, and the forces of the Grand Xia felt wild joy in their hearts. Not good. Quick! Go help out. Go help them. On the Seamless Gate side, true Immortal White Pole and Gatemaster Azure Fox were the first to come back to their senses. They didn't have any time to be astonished at true Immortal Crimson Joy's death. They immediately began to give orders. True Immortal White Pole first changed the target of his spell to focus on Ning. The icy solar star that was hovering in the skies behind him began to shoot rays of frozen light towards Ning's charging Heaven Punisher. Whoosh! 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 Cold light flashed in an unending stream. Humph! Ning's Heaven Punisher was bounding barefoot across the land. After having seen true Immortal White Pole use this spell before, Ning felt no fear at all. He swung out an Ananda World Sword, his sword light flowing like water. Ever since Ning was young, he had been particularly adept at using sword arts to defend. The curtain-like flow of watery swordlight was able to completely block all of the frozen lances of light. Boom! 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 The tremendous power within Ning's words were able to endure all of the attacks. I can't stop him. True Immortal White Pole's face changed. Quick! Junior Apprentice Sister Azure Fox, go help out. The Heaven Punisher which Ji Ning is in command of is far too powerful. I was able to stop even a Fiendgod army, but I can't stop him. All right. Azure Fox was anxious as well. Both of them were fairly distant from Ning. There was no time to charge in and attack him up close. Their only options were to use spells, magic treasures, and other long-distance options. 9 bushy foxtails lashed through the air, seeming to blot out and darken the skies themselves as they swept towards Ning. Just fuck off. Ning's Heaven Punisher continued to bound forward, 2 swords in his hands. Previously, he had used just a single sword to block true Immortal White Pole. Now, he used the other sword as well. Boom! 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 When his sword struck out, it was as though the heavens had suddenly turned clear and bright again. The 9 furry tails were blasted apart, leaving just a small portion of the tails undamaged. Quickly, however, the 9 tails once more grew outwards and regenerated. Ning didn't slow down at all, and he was far too fast. The Fiendgod armies, the Heaven Punishers, the white-faced Flood Dragons, the Rain Dragon army. None of them were comparable to Ning's Heaven Punisher in terms of speed. In fact, even the Blood Cloud Golems were just barely on par with Ning's speed right now. From this, one could tell how terrifyingly fast Ning truly was. Quick! Go save them! Stop that Ji Ning! Quick! True Immortal White Pole frantically issued the orders. Ji Ning's sudden, explosive increase in power was absolutely capable of changing the outcome of this entire battle. If they weren't able to slow him down and allowed him to just charge forward as he currently was, no army, Empyrean God, or true Immortal was capable of fighting against Ji Ning's Heaven Punisher without assistance. The forces of the Seamless Gate would most likely be destroyed by Ning, one at a time, resulting in a defeat for this entire battle. Thus, they had to focus all of their efforts on stopping him. Whoosh! Sword light struck out. The 3 white-faced Flood Dragons were fleeing now, with the 5 Heaven Punishers in hot pursuit, as well as Ning's Heaven Punisher. As Ning's sword light flew out, the white-faced Flood Dragon he targeted only had a chance to let out a furious, unwilling roar of defeat. Slash! Ning's long sword chopped straight through the neck of the white-faced flood dragon, sending the head flying. The body of the dragon immediately broke apart, revealing the celestial immortals and loose immortals inside of it, who immediately began to flee. Kill! 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 Celestial Immortal Unity, Celestial Immortal Wacko, and the others all led their heaven punishers in a massacre of the survivors. Go! Stop him! Boom! Another massive explosion could be heard. A tremendously powerful white-faced flood dragon had managed to force its way in front of Ji Ning. This was Venomsong's white-faced flood dragon, which had been nearest to Ning. Venomsong struck out with the sharp, fierce claws of his dragon, while Ning once more swept out with the Ananda World Sword. Boom! This was the first time these two massive Fiendgod manifestations had fought head-on. Venomsong's white-faced flood dragon was actually knocked off its two scaly legs by the force of the collision and sent flying backwards. This result caused a look of utter shock to appear on the face of Venomsong's white-faced flood dragon. He was actually this much weaker than Ji Ning? But true immortal White Pole's face completely changed. Previously, upon seeing Ning's might, he had made a rough estimate of Ning's power and had expected Ning's Heaven Punisher to be stronger than Venomsong's white-faced flood dragon. But to actually knock Venomsong's white-faced flood dragon flying like that, this was beyond his expectations. The difference in power was enormous. Slow him down. He had no time to be astonished. True Immortal White Pole and Gatemaster Azure Fox both focused their spells against Ning, and both their spells were extraordinarily powerful. Ning had to use at least one sword at all times to defend against them, with two of them joining forces against him. Venomsong's white-faced flood dragon had more than enough time to recover from that blow, then once more charge forward to engage Ning in battle. And so, True Immortal White Pole, Gatemaster Azure Fox, and Venomsong's white-faced flood dragon all joined forces to just barely stalemate and tie down Ji Ning. Just barely. Ning was still able to charge forward. He was just somewhat slowed down. Retreat! True Immortal White Pole had an ugly look on his face as he mentally roared the order to his forces. They couldn't allow this fight to continue. They had already lost True Immortal Crimson Joy and a white-faced flood dragon. Ji Ning, all by himself, was able to tie down White Pole, Azure Fox, and Venomsong. The Seamless Gate no longer had any advantages whatsoever. The Seamless Gate's forces began to retreat. Before this, the Seamless Gate had a significant tactical. After True Immortal White Pole, Gatemaster Azure Fox, and Venomsong's white-faced flood dragon had joined forces to tie down Ji Ning, their forces were no longer in significant danger, and so they were able to retreat in a very stable, orderly manner. Soon, this sudden, unexpected final battle came to an end. Withdraw our troops. The Xia Emperor's voice rang out as well, once more filled with vigor and willpower. The war for the Grand Xia. He hadn't lost it yet. The Xia Emperor stared at the distant, awe-inspiring, half-nude Heaven Punisher commanded by Ji Ning. In his heart, he celebrated joyfully, and he even felt a hint of gratitude towards Ji Ning. Ji Ning truly had been the fulcrum upon which the results of this battle had turned. Beyond the Three Realms, the seat of awakening for Dao Father Crimsonbright. Aside from Dao Father Crimsonbright himself, a whole host of Empyrean gods and true immortals were watching the battle scenes depicted within that mirror of light. Good. That's Ji Ning. He just exploded with power. True Immortal Crimson Joy just died. He actually died, just like that. Look, he's still charging forward. He's incredibly ferocious. He's just smashing straight through them. The Seamless Gate is panicking now. True Immortal White Pole and Gatemaster Azure Fox have both used their spells, but they can't stop him. They can't stop him at all. The white-faced flood dragons have started to flee. It's useless. They are too slow. Ji Ning just attacked with his sword. Ahaha! One of them died. Ugh! Venomsong's white-faced flood dragon just arrived. This is going to be a bit troubliso. He was just sent flying? The mood had been rather depressed. But now all of the Empyrean gods and true immortals felt their energy levels rising. They were all excited. Some of their homelands and major worlds had already been conquered, after all. Even the ones that weren't conquered yet felt grief upon seeing the Grand Xia fall into such dire straits. If even the Grand Xia had fallen, how could they hope to survive? Most likely, only extremely selfish individuals like Sword Immortal Evergreen, who didn't have any major worlds or territories to worry about, would be completely unconcerned with the results of this battle. How can Ji Ning be this powerful? Can it be that he's become a pure Yang true immortal? He's too strong. His aura is simply... Everyone was sighing in amazement. Who wouldn't hope for a brutal, dominating figure like Ning to appear on their side during a battle? The Xia Emperor's clone just stood there, smiling with great happiness. He glanced sideways at the nearby Sword Immortal Evergreen, who had a rather unpleasant look on his face. Evergreen had said quite a few things just now, after all. Fortunately, junior apprentice brother Evergreen, you weren't able to take Ji Ning on as your disciple all those years ago. Otherwise, you really would have delayed his progress. The Xia Emperor sighed, emotionally. You! Sword Immortal Evergreen's face sank. He immediately began a retort. He wasn't the sort to easily admit defeat. But suddenly, Tao Father Crimsonbright, seated above all of them on his throne, let out a loud, clear laugh. This Ji Ning, good, very good. The words which Sword Immortal Evergreen was just about to spew out became stuck in his throat. He wasn't able to say a single thing. The many Empyrean gods and true immortals below Tao Father Crimsonbright looked towards him. Years ago, I once had the chance to take on this Ji Ning as my disciple, but of the 3 choices that were made available to me, I choose Little Woodpass. Tao Father Crimsonbright smiled, seeming to be in an excellent mood. I felt certain that Little Woodpass would have more potential than Ji Ning, but it seems that my vision has grown blurry with age. All of the Empyrean gods and true immortals were speechless. To praise Ji Ning was one thing. After all, he had indeed completely changed the situation in that battle at the Grand Xia. But for the Tao Father to say that his vision has grown blurry with age was a bit exaggerated. What sort of a status did a Tao Father have? Even if he truly did wish to satirize himself a bit, for him to satirize himself for Ji Ning's sake was quite bizarre. In the end, it was that old friend of mine who had superior vision. Tao Father Crimsonbright pointed towards the air, and yet another mirror of light appeared out of nowhere. The images of yet another battle appeared on that mirror, one in which more than 100 Empyrean gods and true immortals were participating in, alongside true dragons, fiendgods, phoenixes, and other mythical beasts. The 2 sides in the battle were battling with ferocity. Tao Father Crimsonbright said calmly, "The final battle between the Wine Sun Realm and the Seamless Gate has reached the crescendo." Everyone below watched the battle carefully. The Wine Sun Realm was the dozens of major worlds and countless minor worlds ruled over by Tao Father Wine Sun. It was a realm that was not inferior to the Crimsonbright realm at all. The Wine Sun realm has actually sent nearly 80 Empyrean gods and true immortals into battle. Look, those 18 true immortals have joined together into a 9 songs formation. They must be close to a Tao Father in power. They are going quite berserk. Even the Phoenix lineage has descended. This was a great battle, one which was far more vicious than the one the Grand Xia had just engaged in. As the Xia Emperor watched this battle, he suddenly understood everything. Right, as he was feeling misery for the celestial immortals and the loose immortals who had perished under his command, the exalted Tao Fathers were watching things on a much higher level. During such a violent tempest as this one which had swept the 3 realms, the deaths of celestial immortals and loose immortals simply wouldn't cause too much of a reaction from the Tao Fathers. Only the deaths of Empyrean gods and true immortals would arouse the attention of the true gods and Tao Fathers. In the eyes of the Xia Emperor, his losses had been unsustainably catastrophic. In the eyes of the Tao Fathers, however, the battle in the Grand Xia had resulted in comparable losses for both the Xia Emperor and the Seamless Gate. Things had yet to reach a truly dire state. This great storm is one which has swept the entire 3 realms. In the end, it will cause many true gods and Tao Fathers to perish. And to think I was about to give up so easily? It seems that I've been living a comfortable life for far too long. Just the slightest setback was enough to make me feel despair and a desire to retreat. The Xia Emperor mused to himself. Xiamang. Suddenly, a voice rang out within the Xia Emperor's mind. The Xia Emperor couldn't help but raise his head to look. The speaker was Dao Father Crimsonbright. The battle for the Grand Xia has just started. Dao Father Crimsonbright sent mentally. The Seamless Gate has only sent a small portion of its forces. The assault is mainly being led by the Gatemaster Azure Fox's Seamless Gate. That is why none of us were in a hurry to intervene. If the Seamless Gate lets it go, then we'll let it go as well. But if they are to summon their forces and attack en masse, then we will assist you. The Xia Emperor instantly grew excited. But of course, if you aren't even able to withstand the limited forces which Azure Fox has brought out from her branch of the Seamless Gate, then you have no one to blame but yourself, Dao Father Crimsonbright sent mentally. You can only blame yourself for not working hard enough, for not even being strong enough to force Azure Fox's branch to request reinforcements. Understood. The Xia Emperor nodded. When he thought back, indeed, he, Xiamang, hadn't been ruthless enough. He hadn't been ruthless enough to his subordinates. He hadn't been willing to let any of his Empyrean gods, true immortals, or heaven punishers to perish. But in a real life-and-death war, sacrifices sometimes had to be made. The more you tried to ensure that none of your people died, the more likely it was that you would fail. The Seamless Gate, for example, they had essentially sent many of their Blood Cloud Golems into certain death, but the Blood Cloud Golems had been very successful. The deaths of just 8 of those golems had resulted in them slaying a Heaven Punisher and a Fiendgod army. This sort of mindset of going all out even at the risk of your own death could indeed be astonishingly successful. He hadn't been ruthless enough to himself either. He hadn't been willing to use up a large amount of his own Jindan essence in activating the Grand Xia's World Guard formation a second time, because if he had, his white-robed primal twin wouldn't have been able to recover for a very long period of time. The Seamless Gate needs to engage on multiple battlefronts, fanning the flames of war throughout the entire 3 realms. Dao Father Crimsonbright sent mentally. Their forces are limited. Although their intelligence reports provided them with a rough estimate of the power of your Grand Xia and allow them to make some arrangements, they can't waste too much of their power either. If it hadn't been for the fact that 3,000 celestial immortals of the Grand Xia had been seduced into their service, they actually would have been at a disadvantage in manpower compared to you. The highest level members of the Seamless Gate have ordered their subordinates to go all out. You need to go all out as well. Some celestial immortals may die, even Empyrean gods and true immortals may die. So what? This is a tribulation, a true storm. If we can kill 7 or 8 of the Empyrean gods and true immortals of the Seamless Gate in exchange for just losing 4 or 5 of ours, it would be worth it. It would be a great victory. Dao Father Crimsonbright's voice caused the Xia Emperor to feel rather stunned. Killing 1,000 foes while losing 500 allies. This would be considered a tremendous victory. In the midst of a storm, you need to be awakened as to how to behave within it. When the primordial world was destroyed, you were very weak and so did not take part in the battle. You have no idea how terrifying these great storms can be. This is just the beginning. Because that old bastard has yet to fully awaken. Dao Father Crimsonbright sent mentally. Once that old bastard truly awakens, this storm will reach its crescendo. By then, Empyrean gods and true immortals will be like ants, and a large number of true gods and Dao Fathers will perish. Your disciple erred. The Xia Emperor now completely understood. He had to be ruthless. Ruthless to his subordinates. Ruthless to himself. Only then could he survive this storm. Within the 8 Dragons Cloud City, there was a joyous celebration. The Fiendgod armies, Raindragon army, and Heaven Punisher armies were all sent back to their quarters. Fellow Taoist Dark North, it is very rare for me, Floatwater, to admire someone. But I truly admire what you did this day. After the Raindragon army was dissolved, a willowy maiden dressed in black armor came flying out from it. She was a pure young true immortal. Respectful greetings to you, true immortal Floatwater, Ning said. He was still pretending to be a celestial immortal. No need for such courtesy. In fact, in terms of leading and commanding 1,000 celestial immortals and all those loose immortals, you are actually superior to me. True immortal Floatwater gave Ning a close look. To tell the truth, I even suspect that you've already become a pure young true immortal. Ning just chuckled. Ji Ning. Dark North. One delighted voice after another rang out. It was Unity, All Beasts, Wacko, Rainsoar, and Dustfloat. Ning looked at his 4 sworn brothers and sworn sister, both joy and grief in his heart. He felt grief because his 6th brother, Rainbow, had already perished. Alas, 6th brother didn't have a chance to see it. Rainbow, As the 6 of them reunited, they quickly turned sorrowful. There will always be deaths in war. The black-robed Xia Emperor flew over, a group of Empyrean gods and true immortals by his side. It was Empyrean god Kindwater, Empyrean god Cold Savage, Empyrean god Firecloud, true immortal Skyfarmer, and true immortal Dongyan. Imperial Majesty. Ning and the rest of the 6 all hurriedly saluted. This time, many celestial immortals, loose immortals, and even fiend gods perished. Rainbow was just one of them. The black-robed Xia Emperor said, "This is just the start of this great storm. We should all understand that even more of us will die." Ning and the others all understood this point. Subhuti had spoken to Ning of this as well. These 2 great alliances were both seeking to destroy the other. However, the black-robed Xia Emperor looked at Ning, revealing a smile. "Ha ha ha, Jining. You truly gave me a wonderful surprise. Ha ha. I had even given an order for us to temporarily withdraw. But who would have thought that you would bring me such a wonderful surprise? You even killed a pure young true immortal. Temporarily withdraw? It most certainly was not. Back then, the Xia Emperor had wanted to completely flee from the Grand Xia and admit defeat. Right now, the advantage lies not with the Seamless Gate. It lies with us, the Grand Xia." The Xia Emperor looked at his allies, his laugh loud and clear. Right now, the biggest headache the Seamless Gate has is addressing the question of how to deal with Ji Ning. True Immortal Whitepole, Gatemaster Azure Fox, and Venomsong's white-faced Flood Dragon had to all work together in order to just slightly slow him down. They aren't able to completely tie him down. I imagine that they'd have to send out yet another Empyrean god or true immortal in command of a white-faced Flood Dragon to accomplish it. Ha ha ha. That would make things much more relaxed for the rest of us. We can slaughter them. The Grand Xia also had the Rain Dragon army, the 2 Fiendgod armies, as well as 5 Heaven Punishers and multiple Empyrean gods and true immortals. The entire atmosphere within the 8 Dragons Cloud City became much more relaxed. Slaying a pure young true immortal was definitely a great success. The Seamless City. The atmosphere here was very gloomy. Crimson Joy died. How could this have happened? The Empyrean gods and true immortals were all gathered within the main palace. Everyone, including true immortal Whitepole and Gatemaster Azure Fox, had ugly looks on their faces. Although they had killed a few celestial immortals and loose immortals of the Grand Xia, they had also lost many celestial immortals and loose immortals. Their losses were actually fairly comparable. Most importantly of all, they had lost one of their pure young true immortals. What should we do? The Heaven Punisher under Ji Ning's command suddenly became incredibly powerful. Just now, Whitepole, Azure Fox, and Venomsong's Heaven Punisher had to join forces against him. But he was still able to charge forward. We no longer have enough power to win this war. If this continues, we'll be in danger of actually losing it. As I see it, we need to request reinforcements. Right? Request reinforcements. We don't have enough strength left. The Empyrean gods and true immortals all spoke out in favor. Gatemaster Azure Fox, however, had a dark look on her face. She snapped coldly, "Request reinforcements. Do you think it will be that easy? The God King has 100 seamless gates which have been assigned to conquer many major worlds. Some of them are now permanently stationed on already conquered major worlds. Every single seamless gate is in desperate need of additional forces of more power. Who doesn't want reinforcements? But if everyone wants reinforcements, it will be hard for anyone to actually get it. Everyone fell silent for a time. Their alliance's total military power compared to the Nuwa alliance was still weaker. Otherwise, they wouldn't have had to use all sorts of enticements and underhanded methods. Fortunately, they had an absolute advantage in terms of intelligence reports. As the saying goes, only when you know your enemy and know yourself can you be the victor in all your battles. In a war, intelligence was tremendously important. It was thanks to their intelligence reports that the Seamless Gate had been able to create so many problems for the Nuwa alliance. In truth, the Seamless Gate's power was already stretched very thin. To request reinforcements, it would be difficult. Last time, the God King had taken out a Dao fruit of primordial chaos for them to deal with the Grand Xia's World Guard formation, but had not given them any additional reinforcements. Azure Fox, things are different now. Ji Ning is a new variable, a major new variable in this equation. Right? Report it to the God King. Ning's display of power had been too great. He had caused the Seamless Gate to sense that if things were to continue, they would probably lose disastrously no matter how hard they fought. Gatemaster Azure Fox fell silent. True Immortal White Pole looked towards her as well. Although he had also taken on the God King as his master, Azure Fox was closer to the God King than White Pole was, and she was the Gatemaster of this Seamless Gate. True Immortal White Pole was nothing more than the temporary military commander for this campaign against the Grand Xia. Fine. I'll report it to the God King, Azure Fox said heavily. Requesting reinforcements. Azure Fox felt very ashamed for being forced to resort to this. Within a private room, a single candle had already been lit. A fragrant smoke was drifting about, filling the entire room. Azure Fox was seated in the lotus position, and she slowly closed her eyes, gradually entering the realm of slumber and dreams. Azure Fox appeared within the vast world of darkness. At the center of the world of darkness, a towering figure suddenly appeared atop a towering throne that was at least 30,000 meters tall, a figure that was covered in black robes. You lost. The God King looked downwards calmly, his voice reverberating within the entire world. Forgive me, God King. Azure Fox immediately fell to her knees. She said hurriedly, We've already done everything we can, and everything unfolded as we expected. But who would have thought that Ji Ning, who clearly was just a celestial immortal, would become the most powerful force on the side of the Xia Emperor? It is very taxing for us to withstand just his heaven punisher alone. We truly have no other options. The God King just looked at her silently. Azure Fox knelt there, not daring to lift up her head. I was watching the battle between you and the Grand Xia this entire time, the God King said calmly. Ji Ning's rate of improvement truly is quite fast. But in addition to that, each of you were cowardly and feared for your lives. White Pole, in particular, has truly disappointed me. I bestowed a Dao fruit of primordial chaos upon him, but he still wasn't able to gain victory. Forgive us, God King, Azure Fox said nervously. The God King strummed his throne's armrest with his hand, having fallen silent. Tap, tap, tap. The only sound in the entire world was the sound of him tapping against his armrest, and it echoed non-stop within the darkness. Azure Fox didn't dare to make a sound. She knew that the God King was pondering, was deciding, to reinforce them, or to not reinforce them. 8 Dragons Cloud City. The entire situation had been reversed, and they had gained a major victory. The Xia Emperor had just summoned his Empyrean gods, true immortals, and celestial immortal commanders to the main hall to engage in a discussion. Within the military camp of the Dark North Army. That really felt excellent. I felt so stifled for so long, trapped by those black chains. Immortal Dark North was truly formidable. He actually led us to break those chains apart and kill that so-called true immortal Crimson Joy. We even killed that white-faced flood dragon and sent the Seamless Gate scurrying. He's simply incredible. Not even the heaven punishers controlled by an Empyrean god or a true immortal can be this powerful. The celestial immortals and the countless loose immortals within the camp all chatted excitedly amongst themselves. The amount of power their heaven punisher had suddenly wielded in the end was incredibly stimulating to them. Rainbow Flame Fairy. Fairy. Upon seeing Yu Wei pass by, all of them were very respectful. They all knew that Yu Wei and Ji Ning were Dao companions, and the bulge in Yu Wei's belly was already quite noticeable. Everyone could tell that she was pregnant. The child within Yu Wei's belly most likely had to be the child of their commander, Immortal Dark North. Naturally, these celestial immortals and loose immortals were extremely careful and respectful of Yu Wei. Yu Wei smiled and nodded towards them, replying with a few pleasantries before turning and entering her residence to prepare some dishes for Ning. A short while later, Ning returned. Senior apprentice sister. Ning entered the room. Yu Wei was carrying a platter of food outside as he entered. Smiling, she said, "I heard that you achieved a grand victory today. You even killed a true immortal Crimson Joy. You've heard already?" Ning sat down, surprised. "Everyone in the camp is talking about it. How could I not know?" Yu Wei poured some immortal wine for Ning. Ning nodded and smiled. "Right. I was fairly lucky. Without planning on it, I ended up killing true Immortal Crimson Joy in one blow. But alas, I was just a step too slow. If I made my breakthrough slightly earlier, our side probably would have lost even fewer forces." When Ning thought of his sixth brother, Celestial Immortal Rainbow, he couldn't help but feel a bit of misery. His Tao heart, however, allowed him to quickly smooth over and settle down his emotions. "You made a breakthrough?" Yu Wei said, surprised. "Right?" Ning nodded lightly, then said, "I've made a breakthrough in my Soul Heart Force technique." His master, Subhuti, had instructed him long ago that he was not to casually inform others of his breakthrough to the pure Yang True Immortal level. He was not to tell Yu Wei or Uncle White, who he held complete faith in, about it. If he told a single person, the Seamless Gate would have a chance to find out about it. "You've finally made a breakthrough in your Soul Heart Force technique?" Yu Wei said joyfully, "Wonderful. A breakthrough in Soul Heart Force will allow you to control even more power from your Heaven Punisher, making it even mightier. Right now, in the war for the Xianxia, there's not many on the side of the Seamless Gate who are a match for you. Haha. For now, at least, there's no one who can deal with me. True Immortal White Pole, Gate Master Azure Fox, and the white-faced Flood Dragon, which is under the command of an Empyrean god, all had to join forces together against me, and they still weren't a match." In front of Yu Wei, Ning did something he rarely did. He bragged a bit. "I knew you'd be incredible." Yu Wei was very happy. The more powerful Ji Ning was, the greater the chances of his survival would be. Yu Wei and Ji Ning enjoyed this meal very much. Shortly after they finished, Yu Wei suddenly felt a dizzy spell strike her. The God King. Yu Wei's heart clenched as she realized that it was the God King forcibly summoning her. The God King had left his imprint upon her soul. There was no way she could refuse his summons at all. When Azure Fox wanted to reach Yu Wei, she had to wait for Yu Wei to fall asleep first. But the God King could forcibly reach out to her, not needing to wait for her to go sleep. Yu Wei didn't dare to hesitate at all. She immediately said, "Junior apprentice brother, I'm full. I'm a bit tired. I'm going to take a nap. Go ahead and get some rest," Ning immediately said. She was currently pregnant. He didn't dare to negligent of her health. Yu Wei moved into a nearby room, lay down on the bed, then shut her eyes. Within a vast world of darkness, Yu Wei appeared out of nowhere, and as soon as she did, she saw that massive royal throne hovering in the middle of the endless darkness, as well as the towering figure of the God King seated upon the throne. She also saw Gate Master Azure Fox kneeling before the God King. Yu Wei immediately knelt down as well. "I prostrate myself before you, God King." "Yu Wei," the God King said, "the great battle the Xianxia dynasty just fought against our Seamless Gate. Are you aware of it?" Yu Wei was somewhat startled. She immediately nodded. "I do. The Seamless Gate suffered a major loss," the God King said. "The Xianxia won a great victory. Do you know why the Xianxia won?" Yu Wei hesitated a moment, then said, "Because of my junior apprentice brother, Ji Ning." She knew very well that the God King had to be aware of all the details regarding the battle. There was no way any of it could be hidden from him, right? Because of Ji Ning. The God King slowly tapped his fingers against his armrest, a hint of doubt in his voice. How could your Dao companion, Ji Ning, have increased his power by that much? Did he become a pure Yang true immortal? Or is it because he's mastered the heart force techniques which old man Yuan transmitted to him? Your subordinate doesn't know, Yue said respectfully. You don't know? The God King gazed downwards towards her. Yue's heart shook, but she forced herself to remain calm. I believe he must have become a pure Yang true immortal, the God King said. Yue was surprised. The God King already knew the answer? There is no way you can lie in my presence, the God King said calmly. I've summoned you and asked you simply because I wanted to test you. But in the future, if I ask you for any information regarding the Grand Xia and you dare to hide anything, then I will exile you into the infinity hells. When that happens, there will never be a chance for the child of yourself and Ji Ning to enter this world. Yue's heart shook yet again. This was what she feared the most. The thing she wanted above all else was to survive until her child was born. Forgive me, God King, Yue said hurriedly. The God King just gave her a glance. Whoosh! Yue disappeared into thin air. God King. Azure Fox raised her head to look at the God King with a belly filled with questions. It seems that Ji Ning did not lie to Yue, the God King said slowly. Ji Ning has indeed come up with a soul heart force technique. If he is allowed to grow unimpeded, I'm afraid that the Nuwa alliance of the three realms shall soon gain yet another hard-to-deal with Empyrean God or true immortal. Azure Fox was even more puzzled. Ji Ning told Yue that he made a breakthrough. The God King gave his most devoted of servants an explanation. A breakthrough in a soul heart force technique. However, before this I was concerned that Ji Ning might have been lying. The best judge of whether or not he was lying would be Yue, his Dao companion. She knows him better than any others. If he lied, Yue should be able to detect it. I could sense, however, that Yue also believes that Ji Ning has indeed made a breakthrough in his soul heart force technique. Although Yue hadn't said it, the God King could completely see through all of Yue's thoughts. However, what the God King didn't realize was that Ning hadn't told anyone at all that he had broken through to become a pure Yang true immortal. Ning had indeed lied to Yue. His heart force was incredibly strong, and so he was able to reveal no flaws at all when lying. In addition, although Yue had some vague guesses in her heart, she still had complete faith in Ning. Ning was the most important person in her life, and so harbored no doubts about his words at all. After speaking with and querying Yue, in the end the God King decided that Ji Ning had to have truly made a breakthrough in heart force. Azure Fox hurriedly said, "That's good. At least he hasn't become a pure Yang true immortal yet." Good. The God King gave Azure Fox a sideways glance. You still don't understand what it means for him to have made a soul heart force breakthrough. In the three realms, there are many who have become Empyrean gods or true immortals, but the number of individuals who have developed soul heart force techniques can be counted on two hands. Azure Fox was shocked. Old man Yuan transmitted his teachings to Ji Ning, but I didn't expect him to have mastered them in just 3 years. The fog around the God King's black robes seemed to crackle with light. Ji Ning has long ago mastered a thread of sword force, and he has a deep level of insight into the Tao of the sword. There is nothing impeding him from mastering it and becoming a pure Yang true immortal. This is just a matter of time. Mastering a soul heart force technique, however, is extremely difficult. He's already accomplished the most difficult task before him, the God King said. He's completely mastered a soul heart force technique, which means his control over his heaven punisher and the amount of power he can command has instantly increased 10-fold or 20-fold. Once he also becomes a pure Yang true immortal, the power of his immortal army will explosively increase yet again. When that happens, he will have become incredibly hard to deal with. The Nuwa alliance will have gained yet another lethal weapon. The God King was hesitant, not sure what to do next. The battle between the two alliances was a slow, drawn-out battle where each side was fighting for every bit of land. Each time, They would whittle away a little bit of their enemy's strength, but over the course of many battles, the accumulated amount of damage they had done would allow them to gain a great advantage. At present, the true gods and Tao fathers on each side were all unwilling to intervene, because they knew that once one side intervened, the casualties would instantly skyrocket. This storm, however, was unavoidable. They had to fight at some point. At the start, however, they were going to conserve their strength as much as they could. The Empyrean gods and true immortals struggled for karmic luck. But towards the end, when one side realized that they no longer had any chances at all to improve their karmic luck, they would most likely launch their most frenzied berserk of assaults. That would be when the final battle would occur. Right now, however, both sides felt that they had opportunities to improve their karmic standings, to improve their karmic luck. If they were able to do so, then heaven and earth would be on their side. And in this battle for karmic luck, some extremely special Empyrean gods or true immortals could be tremendously effective in this regard, such as Lu Dongbin and his 8 immortals of the high caves, or the terrifying divine archers. If Ji Ning was to master a soul heart force technique and become a pure yang true immortal, the army he commanded would be able to become an important variable that had a major influence on the entire war. Time flowed on. The God King's left hand slowly but continuously tapped against the armrest of his throne. Tap, tap, tap. Azure Fox felt as though each tap was a tap striking upon her very heart. Suddenly, the God King's left arm came to a halt. Azure Fox lifted up her head. She could feel as though the entire world of darkness had just solidified. A flash of lightning seemed to have appeared within the God King's eyes. He said coldly, "Sooner or later, we will need to fight a decisive final battle against Crimsonbright. Then, let this final battle's location be the world of the Grand Xia. Make your preparations. I will summon the power of the fifth world and send them to descend upon the Grand Xia. We'll prepare for a realm war and get rid of Ji Ning at the same time." Realm war? Azure Fox was shocked. Sometimes, the war against a major world would explode beyond one's expectations. The major powers on both sides would constantly reinforce their subordinates, resulting in a massive war which the majority of Empyrean gods and true immortals within that realm would participate in, along with a truly countless number of the realm's celestial immortals and true immortals. This sort of war was known as a realm war. "Hurry up and prepare," the God King ordered. "Yes," Azure Fox said respectfully. She immediately departed from the world of darkness. The Heaven Realm. Ever since that ancient primordial war had resulted in the shattering of the world and the creation of the three realms, the Heaven Realm had been the largest remnant world that had been left behind. The aura of the Heaven Realm was very similar to that of the aura of the ancient world. In this vast realm, the celestial court merely held partial sway, commanding the eastern reaches. Mount Ling of the Buddhists was located in the west, and the many Buddhas were all located there, resulting it in having a much higher status than the court. When the celestial emperor saw the Buddhas, he would have to behave with the utmost of respect. The Buddhas were all figures comparable to true gods and Tao fathers, after all. At most, they would be superficially courteous to the celestial emperor, the nominal leader of the three realms. The Heaven Realm was also filled with sacred grounds of the Taoist path. The Taoist path, the Buddhist Sangha, they were the true powers of the Heaven Realm. Second only to them were the various major powers. Of course, there were many other Empyrean gods and true immortals with their own turfs and territories in this realm as well, where their rule held sway. They paid no attention to the celestial emperor at all. The Heaven Realm. Mount Tonglian. Great King. Great King. A void-level mouse-type dire monster flew forward, calling out loudly. He soon reached a great palace, inside of which were 6 dire monsters gods with different appearances. These 6 dire monster gods were drinking from cauldrons of wine and eating large chunks of meat with utter relish. "What is it?" A massively, burly, golden-eyed dire monster god with long whiskers barked out. The void-level dire monster hurriedly knelt down with a thud. "Great King, true immortal Songcloud has sent an emissary inviting the 6 of you go gather at his Cloudsong Mountain half a year from now." True immortal Songcloud? The 6 dire monster gods immediately shook off the effects of the wine, becoming completely sober. They each exchanged a glance. Understood. True immortal Songcloud always wastes time dithering about. Us 6 brothers, our time is incredibly precious, and we're not in a mood to go out wandering. Tell the emissary to fuck off. A tall, skinny dire monster god whose face was covered with azure scales barked out at the mouse dire monster. Yes, yes, yes. The void-level dire monster immediately retreated. Ugh, I'm feeling a bit woozy from all the wine. I'm going to take a nap. The golden-eyed dire monster immediately lay down and began to snore. I'm going to nap as well. Yet another lay down. If you won't drink, I will. Some of the 6 dire monster gods went to sleep, while others continued to drink. But even though they continued to drink, as Empyrean gods, they were naturally able to easily create lesser clones of themselves. Their clones were all hiding within their respective immortal estates, and they immediately went to sleep. The Heaven Realm, Cloud Mist Creek. Deep within the flows of Cloud Mist Creek, there was an underwater palace. There were all sorts of monsters serving within this underwater palace, including shrimp soldiers and crab commanders. The masters of this underwater estate were the famous 9 Cloud Mist Fairies. The 9 Cloud Mist Fairies, although they were described as fairies, in reality they were dire monsters who had trained to reach the Empyrean god or true immortal level. Because they shared deep affection for each other, advancing and retreating in lockstep, they became famously tough to deal with in the 3 realms. When all 9 of them joined forces, unless a true god or a Tao Father intervened, there were very few in the 3 realms who could do anything to them. Sisters, enough play. It's time to train. The storm has come, and we can't waste any time or relax. The eldest sister of the 9, Fairy Skycloud, spoke out. Our eldest sister speaks the truth. The other beautiful dire monsters all assented to her words. They all returned to their still rooms, ostensibly to train, but in reality, they entered the realm of dreams. Within the vast world of darkness, the massive God King sat upon his towering, 30,000-meter throne. His black robes cast around him like a dark mist. He sat there quietly. One group of immortals and fiendgods after another began to appear before him. Why has the God King summoned us? This many people. The 6 dire monster gods of Mount Tonglian have arrived. The 9 cloud mist fairies have arrived as well. Hey, aren't those the 3 dire monster gods of Mount Dragon Eater? So they are on our side as well? Last time, the 3 dire monster gods of Mount Dragon Eater killed 2 bodhisattvas of the Buddhist Sangha. Many immortals and fiendgods began to congregate, all at the Empyrean god or true immortal level. There were some weaker ones who were ordinary Empyrean gods and true immortals, but the likes of the 6 dire monster gods of Mount Tonglian, the 9 cloud mist fairies, and the 3 dire monster gods of Mount Dragon Eater stood at the very top. Although the God King had 100 seamless gates, supreme powers like those 3 reported directly to the God King himself. The other seamless gates were unable to give orders to them. We prostrate ourselves before you, God King. We prostrate ourselves before you, God King. Although they all felt shock in their hearts upon arriving, they all knelt down respectfully. As time passed, more and more immortals and fiendgods arrived, with true immortal Whitepole and Gatemaster Azure Fox included amongst them. When the 68th member arrived, the God King, seated upon his high throne, finally spoke out. The Crimson Bright realm is under the control of Tao Father Crimson Bright. The God King's voice rang out, filling every inch of this vast, dark world as well as the hearts of his subordinates. If the Seamless Gate is to gain in karmic luck, then we have to take control of many major worlds. Our previous battles against the Crimson Bright realm were merely small skirmishes, and Tao Father Crimson Bright has been holding his own power in reserve as well. Both of our sides have been preparing for a true realm war to begin. All of the Empyrean gods and true immortals seated below were startled. They were immediately able to guess at what the God King had summoned them for. If we do not completely destroy them, we won't be able to stabilize our control over their major worlds. We must gain victory in the realm war. We must defeat them completely. The God King's voice turned icy. If we can defeat them in the realm war, then the worlds of the Crimson Bright realm will become powerless to resist us, allowing us to win them over with ease. If we do not defeat them, then they will be able to push us out from even the major worlds we've taken over for now. The realm war against the Crimson Bright realm shall be located on the world of the Grand Xia. The God King made his announcement. The God King had an extremely high status amongst the high-level major powers of the Seamless Gate. In addition, the still slumbering presence had only taken on a single apprentice, the God King. This made the God King's status quite transcendental. So long as he didn't commit a major error, the God King would usually remain in control over the full forces of the Seamless Gates. The current master of the Grand Xia is a member of the primordial imperial clan, Xianxia. This Xia Emperor's power is quite formidable, the God King said. Azure Fox commanded her forces to clash against the Xia Emperor numerous times, but at present she is losing. All of the Immortals and Fiendgods looked towards Azure Fox. They all knew that Azure Fox was completely devoted to the God King. Amongst the individuals present, some were fanatically loyal while some had been seduced by the great power the Seamless Gate had to offer, which was why they had joined. Even those, however, were afforded tremendous respect by the Seamless Gate, due to their own power. The reason why she is losing is because a new variable has emerged on the side of the Grand Xia Emperor, a variable named Jining, the God King said. The Heaven Punisher he commands is incredibly powerful. As for exactly how powerful, spend some time chatting with Azure Fox, and you'll all understand. Understood. They all assented. I've summoned you here in such a cautious way because I want you to launch a sneak attack. The God King's eyes flashed with lightning. Sneak attack. Everyone present began to ponder. Right now, the Grand Xia is most likely celebrating their great success. I trust they are planning to completely wipe out Azure Fox's forces, the God King said. After you all assemble at the world of the Grand Xia, stay in hiding. Just accompany Azure Fox and the others as they fight. When the time comes, all of you are to appear simultaneously. Wipe out all of the forces of the Xia Emperor. Leave no survivors. Yes, the Immortals and Fiendgods all grew eager. An ambush? An unexpected surprise. Given their power, they were indeed overwhelmingly more powerful and would indeed be capable of utterly crushing and slaughtering the Xia Emperor's forces. The most important aspect to this ambush is to be careful. No matter what, do not let this information leak out, the God King said solemnly. Some of the major powers within the Nuwa Alliance are able to watch the entire three realms. That Subhoodie in particular, he is Jining's master, and is most likely keeping an eye on the war for the Grand Xia. He's also capable of using his dream of the three realms. When he finds out, our ambush will fail. So Jining is Subshui's disciple. All of the Immortals and Fiendgods were secretly surprised, and they grew even more wary of him. This was because Daofather Subhoodie was legendary for his ability to teach and train disciples. You have to be careful. For now, gather and remain in the void beyond the three realms, the God King instructed. That way, Subhoodie will not be able to discover you. Then, go into hiding and have the two Jueming Immortals use their protocosmic spirit treasure to tear a hole to the void, bringing you straight into Azure Fox's Seamless City. That way, even if Subhoodie discovers the two of you, he'll only think that you are there to provide reinforcements. Everyone below the throne nodded. Indeed, right now Azure Fox's Seamless Gate was losing. If she asked the God King for reinforcements, and the God King hadn't decided to initiate a realm war, sending out the two Jueming Immortals as reinforcements was indeed his original plan. Thus, this sort of arrangement made sense and didn't have any visible flaws. Remember, the most important component of this ambush is for it to remain a secret. The God King reminded them once again. Understood. They all acknowledged. All of them were quite eager. They would first wipe out all of the Xia Emperor's forces, including the one named Jining. Then, they would engage in a battle against the army of Daofather Crimsonbright. If they were able to wipe out the Xia Emperor's forces, the realm war would be easier for them to win. The Xia Emperor's forces naturally were completely oblivious that the God King was summoning his forces within the dream world. The 8 Dragons Cloud City. The Xia Emperor was filled with complete confidence right now. He stood in midair as he said in a loud voice, "Everyone, we are extremely close to victory. We need to seize this chance to kill more of the immortals and Fiendgods of the Seamless Gate. We are going to expel them from the Grand Xia and make it so that they never again dare to invade. If they choose to fight to the death, then we will wipe them all out. Kill! Kill! Kill!" The countless gathered immortals and Fiendgods all roared loudly. Their morale was at an all-time high, and the Xia Emperor was filled with confidence as well. The entirety of White Pole Commandery was trapped within his formation. Not even greater teleportation would allow anyone to enter this place. The only possibility was if someone forcibly tore a hole through space. But if that was to happen, he would definitely notice. Once he saw any signs that the Seamless Gate was being reinforced, he would ask Taofather Crimsonbright for help. Taofather Crimsonbright had promised the Xia Emperor that if the Xia Emperor was able to force the enemy to call for reinforcements, he would definitely help out. "Let's head to the Seamless City," the Xia Emperor ordered. Instantly, many grand formations began to take shape within the 8 Dragons Cloud City. One massive, towering heaven punisher after another began to take form, as well as the even more massive Pangu war formations. Although some Fiendgods had perished, most were still alive. The 2 remaining Pangu war formations had lent the destroyed one some of their forces, and so they were still able to form 3 of the Pangu war formations. That massively powerful rain dragon swam about in the air above them as well, and the Empyrean god golems were all activated. The most powerful aura of them all, however, belonged to the Heaven Punisher that wielded 2 massive swords in its hands. Kill! Military morale was at a peak as the mighty, awe-inspiring army suddenly vanished into thin air, having teleported outside the 8 Dragons Cloud City. A short while later, Ji Ning and the others returned to the 8 Dragons Cloud City. "Back already? Didn't you just go out to fight a short while ago?" They were back in the military camp, and Yue was looking towards Ning in surprise. The immortals of the Dark North Army had been sent back to their respective residences. As they returned, they were all chattering about how the Seamless Gate was so cowardly that it was unwilling to even fight, and how it seems as though the Seamless Gate recognizes that it is about to lose. Ning walked into his room, sitting down by a desk. He poured himself a glass of wine, then said with a smile, "The Seamless Gate is feeling nervous now. We were shouting for them to come fight for a long time, but they refused to come out. If they are going to just hide there, then what should we do?" Yue was worried. "If they aren't willing to fight, that's a good thing." Ning laughed. "Ideally, they'd never come out to fight again. So long as they don't fight, the Grand Xia will remain the Xia Emperors, and the karmic luck of the Grand Xia will remain on our side." Yue nodded gently. "The Seamless Gate has 2 paths ahead of it right now," Ning said. "The first path sees them abandoning their designs on the Grand Xia. The second path is for them to summon even more of their forces to take it by force. I hope they take the first path." Although Ning was filled with a desire to do battle, his wife was pregnant. He wanted to calmly and peacefully accompany her and watch his child be born. "The Seamless Gate probably won't just admit defeat like that," Yue said softly, thinking back to the world of darkness and the God King within it. Ning nodded. "Right. I've only killed true immortal Crimson Joy. The Seamless Gate hasn't really been hurt yet. For them to admit defeat right away, the chances of that are very low." Ning reached out to gently stroke Yue's protruding belly. He couldn't help but smile. No matter what storms and tempests awaited him, there were some things he absolutely had to protect. Within the void beyond the 3 realms, on a shattered, destroyed planet that was covered in countless scars. The scars had been left behind by a battle between 2 major powers. Atop this shattered planet, 29 Empyrean gods and true immortals had gathered, with more on the way. In this realm war, we will be following the 3 dire monster gods. I've heard long ago of their power. This time we'll have a chance to see it for ourselves. The various figures began to chat with some of the more powerful immortals and Fiendgods, paying the most attention to the 3 dire monster gods of Mount Dragoneater. These 3 dire monster gods were shockingly powerful, and were considered by their fellow Empyrean gods and true immortals as being nearly invincible. Each of the 3 were more powerful than the Xia Emperor or true immortal White Pole. Their decision to join the Seamless Gate had utterly enraged the Nuwa Alliance upon the Nuwa Alliance finding out. Alas, there was nothing the Nuwa Alliance could do. Both sides were doing their absolute best to recruit the powerful Empyrean gods and true immortals of the 3 realms to their respective sides. In the past, the 3 realms had been at peace. Many Empyrean gods and true immortals were free and unaffiliated with any organizations. Now, with the storm having come, they had to choose a side. Only the most supreme of powers, such as Old Man Yuan's faction, were still able to watch and wait. Everyone's here. All of our fellow Taoists have arrived. 2 immortals who looked very similar to each other laughed. Both had large faces and were fairly chubby. One was dressed in white robes, while the other was dressed in gray robes that were loose enough to reveal his bare chest. These 2 were the exceptionally famous twin Jueming immortals. Fellow Taoists, please enter this gourd first. The white-robed immortal took out a gourd, opening its stopper. This was merely an immortal-ranked magic treasure. The Empyrean gods and true immortals present were more than capable of forcibly breaking their way out of it if needed. All right. Let's go inside. Let's go. Instantly, one streak of light after another flew towards the mouth of the gourd. Afterwards, the white-robed immortal plugged the gourd again, then slung it over his shoulders. Smiling, he said, "Elder brother, let's go to White Pole Commandery of the Grand Xia." Right? The gray-robed figure nodded, then immediately used a spatial technique to teleport straight to the world of the Grand Xia. Next, the gray-robed figure took out a black protocosmic spirit treasure that looked like a ruler. He sliced it through the air, carving out a spatial corridor. Through the spatial corridor, one could see that the other side was connected to a location where a massive, towering black citadel lay hanging in the air. This was the Seamless City. Let's go. The 2 Jueming immortals immediately flew into the corridor. Within White Pole Commandery, the hovering Seamless City, a spatial tear appeared in the air above the levitating city, and 2 chubby immortals came out from the spatial tear, flying towards the Seamless City below. Our 2 fellow Taoists have arrived. Fellow Taoist Ju and fellow Taoist Ming. Gatemaster Azure Fox and true immortal White Pole all immediately went forward to greet the 2. The other Empyrean gods and true immortals right behind them. The likes of the Hallmaster, Empyrean god Beastleave, and Empyrean god Venomsong all called out in a very familiar manner. So it's the 2 Jueming immortals. Now that you 2 have arrived, fellow Taoists, our side's chances of gaining victory have increased greatly. With your spells by our side, we'll no longer have to fear the Grand Xia. Azure Fox and White Pole exchanged a few glances with the twin Jueming immortals. They didn't even send any mental messages. All of them were being extremely cautious, for fear that the Nuwa Alliance would find out. If the Nuwa Alliance found out, they would lose their chance to ambush their foes. The walls of the 8 Dragons Cloud City. The black-robed Xia Emperor was upon the walls, gazing at the vast wilderness outside and the distant Seamless City as he reflected quietly. Suddenly, space trembled. The Xia Emperor's grand formation had taken complete control over the surrounding million kilometers of space. Upon the twin Jueming immortals forcibly tearing a path to the Seamless City, the Xia Emperor immediately noticed. Eh? The Xia Emperor frowned as he looked towards the spatial tear. Upon seeing the 2 chubby immortals fly out from the spatial rift, the Xia Emperor immediately understood. The twin Jueming immortals? It's actually the 2 of them? The Seamless Gate really views me quite highly. Although these 2 immortals cannot compare to Ji Ning's Heaven Punisher, their spells are quite formidable. With their spells supporting an army, the Seamless Gate's total combat power will have risen by an entire level. If we continue to fight against them, it's hard to say who would win. The Seat of Enlightenment of Tao Father Crimsonbright. The Tao Father was seated upon his throne, with dozens of Empyrean gods and true immortals standing before him. They were all staring at the battle scene that was playing out within the round mirror of light in midair. This was the realm war that was occurring within the Winesun realm. Realm wars truly are vicious. This is the third time I've seen a realm war, but I still shudder at what I am seeing. More than 12 of our Empyrean gods and true immortals have died within the Winesun realm. The Seamless Gate has only lost 7. The golems of the Seamless Gate truly are unequaled within the 3 realms. If they didn't have so many terrifying golems, the Seamless Gate would have lost a go. Now, however, it's Tao Father Winesun's side which is at a disadvantage. The Empyrean gods and true immortals were all watching worriedly. Although this war was going on within the Winesun realm, Tao Father Winesun and Tao Father Crimsonbright were in the same alliance, after all. They all hoped that Tao Father Winesun's forces would gain victory. In fact, some of them itched to personally charge into the fray as well. However, they understood that it was up to the Tao Fathers to decide when they would join a battle. The Tao Fathers would at most send a few Empyrean gods and true immortals as reinforcements. If Tao Father Crimsonbright sent all their forces, then once a realm war exploded within the Crimsonbright realm, what were they to do? The flames of war had spread across the entire 3 realms. After all, the Winesun realm was merely one part of it. Miserable. What a miserable sight. All of those who were watching the realm war take place felt their hearts shudder. Almost none of them had ever experienced such a catastrophic, miserable war. Master, the Xia Emperor's clone said respectfully. Tao Father Crimsonbright looked towards the Xia Emperor. Your disciple just discovered that the Seamless Gates branch in the Grand Xia has just received reinforcements. The twin Jueming immortals are now with them, the Xia Emperor said. The Empyrean gods and true immortals who had been watching the Winesun realm's realm war all immediately turned their heads. No matter how important that war was, they still cared the most about the events within the Crimsonbright realm. The twin Jueming immortals? Tao Father Crimsonbright nodded gently. He pondered a moment, glancing downwards. Who amongst you is willing to go aid the Grand Xia and your fellow disciple, Shimong, in defeating the Seamless Gate? I am willing. Everyone replied in chorus. In the face of this great tribulation, no one could shirk back at all. Tao Father Crimsonbright smiled as he looked carefully at his host of Empyrean gods and true immortals. Some had their own major worlds to protect, while others had only sent their clones to this place. Soon, Tao Father Crimsonbright's gaze turned towards 2 solitary figures. Snowdance, Evergreen, the 2 of you shall head to the Grand Xia and assist your senior apprentice brother Shimong. Yes. Sword Immortal Evergreen and Fairy Snowdance naturally wouldn't dare to disobey, and so they immediately assented to the order. Both of them were solitary figures who were not attached to any worlds. They could be sent to any place where they were needed. Suddenly, space itself began to grow blurry, especially the space around Tao Father Crimsonbright, which became opaque and misty. There was no way at all one could see past the blurred space. This caused the Xia Emperor and the others to feel completely amazed. Why would their master, Tao Father Crimsonbright, suddenly unleash this sort of a formation? Tao Father Crimsonbright stared at his surroundings, puzzled. The space around him had already become completely twisted, and within the twisted, distorted space appeared a bearded old man dressed in Taoist robes. It was Subhoodie. Subhoodie, Tao Father Crimsonbright said in surprise, hurriedly rising to his feet. YV, you come to my place. The last time you sought me out, it was for the sake of your disciple, Jining. This time you've come to speak to me again. Is there something you need me to do? However, your disciple is doing well right now. The Heaven Punisher he commands has extraordinary power. He doesn't need my help. I'm not here to ask for your help. I'm here to help you, Subhoodie said. Help me? Tao Father Crimsonbright was puzzled. Subhoodie calmly sat down. Dao Father Crimson Bright walked towards him, then waved his hand. A wooden table immediately appeared before them, covered with precious immortal wines. He personally poured a cup of wine for Subhoodie. Subhoodie and Crimson Bright were on extremely good terms with each other. They had both been born from the primordial chaos, after all, and both were true gods of primordial chaos. They had supported each other in life and death battles for many years, and in truth the relationship between them was no less than the relationship between Subhoodie and Three Lives had been. "What is this about, exactly?" Dao Father Crimson Bright asked. "Just now, you were about to send your disciples to the Xianxia, yes? You were sending them to the deaths." Subhoodie went straight to the heart of the matter. "Not just your two disciples. I imagine that few to none of the Empyrean gods and true immortals under Shimong will survive. But of course, my disciple will definitely survive. With the 7 Empyrean gods protecting Ning, although the 7 wouldn't be able to overcome the ambushing army, they'd still be able to ensure that he could escape." Dao Father Crimson Bright was stunned. "Don't just sit there like a fool. The realm war for your Crimson Bright realm is about to begin. All of your disciples and students have to fight for their lives now." Subhoodie let out a sigh, then raised his head and downed a cup of wine. "Realm war?" Dao Father Crimson Bright shot to his feet, knocking aside his wine cup, splashing wine all over the table.